Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss and you know that I'm finna shine.
what you got. Back down, up, back down, back up. 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 Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
just gonna go down in time. This is an
happen. Graced up there. Oh, Dicey.
Oh my God, J-Mo, the champion of this one.
Oh, Asano! He gets the triple off the rocket as the ball.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Valorant Champions Tour presented by Nerd Street Gamers, where we are still closing things out for Challengers 2. My name Tanner Metro, and joining me today, we missed him yesterday, is Dust. How you doing, my man?
Dude, I am ready, bro. This is some of the most intense Valorant we're going to see in 2021. Yeah. We got the cream of the crop here in the upper bracket to kick things up on the broadcast with so much on the line. This is the next big thing, man. I mean, we had First Strike, obviously, and that was kind of the big show around town. But now this is about Masters. This is about this VCT that we have going on, and we're about to decide our first teams that will be joining us for Masters for Stage 1 later on next month. So a lot on the line here, and we have two very worthy teams of having that. I mean, both these teams that we have kicking off the day have often been ranked within the top 3 or top 5 at the very least of the region for months on end. So this is a banger, man. That's all I can really say, and I'm so happy I get to be here to cover it with you, bud.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And we do have a couple of matchups today, one in that winner's bracket or the upper bracket, one in the lower bracket. Both winners of those games are going to be moving forward to that Masters tournament. And as we got some replays of the action yesterday, that's just in case you missed it. But if you missed yesterday as well, you also missed the breakdown. So we do have a video for you guys to break down that format and how these teams are exactly what these teams are fighting for towards the end of the year.
Welcome to the Valorant Champions Tour, a year-long tournament circuit featuring the best players and teams from all over the world, culminating in a global championship event, Valorant Champions. Each stage begins with Challengers, where teams compete in regional tournaments for a place at Masters. Teams who compete in Masters events will earn points that help them qualify for Champions. And Champions is where the best teams from around the world compete on a global stage, where the art of greatness is on full display. And one team will be crowned 2021 Valorant Champions.
Every time you hear it, Valorant Champions, it just sounds so good. And at the end of the year, the global event, everything culminating into that one event. And I couldn't be more excited for it. But we still have some time to go. As we talked about the teams that are going to be moving forward to Masters today, the losers will get to try again at the next close. They don't have to go back to that round of the 128. Things get a little awkward there, as we should have a schedule for you guys throughout the weekend. I know things got shifted to the right a couple of days. Right now, we find ourselves in the upper semis and the lower bracket round 2, which is technically the lower quarters, but that gets a little dicey. And tomorrow we'll have those upper finals, the lower semis, and the lower finals. And then Tuesday, rounding it all off, Dust, with the grand finals, best of 5.
Indeed, it's going to be a jam-packed schedule here these next few days, as we're already, of course, underway. We're in the middle of it all, and look at this spicy bracket we got going on today, bro. We got Sentinels taking on Envy. Again, 2 top 5 teams in the region going toe-to-toe, and then you got Immortals and LG, basically kind of in the same area, for being honest. I mean, those are definitely quality teams that have often been in that top 5 argument. And that's going to be going over on Nerd Street Gamers 2. So we got both upper bracket semifinals going on at the same time. So definitely, if you want to hop back and forth, all you got to do, just add that little number 2 at the end of the link and hit enter, and you'll be right there. So open up that other tab. And then we got the lower bracket. We got them waiting it out. And oh my goodness, here on the mainstream, the loser of this match has to go up against 100 Thieves. Loser has to wait for Challengers 3. Winner still gets into the race for Masters and a chance at some of that big chunk of change at the top of the prize pool we got going on here. So, I mean, it's all top quality Valorant from here on out. So I just can't wait to get the day started. Let's go. I mean, I guess we already did start, but yeah, let's keep it rolling.
True. We're waiting to get these teams ready to hop on in, and I just want to give a huge shout out. Forgive me if I failed to see this on the previous graphics, but so I don't really have to break it down now. I'm kind of getting into it, but the breakdown of not TBD, but 100 Thieves playing either Sentinels or Envy, and then Xhead up top playing either Immortals and LG. That was just super crisp, so everybody could follow along, because I know that bracket sometimes gets confusing. Now, overall picture, where we're at in the upper semis, IMT and LG are running it right back. This is exactly where they found themselves meeting in the first close qualifiers in Challengers 1. So a nice little redemption arc. As Dust said, you guys can catch it on Nerd Street Gamers 2. But more importantly for us, we've got Sentinels, we've got Envy, we've got two teams where I don't think Envy has ever taken a series off of Sentinels. So this one, I think you have a whole lot to prove here, Dust.
Oh, dude, you've actually nailed it right on the head. They've played each other in several different best-of-3 or best-of-5 situations across their times against each other, whether it be the Winter Championships for Nerd Street, whether it be First Strike, whether it be Pop Flash, FaZe Invitational, you name it. Anytime these teams have met up head-to-head in a series, it has been an L for Envy. Sentinels dominate this head-to-head matchup. When you really look at it, bro, they've played 16 maps against each other in bigger tournaments, and Envy's only taken 2 maps off of Sentinels even. So it is a landslide dominance for Sentinels as far as the history of these two teams go. And honestly, man, when you really look into the nitty-gritty numbers, Envy rarely even gets double-digit rounds against this Sentinels team. However, what I must say is that Envy have been on an absolute tear throughout the Challengers 2 process, bro. They beasted on Xset earlier on, only allowing 8 total rounds against that up-and-coming Xset team. And then they've also 2-0'd every other team they've played lately between Renegade, Space Station, Beast Coast. They are not giving away many rounds against these opponents right now. They seem to really be on fire. And so if they were ever going to get one over on Sentinels, it seems like they're in the right form to do so now. I will say that. But Sentinels, they're no slouches either, man. They may have suffered a couple of losses to Luminosity in a couple of different grand finals that they would like to have back, but they're still consistently placing in the top 4 in every tournament they play in. And they also have, you know, gone on a pretty good run in Challengers 1, beating Immortals in the grand finals, beating Luminosity, beating Xset, beating Gen.G. You know, the only losses they've really had is a couple losses to Luminosity. They're beating everyone else, bro. So I do really feel like they're still really primed as kind of that team that you always got to look out for to have that #1 ranking next to them on a list that you're building. So, I mean, this is going to be such a sick contest, in my opinion.
Yeah, this is, like you said, kind of the best time for Envy to really be playing this Sentinels team that does seem to be firing on all cylinders. As you guys can see, the map picks, the map bans, Haven taken away by Envy, Bind off the board by Sentinels. And the first map we head over to, Dust, is going to be Ascent, a map where Sentinels, they have let some of these maps slip away. And most recently in those Winter Champs, this is where Envy was able to grab a map off of them. So I think this is really how you get yourself started. You want the momentum in the series. Ascent is the way to do it for Envy.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where Sentinels have been a bit hit or miss on Ascent lately. You know, they haven't really had more than like a 2-game winning streak on Ascent in like their last 20 or so matches played on it. So they definitely have been giving some away, even to some teams you wouldn't expect, like Serenity, for example. Yeah. You know, just even they lost like a game to like Sakura Storm in like an open qualifier for Nerd Street. So they have let it go a couple of times, but I will say Envy were on a 3-game losing streak in their own right on Ascent to Immortals, Luminosity, and Xset up until they just got a win over on Renegades last week. But generally speaking, both these teams do like this map when you look at their overall records with these lineups. So, I mean, this is a nice opening battleground, I guess you can say, for these two squads, to see them going toe-to-toe on a map that both are going to be very familiar with. They should both come in fairly comfortable with their compositions and their game plans. It's just going to be all about who's going to be more effective. As both these teams have very similar win rates on both sides of the map. Like, they're kind of in that mid 50% range to the high 50% range on both attack and defense on this map. So that's kind of another little spicy nugget to throw in there, I guess, on how close this contest really could shape out to be.
The last time they met here, it was 9-3 with Envy attacking in that first half. So this is, again, the place to start your momentum. And I had seen kind of around the Valorant sphere that food and crashes for the Envy fans have really been starting to take off and come into form, especially now during the VCT. So those are going to be two big names, that Phoenix, that Sova, for Envy to really get things started. Obviously, we are still on that reverted patch, guys. So this Reyna is going to have a couple extra devours or dismisses. And we're probably, just as we see right here, Dust, going to see a lot of frenzies and a lot of stingers.
Yeah, Caboose is back to the duelist after having a bit of a period where he was picking up the Omen, but Mummy now going to be back on it, and so everyone's on the Agent you would expect when you look over at the Envy side. You look over at the Sentinel side, again, you're not seeing anything too crazy. I feel like Sick has been playing some Phoenix on this map quite a bit lately, and everyone else is pretty much where you would expect as well, as we are going to go ahead and see Envy on the attack, and they ain't wasting any time here, Tanner. They're looking to barrel into this A site with a drone leading the way, but that's a nice little piece of fire there to kind of stall this attack out and build a little bit of time for some rotations.
Yep, and Sick getting aggressive. Paranoias go through. They're going to be traded back. No, it was a Lear to find that stun or that blind, and Blue and Red go back and forth, but Envy find themselves on the back foot now, down to their last. It's all up to Mummy, who, as you noted, now playing that controller in the Omen, also has the spike. So trying to make a play here. Low HP on one. If he could find that kill, makes it then just a 1v1 on that A site, as we see that rotation coming all the way through already from Damper. So nice little split. We'll see what Mummy can get done.
Indeed, we shall. As he has brought the spike up, but I think he has been spotted indeed. So now the element of surprise has certainly withered away. Gonna have to just try to duel his way out of this situation now as he comes up through a heaven. He does find the 1v1 on Zoms, but Zoms' aim is true. And so Sentinels will come up with a good defense here, only losing a couple of players on the round. They shut down that swift attack from Envy. And Envy, they're going to be buying up those stingers. They're going to be looking to fight right away. No conservatism on their part when it comes to economy. They're investing on this, and they're looking to make something of it, as we are seeing a lot of them gathering up here outside of that B lobby area here with a few seconds left before the force fields drop. They do, of course, have a little bit of presence on the A main side with the Cam and the Cypher, but they're certainly looking to take either some mid control through Link or something along those lines.
Ooh, and the force, the stinger. I mean, taking a bite out of that Bulldog up towards Cat Food. Going to kick things off nice and early for us. That Dark going to get some information. Clear out market. Doesn't necessarily mean mid is a safe place, but still leaning that way is Envy. And being a player up, again, this is the reverted patch. So these stingers are so very potent.
Yes, they indeed are, as we are seeing that Sentinels are having to defend against an Envy team who do have some deeper mid-control right now. They are certainly threatening that market position. They already have a pick to their name on that quick exchange that was through B-Link to Catwalk. And so, obviously, Sentinels are going to be a bit more stretched thin. They might even have to take some risk as far as just, you know, kind of over-rotating or maybe even eventually thinking to make a push somewhere. So we'll have to just kind of see it. They're trying to stall out a lobby with the smokes of Zoms, while it's still just kind of trying to maintain position. They're not really pivoting too much. They're trying to use his Dapper's cam, as well as those smokes should just kind of stall. But we can see that Envy are now gathering, looking to go ahead and put that cage down and split on this B site.
And just like that, the Lears go out. The site going to be taken. One still on. It is Sinatra holding it down with the Spectre in hand, but the Stingers come out on top once more. And Envy looking to grab themselves a force round after losing the pistol, not going down without a fight in this one. Still retake opportunity, but with these Stingers the way that they are, and you have this attacking side picking them up too. Now FNS finds a kill for himself. Cypher v Cypher, and this feels like a wash here. I'm not too sure what Sentinels can get done off the back end of this, and it looks like maybe play for exit.
Yeah, getting that long-range Stinger kill from B-Link to Catwalk just really opened up the floodgates for Envy to just get that deep mid-control early, and then they could just kind of sit on it and squat and really kind of force Sentinels to scramble and do guesswork. You can see that they were trying to get intel where they could, trying to at least, you know, maybe discourage an A attack by kind of refreshing those smokes on the A main area. But once Envy decided to pounce, I mean, they were able to, you know, get that smoke down on back halls, really isolate Sinatra on the speedway and just come in. And that's just so unfortunate. Shazam trying to shut down the drone, getting caught by Food. Sinatra gets cleared out, trying to play around that one-way cage on the doorway, and then that's pretty much all she wrote at that point. There was no real way back in. So the force buy from Envy is fruitful. They will go ahead and square things up right away. And we're gonna keep seeing them go toe-to-toe, man. No one's conceding just yet. They're gonna keep on replenishing the buys. Now it's the Stingers from Sentinels.
Looks like a quick take over towards B. Clear out. Almost allow. Yes, it is. Okay, Caboose finds a kill onto Dapper. I thought maybe Food would get punished for trying to pick up the alt orb, but it's just a bit of damage that will be healed up by the hot hands, and they've since conceded that B main site. Sinatra looking to get aggro, and I believe he's got a stinger in his hand. So, I mean, it really feels like there isn't a better weapon to have in situations like that.
I mean, here's the deal, bro. Both these teams are super explosive in their style. So you're going to see a lot of early round fireworks. And if you blink, you're going to miss a lot of critical situations, it feels, as we're seeing exchanges left, right, and center all across the map. But we are seeing Envy now finally laying some claim to this B site. They already do have their Phoenix locking down position while the Spike tries to swing through B lobby. But there is a chance that it could get cut off. Food's trying to play up close here and deny them a way to stop this Spike from coming in, as it will make its way onto the site now and plant, and Food up close, able to get one, but it's still even at 2-on-2.
Yep, the kill traded right back, but there's Mummy with the Bulldog, a bit more firepower than that Stinger, and it's all up to Sick, who's been very clutch for the Sentinel roster in the past. Stinger in hand is going to play the kill on towards Sidewalk, able to pick that one up onto Finesse, looking for another, but it's Mummy again with the Bulldog, taking a bite out of the Sentinels roster.
Sick had that crosshair placement dead to rights, man. He just couldn't get the round off after landing from a jump. He did well to isolate himself some 1v1s with the wall, but unfortunately doesn't come up with it. You know, Sick can be good for those types of things sometimes, but Envy able to clamp down. That's now 2 in a row. And we're still seeing Sentinels try to go at him, man. We see a couple of more Stingers in play. We do see the Bucky being picked up by Dapper, Frenzy for Sinatra. So while they're not hamstringing themselves economically too much to invest into this, they can still full buy next round for sure. They are putting some weapons out there, and they're going to go ahead and pop the ult on Shazam as well to give them that additional firepower with the Blades, but he's caught immediately by Caboose, and that's going to prompt the B-Storm.
A huge takedown there, and the shock dart didn't get a whole lot of value as they were backing away. Caboose in the dismiss was able to dodge out on the damage. Food only taking a little bit, should be able to heal that up. Sinatra trying to flank around the site, but again, Frenzy in hand, and that's not the firepower you want. Sick is here though, and he's making them pay for what they've done to his teammates. Unfortunately, Mummy just continuing the multi-kill ways. Now it's all up to the Zombs Nation. The Stinger can get it done in a 1v4. It is a very tall task as Caboose just goes running through the running gun with the SMG too strong.
Yeah, I mean, in Envy's current form, they're one of the few teams out there that can actually just go man for man with Sentinels and have pretty equal firepower. Don't get me wrong, like, the consistency and the high level that Sick has on average is probably the best we've seen in North America. We know how much of an X-Factor Sinatra can be. We know how good of a jet opera Shazam can be. But some of these guys over on Envy, especially recently, Food and Caboose have been lighting it up. Crash has been lighting it up consistently as well. You got Mummy, who's always been a pretty dang good duelist. So, I mean, like I said, both these teams are very aggressive in how they like to play. Envy in particular doesn't like to default the whole hell of a lot. They like to go for early map control and early skirmishes. So again, you're going to see a lot of fireworks at the beginning of these rounds.
And it doesn't stop here with the run it back. Paranoia goes through, and Sick is still able to find one, and Sinatra is there to back him up. Food finally to trade it back now has a run it back of his own. But Sentinels find themselves a man to the good, and Sick still trying to play aggressive here on the flank.
Yeah. Him having that much aggression on the B lobby is really going to free up Sentinels to start pivoting some of their other resources to help defend this A side. Cage is now on the door, so Dapper knows that he's under threat. He's just needing to delay a little bit longer, and his teammates will start making those rotations. They're already all basically here, and Shazam is going to catch Finesse.
Doesn't spot Food going up top, though. It is a 1-for-1, which leaves it down to the last for Envy. It is Crash. He's one of those players we said we have to keep an eye out for. Able to take down Sick. That's a big one to have off the board, but it is going to be a 1v2 over towards this A side. Now a 1v1, trying to take the fight to Dapper, but Dapper comes out on top.
Indeed. Great job there by Sentinels. It really just came off of that B lobby push where they were able to trade a little bit more effectively and then get that rotation over to A because of the control that they were able to gain off this run it back from Sick. It's a great response from Sentinels to keep that score close, not really allow Envy to build up too much momentum after winning a couple of rounds in a row there after losing the pistol. And so, again, it's going to be a slobber knocker all the way through, Tanner. People better get used to this pace because I don't think Envy are slowing down. Their comp kind of, and their style, you know, you have so much vision blocking between Caboose's leers, Food's flashes. You obviously have the paranoia from Mummy. So they like to just use that to try to, you know, block vision, limit angles, and just get in your face and try to flex that aim that some of these players have. And again, they're just droning up through Catwalk. They're wasting no time looking for early map controls. They're trying to make their way up into tree.
And 3 ultimates used there as a Hunter's Fury. Doesn't find too much there, and that's Caboose down after finding 1 kill. Mummy has since made it onto the site, but isn't necessarily safe. Is able to hang out underneath Heaven, but the rest of the team cannot get on just yet. And Shazam is making sure the door is shut in their face. Sick to trade one back with crashes on it as well. And here we go. We find ourselves even across the board, a 2v2 in all the chaos, but Mummy has the angle. He escapes away. The spike yet to be planted, and who better than Sinatra? No, it's Finesse to close it out.
Oh my goodness, bro. I think I kind of summed it up earlier. If you blink, you're going to miss these rounds, dude, because these guys are wasting no time throwing out some jabs, a couple of hooks. You know, they're like Derek Lewis out here, man. They're looking to drop some uppercuts on your boy Curtis Blades and keep this thing going. If you're not a UFC fan and you don't get that reference, I'm sorry, that one wasn't for you. It was for other people out there. But, I mean, you're going to see a lot of that, bro. Like, it's just going to be action-packed all the way through. Envy, again, they are a very fast-paced team. They don't really like to default the whole hell of a lot. They like to just get out there, and Sentinels, you know, they're no strangers to that type of style themselves, but now they have a little bit less to work with, and by a little bit less, I mean a whole heck of a lot less.
And it was the operator actually picked up and put in the hands of Mummy here, so it's not stingers. It's gonna be a ghost, some pistols across the board, not a whole lot like you pointed out, but Sick making the best of this situation, finding that first kill. It's a bit too far to venture out and try and grab that weapon, but having that man advantage definitely helps, and Sick makes it out unscathed.
Great paranoia to bail Sick out of a really tough angle as he's playing inside that smoke. That was basically the insurance policy to make sure he would not get spammed as he tried to cross back. And so Sentinels actually do have man advantage now. Granted, they're still well behind in firepower, but I mean, they're taking a lot of control away from Envy. They were able to get aggressive at A main. They're really still holding the street position well. I mean, they're actually doing pretty damn good work, despite the fact that they don't have a whole lot of firepower to back them. But now we see Envy able to break through. A big exchange in street gives them access to A site.
And a weapon upgrade there for Dapper. There's also a couple of weapons in that area, so we'll see what Sentinels can pick up here. Food on low HP. Mummy finally going to hit one of those op shots. And Dapper, the last standing. Automatic pistol in hand in a 1v3. It's a pretty tall order. Finds the dink onto Caboose, but it's not going to be enough. And I thought we had ourselves a nice little back and forth, but Envy starting to pull away here, Dust.
Yeah, I mean, that was a weathered round, though, for being honest. Like, some of these rounds have come down to 2v2s, even when Sentinels didn't have full economy. So they haven't really been able to stretch their wings just yet, I guess is my point. Now they have the operator on Shazam. Now they have the full rifles across the board. So this is where we can see them go toe-to-toe a little bit better with Envy when it comes to what resources they have to implement. And they also have 4 ults in play. So, I mean, they definitely have their options open to them. Sick could definitely do a run it back, get aggressive, you know, make a play, and they could play off of that. Or, you know, they could save it for later for a retake. So they have a lot of options open to them right now.
And if I had to put my eggs in an operator basket, it's definitely in Shazam's over Mummy here, as he's 1 for 3 in a landed op shots. We'll see what the Omen can get done in this one as Zombs spots the head over the top of the box. He's going to toss out that smoke, try and delay it. There's a hot hands used as well, so that Molotov not going to be available across the map, and Envy go right back to their defaulted ways.
Indeed, they do. They actually are a little bit halted more often than not. They still have Caboose trying to threaten that B lobby area. They do have Finesse, what they can set up at A main.
Ooh.
And they are just kind of, you know, working it on.
Started talking about cameras, I got excited, but it was actually the camera taken down from Dapper, and there it is. Caboose just didn't seem like he wanted to react there. Mummy's able to trade it back, but a 1 for 1. Still favorable, I believe, on the Sentinel side. You have that ultimate coming on through from Sick. Not going to find too much. They're out towards mid, so they're storming onto the site, and only 25 seconds left on the clock as that neural theft gets used. They spot Sick on the flank, and now it's red all across the kill feed. Sinatra, the last man standing, has full HP, and he just has to delay. He has to find the spike carrier and stay alive. Instead, he will find Crashies. The spike now looking to get planted. It will go down. It's a 1v2, and once more, unscathed is Sinatra here as he looks to take the site. The op shot going to go wide. A shock dart in hand. A recon bolt just behind it. Now available as Food looks to get aggressive. Sinatra's going to eventually have to push, and Mummy is going to stop it. The operator 3K. That was a very big round for the op here for Envy.
Yeah, it's just a big round in general for Envy, right? I mean, you finally are going to see Sentinels fully equipped, and so that's kind of a statement round, right? To kind of just continue to hold Sentinels off and continue to kind of build your own winning streak here. And even with Shazam finding that early opening pick, Mummy was so quick to respond. They're able to catch these rotations and cut them off and just kind of just snowballed around at that point. And again, big round because this forces Sentinels back onto low economy. And now we've seen Envy win 6 of the last 7, even when some of the rounds are close. Close doesn't count anymore. Envy are building up a massive lead right now. Shazam has spotted the B lobby attack, and somehow while Leard hits the headshot on the food.
The ball doesn't lie. Shazam went up top and didn't get a kill through B main, but still ended up finding one through the Lear, as you pointed out. But Caboose on the flank will take the knives out of the equation, but we still find ourselves in an equal situation only for a moment. But Mummy is on the A site. Operator in hand, does not have a weapon upgrade here. Will now have a weapon to swap from. In the 1v1 we go, and Envy are not giving up control here. And it's up to Dapper. Atlas Cypher gets legged on the way in, but finds Mummy on his way out. It's 5 HP to the good, and Sentinel's back in the win column.
Man, even as what I consider to be a neutral person in this exchange, you know, I'm just here for good Valorant. I actually feel for Mummy there because I feel like he was actually doing some big things, and his crosshair just a little too low, hits him in the thigh. He almost got himself the clutch again. And that would have been so money considering how well Sentinel started the round. For Caboose and Mummy to reel it back in, for Mummy to be posting up like this for something big, and just hits him in the knees. Just puts it right through those patellas. And unfortunately, there's going to be some health to spare, and so it will go the way of Sentinels. They've found a few rounds here and there. They've all been on an island. They have yet to be able to really get something going. Will that change is now going to be the question. As the operator down now with rifles across the board for Envy. A nice pickup there. Sentinels don't have to invest the 5,000 credits. They're able to just pick that one up and toss it on over to Shazam. But just as I said earlier, I'm putting all my eggs in the Shazam basket with the operator because Mummy was underperforming, it seemed, the first time he had it. He makes me eat my words, and he comes back huge. Now it's Shazam's moment. He's due, as you would usually say in the sports world, for a couple of kills with that operator. Not just going one and done. His food backs away. Small exchange over towards Catwalk, and Sick, not the target he was looking for, but he still finds one, and Food just has no way to respond. Can't retaliate there on that kill. Instead, it is going to be that Empress popped in a play over towards B once more. Hunter's Fury looking to close things out. Shazam playing the off angle up into market with the operator, but Crashy still finds a kill, and the Shrouded Step is in the worst possible spot for Mummy. Now Sentinel's looking to find another. Dude, there's no worse feeling as an Omen when you go ahead and take the Shrouded Step and there's no cancel and you're just like, oh, great. Like, I've just put myself in the worst place ever. And you just have to sit there and wait for it to happen. And unfortunately for him, he was indeed caught. Shazam teeing off here. Now it's up to Food really to make a play. He might find the timing. I don't know that Shazam knows he got to that corner, but he's able to flick anyway. No problem for Shazam. And that's going to leave Crash. He's very, very lonely. And even though, you know, he's got a drone and such that he can kind of use to keep company, it's not going to amount to much in this situation. He's going to have to kind of just chill in the corner. And that's finally Sentinels building a couple of rounds in a row. Decent attack from Indy, obviously, using the Hunter's Fury to limit some angles, getting Caboose out there with the Lear and the Empress, but Shazam was able to bob and weave around a lot of this utility and just keep posting up with the Operator and just keep swinging back. And that's an unfortunate teleport from Mummy, dude. I don't know what he was thinking, honestly. That's kind of an easy one for Shazam. I don't know if they thought they had Shazam pushed off market to where he could do that or what, but that wasn't it. He's had a hell of a game, though, so we'll give him that one. It happens.
Yep, and that's it. He was due. Finds a nice little 3K and went hunting there at the end. Unfortunately, wasn't able to take that one rifle away. Now, again, playing out towards mid, market area. Is going to get tagged up here. They know that Operator is there. Drone taken down, and Shazam will look to reposition. Sick. Taking this aggressive posture up towards Catwalk, and it's worked.
He's done it a lot, yeah.
Yes, so many times it's worked out for him, so he does have to back away for a moment. Flash.
Oh my goodness, though, dude. Envy are so deep. Shazam has no idea Food could blindside him, but no, he's just going to play it a little bit longer. He's going to sneak in behind enemy lines. Envy, with that drone chase, have done so well to get deep into the territory of Sentinel. Shazam was able to get a kill, though, keep it even, and now he's got a read of the situation, and he's striking back.
He is not done with that op just yet. They give up the mid control. He finds Caboose, the second member to lurk. Now it's all up to Mummy in a 1v2 with 21 health against a rifle and an operator. And it looks like Shazam may have even swapped out there just to take this fight. Mummy, you had a super sick play. You almost pulled it off in the last one. This one feels a whole lot less doable. No ultimate available. Does have the spike in hand, but running out of time. To be able to get that plant down at the very least. But at that point, I think you just get pinched from all angles. You see Shazam pushing on through. Ooh, he actually hears the footsteps. They stop the plant, and Sinatra from up top will get him in the back. Sentinels, I mean, already adjusting from the last time they played Envy on Ascent here.
I have to credit them so much because that got so scary when the drone pushed Shazam off the angle and it allowed them to get up into market control so fast, and they're even getting into back halls, and I thought that they were going to be able to just bust Sentinel's defense wide open, but then Shazam was able to catch on to it, gets a couple of big operator shots, and that really is what sealed the deal for Sentinels to get their third round in a row, and it wouldn't be a game of Ascent without some Sinatra Odin action, would it, Tanner?
No, and they know exactly how Envy want to play it. The playthrough B had been working, and it was a fast one to get it done. This time, not going to be the same result. Dapper finds that kill. Taking a second one, finally traded out, and the operator now goes down as Finesse with the Stinger. That gun just too strong. On the last round of the half, we find ourselves in a 2v3, making a 2v3 as the Odin still popping off, but Sinatra forced to reload. I would imagine he looks to swap weapons, but with ultimates available, we see Mummy again trying to make his leave. No, he just went back towards the spawn. I don't know what the play was, but either way, Dust, we are 6-6 at the half, and Envy are going to be mounting their defense after this short break. We're coming right back 6-6 at the half, but if you missed it, Dust, the ending of that last round, it was a little questionable.
Mummy, listen, buddy. That alt wasn't it. That wasn't it, bud. But he's got 16 kills, so like what well, you know, he's having a hell of a game. You know, so he you know what? I'm gonna give him a couple of passes. Because when he did have some big moments, bro. And he almost had a massive clutch if he would have aimed his crosshair like an inch higher. So I mean, like I said, we'll let it rest. But you know.
Yeah,
that one made me scratch. That was a head scratcher. It's okay though. We're all even.
I thought huge brain play again. The Omen over towards the A site. We just saw Mummy do it a few rounds ago, and I was sadly mistaken when I saw him get shot down by the two that were playing out towards the defender spawn. Now we have Envy on the defending side, and it's a very slow push up towards B main here for Sentinels, and I don't think they spot a whole lot out, and it's actually going to force them right back to the defaulted ways.
Yeah, they just wanted to fight for that orb control early inside B lobby. Sentinels love to fight for orbs on both sides of the map simultaneously at times even, but this time they just went ahead for the full focus on B. They're going to go ahead and get into the site. We're going to see Envy having to play for a bit more of a retake at this point. Sick trying to play inside the smoke here on the stairs. We're seeing the defense rotate. They're going to be coming from all angles. They have a player from Market, a player from B lobby, and the rest coming through back halls, and everyone from Sentinels is inside the site. Like, this is going to be so chaotic, man.
And not the most advantageous post-plant position here for Sentinels, as they are all corralled, but they're going to have their corners. You see real close here. Caboose will be one. It's actually going to be Sick taken down, and Envy just start to find the kills. It's all up to Shazam. Full HP and just has to buy a bit of time, but can't do that at the least. It was damaging, Dust. Down to the last two, but Envy pick up a pistol.
Yeah, that was interesting. When you're just all on the site like that, it's in a different corner each. You're just all, they were trying to, have the hot hands from Sick kind of block off that stairs angle and maybe, at least force damage. But when you have like Envy attacking from all fronts at the same time, you got Leers popping off inside the site. It's so hard to defend against that onslaught at that point. It just comes down to like who wins their aim fights. There's not a whole lot of calculation or tactics going on those moments. It's just about brawling, and obviously we saw that Envy were able to be a bit better there and get that defuse on the retake, and so they are going to take the slight lead as we head to another one of those full-on SMG rounds. We do see some pressure being applied here at A lobby from Sentinels. Again, they are going to be pretty similar to Envy on wanting to attack fast, but sometimes they can slow down the tempo a bit and kind of just allow players like Sick and Sinatra to have some freedom to try to make plays or do something individual, but they're still very scrappy. The pacing is going to stay up, put it that way. The tempo not coming down.
Quick onto the A site here. Spike closely behind. Should be planted down here in the next few moments. Finesse up top in heaven. Here's this one. Has the upgraded SMG in the Spectre. Just about everybody else sitting on these Stingers, which kind of makes this round a coin flip. Going back and forth. Full armors and Stingers for both teams. Some information given out. Shazam going to be spotted out over towards Switch. Doesn't have the angle just yet. Now Mummy's able to find it, but they double swing and they trade the kill, but they're traded right back. But on the flank, Dapper still alive, still very healthy. Now cuts it down to a 2v2 situation, and it's all up to Sinatra. The hot hands going to push him away. Food looking to stick to the fuse, and Sinatra just goes right through. The shock darts not in time. And who better than Finesse to find a 3K in another NB round?
Yeah, really well done. They've won the force buy, so now Sentinels have to take a bit of a step back, and this is where Envy can mash the gas pedal. They should be able to jump up to a 9th round here. There shouldn't be a whole lot Sentinels can do about it, as they will be indeed on just upgraded pistols at best. SMGs will continue to float here for Envy, of course. And so, shouldn't see too much here. Sinatra did get a stinger, and now Psalms picks up a stinger. Okay, now they're deciding to go ahead and go in. All right, then. And fair enough. They're going to hit max loss bonus next round. They would still be able to get a pretty good buy. So, I don't blame them for this one at all.
And those Stingers, they add that X factor to your arsenal. Unfortunately, not going to find too much here. Only one kill. It was Shazam with the Sheriff in hand. The force buy, although you're getting that max loss bonus, it delays the operator should Shazam want it later in this attacking half. So that is definitely feels bad, man. Just as that is a little bit of help from his trusty shock darts as Sinatra finds a kill onto Caboose.
Yeah, Caboose was trying to get that Phantom out of there. He really did not want that going over to enemy hands, but unfortunately it cost him his life. And that actually evened up the odds because there was a big advantage there for Envy. They did a great job aggressing A lobby and winning the exchange and denying that access to Sentinels on that side of the map. But now you've opened the door back with a play like that, giving Sinatra a kill and a Phantom. Finesse, though, he was maybe the one that could put a stop to it, but he's been found out, and now Sentinels are going to collapse onto this B site. There's only one defender here that's going to be Crashies, and while he's a damn good player, this is an overwhelming wave of players coming his direction. He's going to have to pop off here, but he limits a nice 1v1.
Last player standing.
There's just Nama, and help is so far away. Mummy rotating all the way from A through mid. We'll have a stinger. Obviously, Sinatra getting that weapon upgrade, and A recon bolt. Not going to grab that information. So maybe thinking nobody is coming from this B main area. Sinatra still postured up, though, to watch that sidewalk. We've got Zoms hanging out. Make sure nobody comes downstairs for free. This is a very tough place to be, but full utility here. He goes through, able to find one, tries to swap to the sidearm, but Zoms comes out on top, takes the imposter down and inches closer to a tie game.
Yeah, that's a big one to win if you're Sentinels. And if you're Envy, you're probably kicking yourself a little bit because, again, they had such a good opening exchange on this aggression, and then Caboose just did not get away. Finesse gets caught behind enemy lines, and then all of a sudden Sentinels on the force buy, or maybe not a full force, but, you know, they put something into that, and they actually come up with it and keep the score close. And, man, I really felt like that was looking like it was going to go the other direction for the bulk of the round.
And now Sentinels understand where Envy are at when it comes to their arsenal, so they're looking to take the fight right to them, which could pay off in dividends. Unfortunately, Bucky not going to get too much at close range at Sinatra with that upgrade advantage from the last round, and the Stinger's not going to find the kill just yet. Finally, it's a right click from Caboose to sit Sinatra down, but only after he's found 2 kills, and the rest of Envy look to fall down around him. The spike not even picked up yet here. Sentinels just looking for the kills to close it out.
Yeah, not too much to say about that one, if we're being 100% honest with you. I mean, I don't think I really need to add too many tidbits to that. Sentinels just clearly sinking their teeth into it. They are going to tie this game up at 8 apiece, and they're probably looking to take the nod. I mean, Envy, I feel like economically are in some trouble. That's a clean round from Sentinels. They don't really lose too much at all. Just one player goes down, so they're able to roll weapons forward, no problem. And while Envy can buy here, yes, look at the repercussions. They have no funds left, and if they take the loss, Sentinels will basically jump up to 10 for free. They have the alt economy in their favor as well, with 4 players already on alt and Zoms 1 away. Now, granted, Envy aren't too far behind. They have 3 alts, a couple players very close as well. But you are starting to see that shift in momentum, it feels. Like Envy looked so hot at different points in time in that first half, and now Sentinels seem to be really responding.
And now we got the Hunter's Fury coming out, trying to find something to run it back and get some info onto Finesse, who backs away and sends the Phoenix back from whence he came. Food gonna trade it back with his own to run it back. A flash out. He spots one in the corner and just can't find the kills. And now in a pretty bad spot as he once more and back towards the ultimate, losing that armor. Sentinels down a player. Not the end of the world. Is Crashy actually going to make it 2 players? Shazam's only able to get 1 back. The A site has been taken, but as the rest of the team starts to get on, Caboose, the bouncer at the door. Shazam isn't done just yet, as he's down to the last. It's 35 health on the Jet. He's able to find 1, not the ace. It's Mummy to close it out, and that round's making me sweat there.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those rounds where you just don't know where you're headed. You're just kind of along for the ride, and you're just trying to keep up as best you can. But again, that's what happens when you have 2 teams like this who are very explosive in how they like to play the game. They like to thrive in the chaos. They like to go out there and take those scrappy battles. And really, you're just kind of waiting to see, all right, who's going to win their duels? And in that particular situation, Envy came up big, and they needed to, because, again, their economy was so low, and now both economies are fragile. Both teams could be looking for a save if they lose this round. So this is such an important round for Sentinels to take lead back, or for Envy to start steaming back ahead towards the finish line, as they've done really throughout the majority of this game, as we see Crashies popping the Hunter's Fury early here defensively, trying to get a tag off or something through that A main route, as they were pushed off the doorway by this angle from Sinatra. As the spike is certainly pivoting that direction, they are going to go ahead and grab Orb on the stick. They're trying to build up his run it back as soon as possible to have it again for future rounds. And they're being halted here. That cage is going to once again slow down progress. But both defenders are playing off-site, so there is still a way for Sentinels to break in and force Envy to play the retake, but Shazam going to miss that entry. Gets away with his life, but it's getting tough.
And I'm not sure if they spotted out Finesse here, so even if they pick up that kill tree, trying to cross onto the site, things could be a bit dicey. Now Crashes has since moved on over, and the switch is going to be hit, and they're able to trade a kill back and forth. Finesse able to sneak out and find that one onto Dapper, just narrowly Now Crashes is forced to back away. And as you mentioned, the economy not in a great spot. So at the very least, you don't want everybody dying here, even if you are that winning squad. And Envy looking to make sure it's not them. Sentinels down to their last. Zombs Nation with the door broken down, needs to stop the defuse, but the spike is in such an awkward spot. There might just be no real way in. He's able to find 2, almost 3 on the way out, but Envy will net themselves around. And the inverse of what we thought we might see, it's Envy reaching double digits first.
Indeed, they are. And there is still money available here for Sentinels, but you're basically putting yourself on a tough track if you invest all the way into this one and it doesn't work out. So you can see that, yeah, I mean, they're going to go ahead and keep piling on here. I mean, they are approaching max loss bonus in the next round anyway. So it would be a tough buy next round, though, if this doesn't work. And they're having to go at Stingers in this round on top of it, so they can't even really put their best foot forward. Now, don't get me wrong. The way that they play, the way they like to close distance, they could get those Stingers in the faces of their opponent and still be, you know, very effective. But, again, if this does not work, they're force buying the rest of the game, really. And that would put them on such a bad route, I feel like.
And the one notable thing in the composition shift that we have, right, it's a Reyna and a Jet. And I was kind of thinking, you have to win gunfights if you're Envy, which feels, you know, again, not necessarily coin flippy, but it's hard to do. You need to have a rifle or I guess a Stinger in order to use a Reyna ult or a Phoenix ult, whereas Shazam does have these knives in these rounds that could kind of turn the tide. So when the economy is bad, Sentinels do have that going for them. It is interesting that they choose to pop it here, though. I think it was 3 Stingers and 2 Phantoms. So some of the team was actually able to purchase up and dash in the last 3 knives remaining. We'll find the reset there onto Finesse, but it's going to be traded back almost immediately with the 3 ultimates still remaining. A run it back available for 6. They've been feeding this guy alt orbs, and now he's finally going to start to use it. They look to storm onto the site, but it's the paranoia.
30 seconds.
Natra going to bide his time, not go for the first. Finally, that ult is going to be sent right back, but Envy pick up a couple of kills. And the Neural Depth going to give out some information. Not the spray down, though. He queued up a curveball instead, so Six couldn't find anything there. And Food will actually find him waiting inside the smoke. Now with the spike planted, again, the economy, things looking incredibly dire. Dapper needs to come up huge here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough as well. He's stuck in the back of the site. He did kind of bob and weave around the drone, however, so he's able to kind of blindside Food, who was not ready for that. And now he's still taking some chip shots here and there. He's still hanging on, but now the defense is going to split 2 routes at once. Dapper trying to dance around and find 1v1s as best he can, but they do get inside the site behind the boxes, not allowing him a chance to break the aim loose. Envy will collect, and they will put up an 11th round. And now Sentinels, yes, they did get the spike plant. Yes, they are on max loss bonus, but they're going to have to make some wise choices on how they spend here. Yeah. You know, I mean, obviously abilities carry over, so whatever they didn't use in that round is still going to be there, and they could still probably put out a rifle and an armor, but again, like, you have to be a little bit picky and choosy now. Like, you don't have just free reign anymore, and on top of that, you have a hot Envy team who are really putting the rounds together. And so it looks like they will be able to get the full buy, but it's going to mean that Shazam has to go without an operator. That's a big tool off the board.
Take flight. In the light armors to come through. It's down. Yeah. It's bare minimum for credits as well. So that next round, surely, if Sentinels lose this one on match point, they're probably going to find themselves on Stingers. Yeah, it's going to be in a tough spot. Now we see a bit of mid posture, though. This is one of the first times we're seeing Sentinels put a little bit of pressure towards mid here, that market area. And there's nothing to really stop them. Both trap wires over towards B, the cam also that way. So yeah, unless they spot them out here, this could just be a free push and a nice flank. Yeah, Sentinels are doing great here to get this deep mid control. They've already blown the door open on market as well. Now, Envy, that was kind of calculated, right? That's why they shut the door. They knew that mid was being taken. They knew that market was going to be under siege. So they will now spin the drone. Crashies will only spot 1. Meanwhile, the spike is still sitting outside A lobby here on 6. So it looks like they want to maybe kind of fake some mid control, threaten the B split, maybe pull a rotation, and then they really want to actually get up onto Catwalk into Tree and split this A site. Now, with all that said, even with all the mid pressure they've put on, Envy's not biting. They still have 3 players on the A site, 2 towards A heaven, 1 on the floor itself. And Sentinels are going to be looking to split their way in here. They're taking Tree. Caboose has the angle and spots them. No kill, but has the information that they're looking to storm on. That's Food using that run it back and able to find a kill. So goes good for one, and Caboose still in an awkward angle inside the smoke. They're trying to spray him down. Dapper able to find a kill, but Caboose gonna trade it right back, and back and forth we go on this A site. It's the massacre on A site. And now it's down to not Dapper this time, but the opposing Cypher in a 1v2. Has to find a way in and defuse this spike. Has the neural theft available, but Envy also have some rounds to play with, so it's not the end of the world if this doesn't go their way. Nice hot hand's gonna force him on out, and he doesn't have the time to keep on scooting through, and Zombs will be able to walk away this one, last one alive for Sentinels.
That's a big round from Sentinels. And again, I kind of fear for them because even though they were getting that mid control, I feel like their goal with that was to try to force Envy to respect defending spawn, to respect the B split, and kind of lighten the load on what A defense was going to be available to put a stop to their split that they went for there. And in fact, Envy kind of held their ground. You know, Caboose was able to spot the cross through door pretty early. They had people in place, but Sentinels were actually able to win some really big battles towards that A heaven space. And if you're not able to maintain that it's so hard to set up a retake at that point, and the numbers just get dwindled. And now Sentinels all of a sudden are putting that pressure right back on Envy. We're seeing Sinatra dancing around a smoke here. He's able to get one and clear out the winery, and so Sentinels actually have an advantage, and they're starting to get on Envy's heels. Oh no, he didn't check.
And it looked like Zombs was queuing up a smoke at the time, so that would have been a free kill. Good, he had peeked over to his left. Unfortunately, Food doesn't do that, and Envy find themselves on the back foot once more. Crashies very low. Hunter Shuri in his back pocket. I would imagine he opts into hanging onto that and now just getting corralled from the front, from the back, on the site. Nowhere to go. Sinatra with the backstab. Sentinels, they start to close the gap here, Dust. Things are getting spicy.
They are. There was a big reset to Envy's economy there, and so they couldn't really put anything into that one. Trying to play up close and make something happen, but everything got caught. Every little gimmick that Envy were trying to throw out there was going to be checked by Sentinels, and so that is going to be the scoreboard drawing ever closer. No operators on the field in this round. Envy's economy also, you know, getting vulnerable, but they do have max loss bonus, so they take an L here. We just got to focus on each and every round at this point. So tight right now on the scoreboard, so much at stake, with a master spot available at the end of the finish line for the series. And inside of the smoke at middle, where things can always get risky, is going to be the kill going the way of Envy.
The response going to be a run it back up to Catwalk. Does get tagged out, and Six is trying to find whatever he can. He's actually able to find a kill with the blink in his face there, and a Hunter's Fury gets so much from Crashies. The health bar for Sentinels, everybody hurting on this squad, and that is the result of the Hunter Fury tag.
Yeah, he tagged 3 different players with that between all the shots, so that was a lot of value. Even if he didn't get a kill, he definitely chipped away at Sentinel's bank here, and now we're seeing some, again, just these weird exchanges around smokes where both teams are willing to take some risk. And so far, it looks like Envy are coming out on top as we're going to see Finesse swinging up through Cat. He finds Stick, and he does not overextend. He gets out. He's happy with what he has gained as he has put Sinatra in such a tough spot here. All by his lonesome. He does have Spike. That's about the only thing going for him, though.
He's about to run right into Mummy here, who has been pretty much the top frag for the entire game here. Able to find another, add another to that kill count, and that right there, Dust, that is why it's not all about kills, guys. Even in your solo queue games, you take a peek at those assists. Crashies on 14 of them, and 3 or 4 came from that round, which is one of the biggest to push Envy to map point.
Yeah, I mean, getting that many tags just gives you so much information, and it also, again, chunks away and softens up targets for later on down the line with no ability to really heal on any of the Sentinels members, except for Sick being able to heal himself with Hot Hand. So that is such a big round for Envy, and now they are 1 away from taking a sit and going a map up in the series. We are going to see Sentinels trying to get some quick mid-control. Drone is going to spot this, of course. So Envy has some ideas. They're also looking to contest as well. They're getting aggressive on the catwalk, and they're actually going to find the pick on Shazam, who got stuck in awkward space, tried to dash out, but could not escape.
Crashy is able to convert on not just the tag this time around, but a kill coming his way. The spike yet to be picked up, but it is going to be Sinatra rotating all the way back. And I mean, you see it's basically a 4-point stance across the board for Sentinels trying to find a way in. This is the do or die round here on Ascent. And the information already spotted out towards that B main area. Sinatra trying to grab some info over towards Tree. I don't feel like there's really any way in.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough on them. They're a man down. There's plenty of defense in place covering all fronts. The rotation's even starting to drift a little bit here from Crash as he's more tucked towards back hall, so even he wouldn't take long to get here. They've been spotted by the Omen on site. That's going to be Mummy. Hunter's Fury is going to use that info to try to get a pick, and it indeed will, but Food also found his man, and Caboose still has this close angle with Empress on tree position, and he finds his man as well. This is looking dire for Sentinels.
We're able to close out the tag that Sinatra found on Food, but as you said, the Empress is on a 3v2. Sentinels in a dire situation. That shock dart just going to miss on out because of where that spike was being planted. Crash is trying to do everything they can, and the cherry on top for Envy here. The neural theft spotting them both corralled. The recon bolt going to give some info, but the neural theft comes out on top. They close it out, and Envy once more in this series against Sentinels will find a win on Ascent.
Indeed, they do. Again, we've been seeing it throughout their run in these qualifiers and in the main event here at Challengers 2. They have been dismantling everyone in front of them lately. They are not allowing their opponents many rounds even coming into the series, and so many of their players are just looking so hot when it comes to their individual form, and we saw that shine through yet again here on Ascent. I mean, it didn't take them long to get momentum in that first half. They were absolutely just blitzing with that super fast attack speed and just getting so much success. I mean, the first 3 rounds that Sentinels got defensively in that first half were all by their lonesome. They were never streaking rounds together. Envy were just dictating the pace time and time again. Sentinels, to their credit, recovered towards the end of the half and actually went out squaring it up 6-6. So, I mean, again, tip your hat to Sentinels for having the recovery and keeping that game close when it looked like Envy were kind of running away with the half. But once we switched sides, while it seemed like Sentinels were always in the picture, it seems like Envy were like always at least one step ahead. They never really let Sentinels threaten the lead for too long. Like, they were always able to kind of just keep them out of reach of it. Certainly, there were a lot of stressful rounds, a lot of close number situations. And honestly, in a game like that where both teams play so chaotic and there's just so many like fast-paced things happening, it's hard to keep track of it all, right? And I certainly can't break it down in the 30 seconds we have before we go to a break before the next map. But honestly, I felt like Envy, this sounds weird to say because of how Sentinels played to keep it close, but I'd had like this weird feeling in my that it's like Envy were always in front. Like, it just seemed like they were never in total danger. Like, there were a couple of moments for sure their economy was a bit fragile and, you know, Sentinels were knocking on the door, but something about it seemed like they never really lost control of the game. And they were able to come out on top in the end. And what was a close match, though, to be fair, but an exciting one at that also.
Yeah, and adjustments made for Sentinels. The last time on that map, it was 13-5. This time, obviously, a whole lot closer. So you can see the adjustments that Sentinels are making on Ascent as a whole. And kind of just touch on your point real quick. In Envy not really being in danger, right? It was that one play that Sentinels made towards mid, and nobody on Envy even cared. They kind of just knew that that wasn't the play, so they just kind of had a read on Sentinels the entire time. Now, for Envy fans, you can feel pretty hype about it. That's a pretty big win over the Sentinel squad, and again, you're one map away from qualifying for Masters, or the first Masters of the year, but you still have 2 more maps to go possibly, and Icebox is going to be the next. So you can't put all your eggs in this basket just yet, guys. We are going to jump away for a quick break, but when we come back, hopefully you have your coats because things are about to get cold.
Oh, baby. Contrast stitching. Curves that'll hug your body. Adjustable arms. Custom embroidery. Memory foam pillows. Changeable color inserts. Lay flat, recline. Removable logos. Soft, durable material. Yeah. Like what you see, baby? Zip chair.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing!
I feel like I need to defend my scene's honor here, because this is just turning into a bit of a dog battle.
Like in groups always look.
I'm cutting you off here. I'm cutting you off. Cutting you off. He said G2's winning it. He said G2's winning it.
Need to wait till the next EU tournament, which could be in about 10 years now.
Take it with like a grain of salt.
No,
but
that's
that
no
being
fun.
said,
Take it super literally.
Spike defused.
We are jumping back into it. Icebox, the next map on the list. But before we get there, maybe a bit of discussion, Dust, on what we saw on Ascent. As you said before we jumped away to the break, Envy just seemed to have them figured out on that map.
Yeah, it was one of those things where they just seemed to really be able to gain some fast control of the situation on their attacking side, and they just never really let up, right? They were able to jump into a really big lead. But I will say, again, to Sentinel's credit, they were able to recover and wind up making the half, really close, wound up even tying up the game there for a moment. There were a couple little mishaps from Mummy. You saw one of them there where he just kind of teleported for free in the Shazam. Then obviously the final round that had was that weird ult where he got busted in a 1v2. So a couple little mishaps here and there, but again, they never really let Sentinels take control of the game. Right when Sentinels were about to take a lead, Envy would hold them off and reclaim it for themselves instead. And eventually ultimately went out the game here in this last defense with just amazing neural theft and this great coordination. As Envy, again, they can play that face-to-face style, but they can do so together as a unit really effectively to where no one really seems to get lost in the sauce. They seem to always be on the same page. Now, though, we're going to cross over into Icebox, and this one's kind of interesting for me because for me, Envy seemed pretty good on this map. They did lose to Sentinels in a pretty one-sided fashion in the Winter Championship from Nerd Street, but they've been smashing everyone else. Granted, some of the teams they've played aren't necessarily, you know, elite level teams, but they have beaten Andbox and Immortals. So, I mean, they're definitely a team that's up there. And then for Sentinels, honestly, man, outside of the fact that they had the head-to-head over Envy, that was some time ago, though, and they've actually looked really dodgy on the map at times. And they tried like 3 different compositions where at first they had, like Sick was playing Sky for a bit, then they put him on the Sova. They've all of a sudden had you know, a Sage coming out from Dapper.
Yeah.
It's been interesting, man. And they have had some pretty big wins on Immortals and Luminosity leading up to this point. But they also did have like quite the losing streak going there for a little while. So I'll be interested to see how this one plays out, because I feel like Envy are quite unproven as far as the quality of teams they've had to face on this map.
Yeah.
And again, it's early days for Icebox as a map, just generally speaking, compared to the rest of the pool. And then, yeah, Sentinel's results have kind of been all over the place with their compositions kind of tied to that. And I mean, even Envy has tried a few different compositions. I'm not really sure where they're going to settle. So this is hard for me to read, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't really quite know who comes in as the favorite on this particular map based on what we've seen so far.
You know what I will tell you about this map is that squirrel that you just saw there next to the worm is going to be in for a real treat when he eats that hand grenade thinking it was an acorn. But now we get to see the compositions break down, and this is the comp for Sentinels that had worked in the last 2. This comp right here, it righted the wrongs of the 2 losses they had against Luminosity and Immortals. They put Sinatra on that Reyna, and he's the peacock. You gotta let him fly, and that's exactly what he gets to do on that Reyna.
Exactly, and then Dapper coming on the stage is interesting. That's obviously an you know, an agent that Sick was super strong on and played a ton. But Sick's been playing the Sova to free up Sinatra to get on some of the duelists and give them a little bit of that entry power that maybe he doesn't feel as comfortable implementing himself, as Sick is kind of that utility knife for this team, just kind of doing whatever they need as far as roles go. And then when you look over at the defending side, other than Finesse swapping over to Killjoy, everything else feels pretty at home, as again Caboose has certainly played his fair share of Raze, and again he is certainly, you know, been leaning into that duelist role again. So there's not a whole lot of curveballs when it comes to the Envy side of things for composition.
Right here.
And I'm trying to remember, on Icebox, was it Envy that just went X amount of times? I think that was like the first time.
You just described North American Valorant.
Okay,
so
true. That is very true. But it does seem like it's evolved quite a bit for Envy since then. This time, though, starting off on the defense, it's 5 members all stacked up here right inside the smoke, but a nice Sage wall to keep them safe even in these close quarters. It'll allow the plant, but on the flank, here comes Envy. Moved from the back, is able to find 2. Mummy grabs another, and it's all down to the last here. Sick has been so good in the past, but it's hard to do with only 13 rounds in the mag. And Caboose with a bit of friendly fire to close it out, but either way, Envy grabbed the pistol.
I mean, they could afford it in that situation. They were up 4-1. So, I mean, you know, if you're going to give a love tap to a teammate to catch their attention, I guess that was the moment to do so. Great retake there from Envy. But yeah, I feel like Icebox is still very much like a set piece simulator. Like, it's very much about like picking a site and just executing it. Just because of the construction. We have seen a couple of teams experiment more with like mid control and threatening tube. I think Gen G is probably the one that really comes to mind, that was kind of showing me during the open qualifier that there was some tricks still that attacking teams could be trying to explore on this map in the North American region. But more often than not, people are just hammering away at sites. And this round, not going to be much different, is it?
Seems to be the same here again. Sentinels 5 stacked up. They do have one hanging out on the flank this time. It looks like Sick gonna make sure Food doesn't have the same round that he had previously, and it is gonna be Stingers against Stingers across the board. So the Stinger showdown, Sick, peeks out to 3 and just needs to get out of dodge. Now Crashies up top has the high ground, is able to back away and get a bit of information, but nobody pushed onto the site just yet. They actually might take the fight right to the flankers, and they're going to do just that. But Finesse with the turret in tow, able to grab that kill onto Dapper. Try to stop the rotations, but here we go. Sentinels, they're trying to creep on over to B, and now it's a 2v2, but both teams beating feet towards that site.
Yeah, that was an interesting process because Envy's flank got spotted and so many members were committed to it. To get it found out that early, it made them kind of reconsider. Sentinels were trying to battle them, and we saw a lot of exchanges kind of take place in that middle area, leaving us into this 2-on-2 where the Spike is indeed trying to transition over towards the B side, but Envy, they're challenging right away. It's getting dodgy here, but Mummy wins a big fight against Zoms, and Sick is so low on health now that he's in a lot of trouble. Too many angles to cover at once, and Envy will collect the benefit. They will now be up 2-0. They are getting real good control here. Not a lot of credits to spend for Sentinels. So likely a third round in a row here coming from the Envy side. And they're already a map to the good as well. And again, just to add a little bit of context to this, Envy have never beaten Sentinels in a best of 3 or best of 5. They have only taken maybe 2 or 3 maps off of Sentinels out of the 17 or 18 that they played against each other. The head-to-head could not be more in favor of Sentinels when it comes to statistics. But if Envy were able to pull it off here and now with so much at stake, what a story that would be. At least start taking those first steps in that direction.
And I think it would kind of piggyback off of all of the action we've seen thus far in the Valorant scene in North America, that the gap is closing between all of these teams and adjustments are being made. My first initial thoughts when I saw this matchup is Sentinels win 8 out of their last 10, and their 2 losses, they righted those wrongs in beating LGs and Immortals to eventually win Challengers 1. Envy on a 6-game winning streak. They haven't been playing the most top-tier teams. You know, they did just beat XSET, and they were upset by XSET, so you can see that the cogs are turning and they're making changes. But I think the gap is really starting to close here as there's no longer a gap towards B. It's everybody headed over towards A, so Sentinel's playing the mind games.
Yeah, just to tag on to that, like with XSET and Luminosity kind of busting through, the parity era has begun in North America. Until things start to settle back down, we have so many teams that seem to be very competitive at this point in time. But maybe with some patches and some other adjustments, you know, we'll see things change. But the wall gets put down as Sentinels are just trying to force a plant onto the site, which they will succeed at doing. So they'll get that economy in play. But now here comes the superior firepower of Envy on the retake.
The run it back going to be used as well, so Envy not looking to give up anything here in this one, as Caboose is first to find kill on the site. Zom's going to trade one back, so trying to hurt the economy the best they can. Dapper on the board as well, and once more we're in a 2v2 Sentinels against all odds, trying to get it done, and with those kills, Sick has the Hunter's Fury. A nice flash out. Dapper going to be playing close quarters. There's the Hunter's Fury. The first shot going to go on through. Not going to find too much there, and I believe it should just be the stick. No, actually going to die, and they're so far away. I don't know if Finesse has the time.
No, he doesn't. He was trying to come in and catch Sick while he was still popping the Hunter's Fury shot so he could get the kill and backtrack. But he was able to get the kill before Finesse could complete the distance closing. And so Sentinel sneak one by with very little behind it. That is a surprising victory. I thought, yeah, sure, Sentinels, they use the wall, they get the spike plant, fine. But Envy already had a pretty quick pick through screens. They were up 5-4. They had the superior weaponry, and I thought, okay, this should be all she wrote. But Sentinels somehow, off the back of that ult there from Sick, get that victory, and they get one way earlier than Envy were probably expecting.
And that damages this Envy economy. You saw, I think, one rifle, the rest stingers here. Nice pickup in that. Caboose gonna swing on out. That's the rifle. Down on the rifles for Sentinel, starting to come out on top. They want to tie things up here on this attacking side. Food will get corralled back towards this yellow box. Tosses out a flash. Is going to get the blind, but now maybe needs to try and get himself to safety. It looks like he just wants to take the fight right to him. If he's going to go out, it's on the sword, on his shield. Crash is able to get one back, but Sentinels just so oppressive there up towards B-Long.
Yeah, that's the great thing about adding Sage to their composition on this map. Is not only do you get the smokes of Omen to block angles, but then you also get Sage's wall to lock down zones as well, and it makes it a lot harder for defenders to retake. You're having to break that, you know, it's just kind of creating new routes. Kind of similar to what you'll see as Sage do on Split when she puts that wall down on the B side. You can do very similar things here to Icebox, because they have similar things when it comes to like construction, with just like so many structures and tight angles. Like you can really use those abilities to your benefit to do some great things. And now we are going to see once again Sentinels looking to attack into Long B, and Finesse is in for some trouble, and he doesn't even get away.
Doesn't get away. Sinatra just running and Gunnin takes him down over towards the B side, and that opens things up once more. So this quicker play style out towards B starting to pay off in favor of Sentinels, as once more that Sage Wall going to be used. Caboose able to find a kill this time, not on a teammate with the paint shells. It is going to be sick to fall, and crashes on the flank, but it's been sniffed out. Zoms able to trade that kill right back, and it is an eco buy, but we've seen how the ecos sometimes go in this series. Caboose jumps on through, nice paranoia, able to net one kill, and Mummy just trying to stick to defuse, but it's the firing squad to shut him down. Sentinels now grab themselves a lead, and just every ultimate available.
Yeah, I mean, again, neither of these teams are going to waste too much time instilling their will on each other. Again, we've talked about this already, how aggressive these two teams can be, how scrappy they can be. And so when Sentinels get that opening pick, there was never a question about what the next step on the checklist was. It was time to pounce. And Shazam's been very public about this because, you know, Reyna has just been wreaking havoc. They were like, all right, we're going to start doing that too. We got some pretty skilled players that can make things happen. And they want to just build off that pace that you know, that Reyna can create. You know, she's not always getting kills, definitely can still create so much space, and now they're going to be pivoting their focus to the other side.
And we could very well see a back and forth. Unfortunately for Envy, Sight might just be taking a nice kill early. That's the Reyna finding kills, and I mean, it doesn't get any more unfortunate than that, as the showstopper goes completely useless. Not going to find too much. It's the ult over towards B, and just like I pointed out, we might see that
big miss.
Totter back and forth, but Mummy puts himself in a bad spot. The operator in hand, and he just has not been finding the shots, but a nice Sage Wall towards mid. It doesn't offer a whole lot in Sentinels. Again, trying to take B.
Oh, this is interesting. Envy are thinking that maybe Sentinels have actually backed off because they haven't been feeling any pressure lately over on this B side. So they're actually putting recon inside A site and even pivoting back through defending side. And this is where Sentinels decide to go ahead and gather up and restrike onto B site. Hunter's Fury getting popped by Crashies to try to deny some access here and slow them down a bit so they can get their players back in position, which they have done. The defense is back in place, but they still are a man behind. But that shot has equalized things, and time is getting low, and Envy are pushing in as Sentinels are forced to put the spike down, and they've all been caught out. It's only Sick now left, and now he will join his teammates in the grave. What a weird round, Tanner. I mean, it seemed like Sentinels were on the right track when they were making Envy kind of scramble and respect that maybe they had pivoted back to A side, but Envy were quickly able to shift back, and then they just all popped off at once. That was such a quick exchange.
Yeah, and a really tough one because, again, I think we've probably said it on the desk together a handful of times where Valorant is that game. You get a pick here, you go over there. You get a pick there, you go back over here. And you kind of play that back and forth teeter-totter, and that's what we saw. We saw a kill over towards A, and instead of storming it, they tried to rotate. And not having the conventional Sentinel, only having that Sage, there wasn't a whole lot of information to be found. You know, there's no neural theft from Dapper this time to spot out those defenders, so it didn't leave a whole lot answered there for Sentinels, and end up getting running down, playing too slow. Shazam playing a bit quicker in this one. Finds that first off shot. Sinatra gonna go up top, but he's jumping, can't find his footing, but the res comes through, so they stay alive for a bit longer. Now a 5v3. The ultimates not necessarily being traded out. That lockdown does come through and should be able to push him off. And Ness picks up a kill. Boost able to even the odds, and what once was a 6-man roster here in this round, now down to the last 3. They're playing off the site. Shazam has the blades available, and
look at this.
Oh, look at that angle.
Oh my goodness, they're going to meet each other here very soon, though, and Sentinels will be the one taking the victories, and that is broken the round back open for the team. It looked like Envy were actually shutting down this attack, but then, again, they thought maybe Sentinels were backing off. Then Dapper strikes, and that is the X factor of the round. Dapper has absolutely saved the day for Sentinels here. What a great round. He might even be the one to put the finishing touches. No, never mind. Finesse gets himself into a 1v2. And, well, that was a short-lived clutch situation, wasn't it? It's just him sent them out right away to take the lead back for Sentinels. And, man, like, honestly, the way that was playing out at first, I was actually pretty happy with how Envy were playing. They essentially were able to put the lockdown, despite the fact that they were behind in the man count. And that really forced the Hunter's Fury to be popped to shut down the lockdown. But that timing window is what Envy could use to start slipping back into the site as the Hunter's Fury was being burned, so they could actually get some kills and start prying the site back open. But then Dapper goes unchecked in the corner, finds a great timing, busts the site open with 2 big entries, and that is what allows Sentinels to pave the way forward. They've actually won 4 of the last 5, so they're starting to get some momentum going.
The momentum is exactly what they need to, especially for a team like this. And Sinatra, that swarm grenade that was just tossed out. A couple rounds ago, we saw Finesse bounce it off the barrier, and I mean, it yields the same result. This time it wasn't off the barrier, but Sinatra still finding that kill onto the Killjoy. Renders all of that utility now useless, but a kill traded back. No res available this time around. And Caboose finds another paint shell kill. They just keep planting in the same spot, and they get punished for it. Unfortunately, for Food, the stinger for Zom's gonna come out on top, but Crashies is another man on the flank. He's got the discipline for one, not gonna find the second. It's back and forth once more, but so much damage traded onto Dapper. He finally gets sat down. Now Zoms has to come up clutch. He finds the first inside the smoke. It's Omen v Omen. Zoms trying to keep the momentum going forward, and Zoms Nation, 3 kills for the Omen.
Yeah, it seems like Envy have a couple of tricks up their sleeve on trying to shut down how Sentinels are doing this ice wall attack on B by banking Caboose's grenade and always doing significant damage to the planner, even finding the kill and kind of prompting Envy to, you know, have a foothold to launch a retake. But we're seeing individual plays shining through from Sentinels. It was Dapper last round with the big play to reel it back in. This round it's Zoms clutching. And the question you have to start asking yourself is, can these heroics continue for Sentinels? Or is eventually Envy's game plan going to pan out and get them some victories to keep themselves close to Sentinels and perhaps even still win the half when it's all said and done? The thing is, with Sentinels, they have so many hot players that heroics are certainly always possible, but that's a great opening pick for Mummy.
You don't hate to see that as an NV fan, taking down the operator for Sentinels. Shazam now off the board, one less thing to worry about. And a very deep run it back. We'll see what Food can get done. If anything, he jumps up and he finds and pops the Grape of Zom, so no clutch potential this time.
That is so unreal. It was about to fizzle out, too, where he would get no value from it. But then right at the end, he actually does catch a player. And that is so insane. Now Envy have a big 5-on-3 ahead of them to start closing the gap on the scoreboard and maybe start putting Sentinels to a little bit of a halt. Sentinels, though, still trying to strike onto A. Recon goes down, trying to clear out some angles. They're going to try to wall off here and get the spike into position. There's a little bit of a corner that they can plant in right there where the wall blocks things off, but even with the plant, he's caught right away, but at least they get that economy out of it. The round, different story.
Yeah, the round, definitely a different story. No Hunter Shuri this time. As Envy, it looked like they had it in the last. They finally string some together, and they get back now win column. It's a flawless one at that. So in a game where this economy matters so much, that's the best way to win a round.
Yeah, again, I've seen some good ideas out of Envy throughout all these rounds that they've been losing. It's just Sentinels have been able to pop off a bit better in some exchanges that were really key. This round, Envy were able to stay ahead the entire way through. Mummy gets to pick Food with the run it back, able to get some value. And then at that point, I mean, we kind of knew where the round was headed. Sentinels just trying to, you know, get something out of it by getting that spike plant. They will still get a good buy here, though. A couple players will be on stingers, but they do have the res. They do have Shazam, who can pack a bit more of a punch with the daggers as well alongside that stinger. So they still have pretty close to full firepower.
A lot going for him, and it looks like a creep up towards mid. Last time we saw this, it was the Sage Wall going out. Ooh, Caboose gonna stop it this time. The play under 2 not going to work. The res comes through. We've seen how this one ends. That 6-man roster somehow, some way. Usually able to find a round win, but it's back and forth we go once more. Now in a 4v4, although the res used, the blades now going to be popped here by Shazam as that spike tries to creep onto the side. A nice left click is going to find the Grape up. Caboose, he's going to go up top for a couple more, but runs into 2. Now we find ourselves in a 3v3. Another member here cut down in Sentinels. They just find a way, but look at the spike dust.
Oh, but look at this. Oh, he gets caught. No way. I thought he was going to be the spoiler and all that, but no, Envy do collect him, and that leaves Sick all by his lonesome. He does have the spike. He's got a little bit of time to play around with, but they hear them hopping around, and he's going to try to come in here and see what he can do, but he has to face both players at once. There was never a chance really given to him there. Envy are doing some great things. They contest that so well. Give credit to Caboose there under 2. Forces a res out of Sentinels and doesn't even let them benefit from it, as he was able to lay down the paint shelves right there for the follow-up. And then, yeah, catching Sinatra in the back lines was so huge. And I'm going to be real with you. It does feel like Sinatra hasn't really gotten a whole hell of a lot out of this Reyna. He is 3-12 right now. And you have to wonder if a bit of that is because he doesn't really play Reyna in officials. I mean, he's really only been playing it a bit on Icebox. And you wonder if that lack of familiarity is kind of coming back to haunt him just a little bit. I know it helped them out when they won their last 2 games on Icebox with him on the Reyna, but he's having a tough time today, and you need to thrive with kills to be successful, and it's not going to happen this round either, as Food is relentless on this A-side aggression.
Now, I will say, he was rezzed twice and then died twice, so some rounds he had 2 deaths. But yeah, your point stands where Sinatra just hasn't really gotten going, and maybe Sinatra on Reyna works against LG, and maybe it works against IMT, but we're seeing it, the change in pace, momentum, structure for each team. Not everything is going to work every single time. You can't just keep, running at them and expecting the same result. That's exactly what's happening here. And Sentinels, no res available this time around. Cut down their last 2. One postured up inside a nest, though. Shazam already made his way on top of Caboose. Cuts him down. Make it 2, as it's all up to Zoms. And this is a tough one to get done. A stinger in hand, and he might just walk away from it.
Yeah, it's definitely a good point to raise here, as the site is well and truly locked down. Spike is well out of reach on top of that. Zoms trying to angle around the best he can in this opening of the wall. He does indeed find Mummy, but that is all he will find except for a tombstone, as Finesse will put it between the eyes and put Envy back in the lead. They have been on a bit of a streak here. They've won 4 of the last 6, including the last 3 in a row. As we go into the final round of the half, it seems like they're really starting to get the wind in their sails. And again, they already have a map to the good, so they are starting to keep that 2-0 dream a real possibility and get their first ever series victory over Sentinels and get themselves the first master spot available here in the NA region. And what a story it would be, as they have been really just steamrolling through their most recent games. So they're really on a good form streak right now. Will it keep up, or can Sentinels put a halt to it?
And Hunter's Fury actually gonna silence Sinatra once more. Sick also gonna get tagged up, trading out the Hunter's Fury of his own. So an awkward spot to be in. Again, no res available, and I'm not too sure how close Dapper is to that one. He picks up an orb. Now needs to find not only an orb over towards A, but a kill on top of it also. 2 kills here. There are 2 members, but a very tall order. Envy kind of seem to have the recipe now to be closing out a 7-5 half.
Indeed, they do, and they still have the paint shells available on Caboose, so if that wall goes down yet again for that plant over on B side, he again has the lineup to really make them pay for trying to go for that particular plant. It's all about whether or not he can get it off, and well, Shazam finding that pick, that's going to really take that tool off the table. But Crashies and company swinging back in. Huge play from Crashies with the hat trick before Zoms finally silences him. But Mummy catches Zoms' rotation, and now it's all on Sick. And he is not long for this world. It is going to be Envy taking the lead 7-5 and inching closer and closer to that finish line, Tanner. But we are going to take a quick break before we bring you that conclusion. Stay tuned, folks.
We're jumping right back into things. 7-5, the half in favor of Envy. And it started to look a little bit like the Sentinel show there, Dust, for those 3 rounds that they strung together.
Take flight.
It was for a bit, but Envy came right on back, didn't they? And now we're on to their attacking side, and they have been very successful on the attacking side. They're at 71% win rate on attack on Icebox. Now, granted, some of those games were against weaker opposition like Space Station and Beast Coast, but it's also come against teams like Ambox and Immortals. So, I mean, they are definitely a dangerous team here at Sentinels. They need to be a bit fearful of.
As that classic proves to be a dangerous weapon, taking down the Frenzy of 1. FNS finds the first kill. But Sentinels strike back, pick up 1, make it another as Food will fall. But the spike has been planted. Now everybody looking to get cut down. Now Crashies with a beautiful shock dart. Gonna make sure that Paranoia gets 0 value. And Sinatra, this is the man of the hour. The man of the half needs to have himself a handful of kills here in this one to work his way on up. 2 kills is exactly what he needs to find. 1 playing out towards yellow, 1 playing out towards mid. Dapper gonna get cut down by Crashies, and Sinatra finds himself in a 1v2. It's the classic of FNS on site. Sinatra trying to run Crashies down, but the ring around the rosy. This is how you have to play it. He's running out of time. He finds the kill, but what does it mean? It means a whole lot of nothing. It means another pistol to Envy, Dust.
Indeed, it does. They will jump up further on the scoreboard. And they are all firing, man. I have to say that as well. I guess Food's a little bit behind the pack, but not by much, and everyone else is just popping when they need to. Granted, Sentinels, they've had a couple players also shine, but again, when you're Sinatra and you're playing an agent like Reyna that is reliant upon snowballing, she needs those frags to collect orbs to dismiss and be a nuisance, to heal herself, to sustain, and he's not getting a lot of those right now. And while, yeah, sure, his Leers can, you know, create some distance, and just having Arena out there can instill some fear, I mean, you're not really fearing him too much. Like, you've kind of sniffed out the bark at this point, and it's not a pit bull. It's a bit more of a chihuahua right now. But we'll see. There's still time for him. We know how good of a player he can be, but it's got to come soon, because Envy are inching closer and closer to that finishing tape. And they're about to break through and reach the Masters podium, but we'll have to see, as this round's going to be a bit tougher on Sentinels. They are already a couple players down, and obviously firepower is a bit of a mixed bag.
And the Stingers, as strong as they are, it looks like they're only going to offer so much. Shazam trying to close the distance, able to find the dink onto Crashies, but not able to secure the kill. At the very least, the spike hasn't been planted. Sentinels have that going for them. Sinatra gets tagged up by the shock dart. There's a couple of low HP members, so this could be where we see the dismissed. We could see the heal. Unfortunately, Sinatra going to fall. Zom's going to follow suit, and not even needing the spike plant there as Envy grabbed that second round.
There just seems to be kind of a mood across this game right now where it seems like Envy just can't miss. They just seem to be so on point, and it's been building up for quite some time. They have just been dominating their last few matches, even rarely allowing their teams to get double digits on any of the maps that they've played. They have been absolutely smashing people. We've seen Food and Caboose and just really keep that individual form climbing. Mummy and Crashies have always been super consistent. They're continuing to shine, and they are just looking so dangerous right now. And Sentinels, they're running out of room to figure things out here. They're getting pushed off this B defense. Food is going to keep pushing forward.
And very, very healthy again. So the Stinger, when you're closing these angles and you're running and gunning, it feels a whole lot better than when you're trying to hold one of those deep angles, as we saw Shazam trying to do earlier in that last round. Now it's a full stack up towards B. You still have one hanging out towards mid. And I'm surprised that we're not seeing a bit more mid presence from this Envy squad. I thought we might see it early as that turret spots out Dapper. I'm not too sure if that wall is still available. This round is an uphill battle. Hunter Shuri available. You've got, again, Caboose, who has been so money with those paint shells. Still has those available. It does sound like they are going to go out and find the damage onto Sinatra, who's forced to back away. That drone going to get some info, and a recon bolt right behind it. Going to spot the push onto this B side, but the sprays come down. Zom's the first to find the kill, but Caboose will finish that one off. Sinatra although on low HP, is able to battle back
30 seconds left.
and find the kill onto Caboose, the member who once did damage to him with those paint shells. The spike actually going to get stopped, but Food still picks up the kill. Sentinels are delaying as long as they can. The HP bars are low on the 2 remaining. The wall is up. The shorty up top from Shazam not going to find too much just yet, and there's just no way out. That's the spike now down on the ground, and FNS running out of time has to find everything here. No time to plant, only time to frag out, and he's not able to do it. Sentinels against all odds grab a round.
That was a nail biter. Like you said, the clock was down to the wire. It's down to 1v1. He has to get the kill. He was picking the right direction to swing on, but was not able to collect, and so Sentinels do just hang on. Sinatra that round was able to be pretty effective. Not only did he get his kill, but he stalled them out for so long. He was always, you know, being a factor. And that's what I'm trying to get at here. I think people think I'm dogging Sinatra out because he's having a bad game. No, you just have to understand how pivotal this map is worth and understand Sinatra is typically super good. And so it's actually kind of shocking to see him struggle. Yeah. And that's a real factor in how this map is playing out. And so it has to be pointed out, I feel like. I would be doing a disservice if I didn't. But that was a nice little recovery round for Sentinels. It's going to be about whether or not they can build off of it now. Oh, my. Okay, Caboose.
The fadeaway on the operator there. Shazam will fall, and this is the mid play that I was expecting to see. Envy. Ooh, no, Sinatra trades it back, dismisses away here, and I think that's going to deter you from wanting to push mid any further as Zombs finds a kill on his counterpart, and Sentinels are starting to battle back. We're getting the inverse test. It looked like the Sentinels show. Envy reel it back in. It looked like the Envy show, and now Sentinels are starting to reel it back in.
Yeah, good job there from Zombs and Sinatra in tandem to play off each other. Food trying to run it back here to push off the retake a bit, as it is a man advantage for Sentinels on this sweep back through a site, but Finesse connects the dots. Now it's back equal. Crash, he's catching this flank here, catching 6, swapping around, and not ready. And now Envy are up.
Hunter Shuri not going to find the tag onto Sinatra here, as he does find a kill. Food able to finish what he started. Dapper trying to do everything he can. He's only got 4 HP, and it's a shock dart from downtown that put Envy back to their winning ways. But these rounds, Dust, are back and forth.
Indeed, they very much are, but that's favoring Envy. They're already out in front. They're fine going tit for tat at this point. It's Sentinels that have the pressure on. They're the ones up against the ropes. And don't get me wrong, there is still a lower bracket to be played. There is still, you know, a lifeline, I guess you can say, to Masters, even with the loss here. But the person waiting for you is 100 Thieves, and that's no guaranteed match either if you're Sentinels. Now, granted, all these teams are still guaranteed at the very minimum Challengers 3 spots, so that's good. Like, there's still ways back in, don't get me wrong. But, again, you beat Envy every time. This was the way for you to get to Masters, right? It was lined up for you. You're loving this head-to-head historically. But Envy are shining through, man, and it's nice to see, because I know that they always have felt in the past that Sentinels had their number despite how well that they've been able to place and, you know, where they were typically at on the rankings, and now they're starting to deliver in this matchup too.
No Stopper looking to get aggressive as Food finds the first kill. Boombot right behind, using that like Yowl drone, trying to play right behind it to see if it got any info. Unfortunately, not a whole lot, but acting as that baby lockdown, and here comes the mama bear lockdown, but Shazam says, I don't think so. Finds that first kill and looks to continue pushing forward to stay aggressive. Tries to take the lockdown for his team, but one player to be detained on this site. Dapper, Sinatra still hanging out nice and pretty, not going to be detained. They're pushing up nice and close. They're taking the fight right to him, and it's Crashies again with the shock darts going just a bit too far. Doesn't have the angle, finds 2 kills on the way out, but Sentinels pick up another.
Yeah, really well done. Sentinels are striking back here. They are keeping themselves very much in this race. They have not fallen off just yet. But again, at these rounds keep going back and forth like this, Envy will eventually taste victory. And these economies are just so fragile for both these teams, and no one's really building up much of a loss bonus. And it's like, who's it going to catch up to first? And it feels like it's going to be Envy on the losing end of that deal. They have to come into this round with a couple of Sheros, the Stinger, a frenzy. It's looking a little bit grim. This is Sentinel's chance to strike back here, Tanner. This is their chance to close that gap on the scoreboard and remain very relevant here on this map of Icebox, as that drone doesn't really spot out anything. They get no intel, and in fact, Sinatra's able to keep up this close position on yellow.
And it's a nice angle, an especially nice angle to play with that Lear. We saw that queued up just a moment ago, so he's waiting to hear anything and then look to swing on out, and he might be good for 3. As here it is, queued on up. Smokes are going to go out. Going to smoke off Snowman to try and stop that deep push. Lear goes through, it's taken down almost immediately. Sinatra's able to find one, looking for the second, but he's traded back. It's an eco round again for Envy, and they're finding the kills. Dapper from downtown will come out on that trade, but Sentinels down to the last 2 should... Dapper's got the res, actually, so it could be a 3v3 at the very least. No, the res is now taken off the board.
Oh my goodness, they needed Sinatra to collect that orb and get out of there, but he just got overwhelmed by numbers. Envy just pop off 3 kills in the blink of an eye, even with just mostly pistols, and now they all of a sudden have a 3-on-1. It's all on Shazam inside the container waiting.
Very scary spot to be, but he's able to down one, takes the spike down. Now running out of time is Envy once more. They find themselves in an awkward spot, and Shazam is looking to clutch up. He's able to create some distance, and Food just has to try and run him down. The hot hands go through, and that's going to be it. Shazam goes clutch in a 1v3.
What a big play from Shazam. It was looking like it was going to go Envy's way. They had done so well to overwhelm that B site, stamp Sinatra out, and start laying claim to that territory. But Shazam, ever crafty, finding his battles and choosing them wisely, and then in the end just stands his ground and brute forces Food into oblivion. And now an 8th round rings out from Sentinels, and all of a sudden Envy's lead is withering away, but they are back onto a full buy this round, including an operator in their possession, so there's still a chance for them to, you know, keep this one going.
Yeah, and notably, like you said, back to a full buy. Last one, it was that eco, but they all had the upgraded rifles. I think maybe Food was out of ammo, swap into the secondary there, but they found kills, they found rifles, and it was definitely a round that Envy should have been able to pick up. But Shazam going back to the Sentinels' way, doing what they do best, the heroics coming on through. Now Food trying to right his wrongs from the last. He's going to go wide on the shots on Sinatra, who will be able to top himself off. Send that Phoenix right back, and now the play towards B once more. This has not been the best spot for him, as Sick going to use that Hunter's Fury. Not able to find a tag just yet. The kill's going to be traded back and forth on this B site. But we have to pay attention to the clock dust. There's a whole lot of time, but that has been what is killing Envy here as Finesse finds another kill.
Ooh, finally, though, they got Shazam off the board, a key piece off the squares that has been in this game of chess for Sentinels time and time again. But Sick, he's still standing, and we know how consistent this guy can be. He's come in, he's found one, he's evened it back up to a 2-on-2. The spike is ticking, and Sick is going to fade it all. It's up to Zoms. Now he lines them both up, though, anyway, with the Stinger. 4 HP to spare, but it's all that matters is the result, not how you get there. And that's going to be a knife from Sentinels, and oh my goodness, Tanner, the pendulum does seem to swing, and it's fading right back into the Sentinels camp. They have won 4 of the last 5. They're 1 away from tying it up, and they're keeping that 3rd map very much on the table all of a sudden.
And it feels so bad because Envy put themselves in winning situations, but then you line up perfectly like that. If you split yellow box, things go differently, but they don't.
Yes.
And again, it's the heroics for Sentinels. And this time, it's very close. They're about to find themselves a lead, and all of the momentum is in their favor. And it's quite possibly another eco buy here from Envy.
Yeah, it's just like those little, it's like those little finer details that are all of a sudden getting overlooked. Like you said, you could either split the yellow boxes, or you could just make sure that you're swinging a little bit on a different timing to where you're not an easy lineup. And then Zoms all of a sudden has to kind of flick back and forth, and it's very likely he only gets one of you, and then you win the round. All of a sudden you're at 11. Sentinels are still at 8. You're near math and series point. But woulda, coulda, shouldas. don't amount to really much but speculation. The reality is now they're sitting on Stingers, as you said, their economy very much in tatters. And, Sentinels all of a sudden are sitting in the driver's seat of this map. And they are very close to, parking this baby in a brand new garage, which could be that third map.
Looking like it is. We do have that tactical pause up here. Envy just trying to slow the momentum a little bit, ice the kicker a bit for this Sentinels squad, just to really take a deep breath, because once the rounds are kicking off, it is just go, go, go. The kills are coming back and forth. And for the last couple, it's been, like we said, the heroics for Sentinels. Zombs, Shazam picking up those kills. Sinatra, again, a little bit lower, but the impact frag that he's had when he took so much damage from Caboose off the paint shells, later comes back in that round to kill Caboose and take the Raze out of the equation. So just a whole lot going on here.
It seems like the key piece has been Shazam in all of this. Like, he has been getting so many opening picks with this operator, and speak of the devil, he's found yet another. And Envy were already behind in this round when it came to firepower. Now you add the man count deficit to that, and it's just really looking a bit grim from them stopping Sentinels on tying this thing up. It's going to take something crazy for them to strike back now, it seems.
Shazam went for the quick scope there, able to get out, dash to safety without taking too much damage. A nice recon bolt from Sick is able to net a kill, and he's able to find another as he pushes up aggressively. Again, it was that thrifty eco buy. Now an upgrade for Crashy, full HPs. He tries to trade the kill back, and maybe his mouse died there because his crosshair was not moving. But either way, Sentinels, not only do they tie that up, but they hang on to every single ultimate.
Yeah, that is pretty huge. As you said, not having to expend a whole lot. Again, it's just Shazam with this op, man. He's just always out there. I feel like his name often doesn't get rewarded enough because you got people out there like Wardell and some other, very strong Jet players in our region. But Shazam is right up there in that mix, man. He is really solid, and he has been having a hell of a defensive half here to keep Sentinels in contention on ice spots. It looked like Envy were starting to break away. I feel like he's been such a factor in reeling it back in. But now we're back onto the full buy for Envy. Shazam chooses a little bit of a new starting location here, but still towards that A side. And that is certainly the spot that Envy seemed to want to pry open. Drone coming up through middle from Sentinels to get a little bit of that intel on what they're up against. Here comes the lockdown.
And we saw Shazam last time with the heroics. No, Caboose not even looking. Waiting for somebody to push that lockdown. Instead, Shazam finds that kill. This time around, nobody detained, and the spike yet to be planted. The turret goes down, but what can Shazam do about it? He can make sure it doesn't get too much. The spike now on the floor. The res comes through onto Sinatra once more, but Mummy is trying to take this round into his own hands. 3 kills for the Omen. Food, unfortunately, not going to find too much. He tries to ult away, but Shazam again will stunt the play. Crashes the top frag here in a 1v3. The knives are available. The recon bolt's gonna try and spot him out, but Zombs will take him down, and Sentinels find themselves in the lead.
Oh my goodness, again, it's Shazam kind of the starting point of the round, and he also comes in clutch a little bit later as well. He finds just a sitting duck there in Caboose, and then it comes with the daggers on Mummy trying to ult the way. He wasn't alone in his efforts, however. It must be said that his teammates really came in and helped him out. Mummy certainly put a good foot forward on that round as well. He had a really big moment there after having a bit of a quiet patch, but it just wasn't enough. And now Sentinels do have the lead. It's been quite some time since they've been the one in the advantage. And so this is starting to get down to the wire.
And notably, at the half, you had noted everybody firing on all cylinders here just about for this NB squad. Everybody working together. Unfortunately, Caboose, again, taken off the board early. The mid play not going to work out this time around, but the spike over towards B, now it's going to be planted. We finally get to see one of these post plants. Is this one going to work out? Through the smoke, Food's going to find a kill. No res available, and the only ult available here for Sentinels is that from the shadows. Not going to be a whole lot. get done with that one. FNS on the flank, but he's going to get sat down. 1 for 1, they will go. It's a 3v3 as Sinatra continues to push forward. He will dismiss away, and Shazam is there to back him up. The Lear goes through. It's a 3K for the Jet and Sentinels. It was swift, and now they're on match point.
Yeah, that round was looking really close, but then Sinatra able to get a big frag, dismiss, be that annoying Reyna finally, be that nuisance, and, you know, be that thorn in Envy's side, and it unlocked Shazam to be able to press forward, and he just continues to instill his will on this game. He is having a ludicrous defensive half. He has been absolutely all over the place with that operator, whether it's getting opening picks, whether it's pushing in people's faces and closing down rounds. He has just been so money, dude. I mean, Shazam, tip your hat to that guy. He is basically driving Sentinels back forward. He's you know, correcting the ship, and now it's very much looking to port on a third map.
13-10 in map number 1. Envy's grabbed themselves a lead, looking to be 13-10 here for Sentinels. Pretty hindered by. Coming on through his food, gonna get tagged out, shot through the wall. A huge heads-up spray from Sinatra, and also finding the kill onto Mummy, who is swinging outside of yellow. Now Sinatra's starting to feel himself, and across the map, Sick will find one with the Hunter Shuri. Make it another, as Dapper was there just to try and help out. Sentinels looking to close it out, and it's all up to Caboose, who has floundered a bit in this second half. Blast Pack goes through, not able to dodge out on the shots, and Sentinels will bring us to map 3.
Oh my goodness, what a run from Sentinels towards the end of that second half. Envy were threatening a 2-0 on the series, and it looked like they were in firm position to do so for quite some time. I mean, they had a brilliant first half, you know, coming out with a 7-5 lead defensively. They have historically done pretty well on the attacking side in what limited amount of games we've been able to see them play. They had like a near 71% attack win rate on Icebox. So again, track record certainly, you know, supporting them. They seem to have the momentum, just generally like the mood of the game really just felt like Envy were there, but then a switch just got flipped. And all of a sudden Sentinels just goes on a run. They had like 8 unanswered rounds there towards the end of that second half or something along those lines. Shazam popping off, being that dynamic operator, just being all over the place, getting opening picks, coming in clutch in mid to later situations as well. Sinatra finally started to, you know, get some kills here and there and start kind of being that annoyance factor on the Reyna, and not only getting kills for himself to kind of, you know, keep the numbers there in the exchange, but when you have a Reyna that's able to like dismiss in certain ways and maneuver properly, you're unlocking ways for your teammates to be able to come in and play around you while the team's kind of focused on yourself. You know, someone else can kind of slip in, which you saw them do a couple of times as well. So, man, what a great recovery from Sentinels, and I'm so happy this series is getting a third map just for my own entertainment. I know it's a little bit selfish, but I'm sure all of you aren't hating it either based on what we've seen so far. I think everyone's having a good time, except for the 2 teams. They're obviously feeling the stress.
Yeah, feeling the stress. They're probably sweating a bit more than I am. And like you said, you really have no better way to earn your way into Masters than a series like this, guys. Going to game number 3, but we have to get that all set up for you guys. So everybody take a deep breath, because they've been a couple of close ones. Everybody grab your snacks, grab your drinks. We're going to hop away for a second, but when we come back, it's map number 3 here for the upper semifinals.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Oh, baby. Contrast stitching. Curves that'll hug your body. Adjustable arms. Custom embroidery. Memory foam pillows. Changeable color inserts. Lay flat, recline. Removable logos. Soft, durable material. Yeah. Like what you see, baby? Zip chair.
I feel like I need to defend my scene's honor here, because this is just turning into a bit of a dogpile.
Like in groups, always look.
I'm
TSM,
cutting
they
you
always
off
look
here. I'm
lackluster.
cutting you off. Cutting you off. He said
They
G2's
play
winning it.
off-
He said G2's winning it.
Need to wait till the next EU tournament, which could be in about 10 years now.
Take it with like a grain of salt.
No,
but
that's
that
no
being
fun.
said,
Take it super literally.
Spike defused.
Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Valorant Champions Tour Challengers 2 close qualifiers presented by Nerd Street Gamers. If you guys have missed the action, shame on you. Both maps going 13 to 10 on first Ascent, then Icebox. Now, Dust, we head over to a map that I think everybody has been avoiding, like the coronavirus, that map being Split.
Yeah, it is going to be Split. Both these teams have pretty good track records overall throughout their history. That has to be stated. I mean, both these teams have, at the very least, like 75%, 85% win rate on Split. So definitely, very strong overall records. However, when it comes to kind of the head-to-head that we've been looking at, it's mostly gone the way of Sentinels. I mean, they were able to beat Envy on a close Split match in the Winter Championships from Nerd Street Gamers. They're also able to beat them on Split at Pop Flash, as well as, a couple other places. But we have seen in the past Envy be able to beat them on Split at the FaZe Clan Invitational, and a lot of their Split matches have been pretty close. So this is going to be very interesting. It's one of those maps that both teams are very, very strong defensively on. I think both teams are kind of in that, high 60% to low 70% range on defensive win rate. So it's going to be one of those where, it's going to come up to big defenses, just kind of like we saw there on Icebox, really. So, yeah, I'm pumped, man. I'm ready for this to get going.
Yeah, you said the track record on this map pretty good for both of these teams, and what better way to earn your spot in this? Not that anybody has an easy road, but to go
Right.
2 maps 23 rounds deep now going into the third. I can't imagine we see anything different than just to earn your spot in Masters. The loser does still have a chance, but the loser has to play 100 Thieves after this one. So, you know, it's, again, no easy road for anybody all the way through and through. Split has since received some changes, and I'm interested to see how these guys are going to be playing around that. And I don't think we see anybody shy away, or I guess Sentinels at the very least, shy away from the Sage once more on this map.
No, certainly think that's going to be an option. I mean, both teams coming into this match with 4-game winning streaks on Split. So both teams have been on a bit of a hot streak lately on the map. So we'll see whose streak comes to an end, who finds the Masters slot. And so many other storylines really kind of tie into this here, as we should be getting to Agent Select pretty soon to start figuring out what kind of compositions we're going to see. And, you know, Sick, again, no surprise here to see him on the stage. Everybody else taking agents that you would expect, as Sinatra has often played Raze on this map. So really nothing to highlight on Sentinels. This is exactly what you would expect. Now, over on the Envy side, there is something I want to point out. This is one of the maps where Mummy will actually pick up the Jet and be that traditional Jet operator. That's going to mean that Caboose is going to go onto the Omen and away from a duelist. So that's one thing to point out. Here's the other thing to point out that I think is very interesting. Lately, we have been seeing Envy put Crashies on the Sky on Split. He's played some Breach in the past on this map, but now they have him play in the Sky. So that is one other thing that's going to come and be a factor on this map. So going to be interesting to see how it all plays out. There's also food coming off the Phoenix and being put onto a Raze as well. Again, that's not going to be, you know, too much different for him. He's definitely put a lot of games out on Raze as well. Yeah, Phoenix is definitely his main. He's got way more games on it, but this map really does play to Raze's kit, and he's going to be able to, I would imagine, you know, play it pretty darn well as he has done in the past. So this is it, man. Frenzy's aplenty, lots on the line, and Envy will kick us off here on the attack as they're looking to storm into B lobby.
And again, Frenzy's the Ghost, A-okay in this one, but a lot of the times we're going to be seeing the feeding of Frenzy. Now over towards this B site, like you noted. Shots up from heaven. Nice little spray down. Sinatra going to find the first, and he is picking up, and he is hot here in this one. 3 quick kills will stunt this push, and you see Alert coming around from Mummy, but somebody's right behind him, Dust, trailing very closely.
Indeed, that is going to be the case, as Mummy is going to get caught up here in a crossfire inside B Heaven, and Caboose doesn't seem like he's long for this world either. Does dodge the paint shells, but does not escape the bullets of Sinatra. A big hat trick for Sinatra. I think that's kind of big for him, right? We know that he had his struggles on Reyna on Icebox, so to see him come out like that with a big hat trick round on pistol, I'm sure that's going to do, you know, good for his mental game and kind of allow him to focus back up. No kills that round from Envy. They got absolutely shut down.
Nothing. And it makes this next round hurt, right? Stinger's coming on through. That's the way of the land here for this Valorant patch. And I would imagine a lot of their utility takes a hit. You see no trap wires there for the Cypher, and the rest of the team probably going to be following suit, you know, having to buy up that light armor and the Stinger behind it. Fortunately for Crashies, as the Flashes, the Trailblazer can heal up his team, which in these earlier rounds gets a whole lot of value for your squad.
Yeah, Sky does give you a lot of the value that Sova gives you on other maps, but Sova obviously doesn't get played here, so you kind of get a little bit of that with Sky. Plus, like you said, the healing of teammates and things of that nature. As Envy not wasting any time here, getting some mid control, putting that pressure on Rogue's position. They're looking to now even threaten A Heaven and simultaneously take B Heaven and get an entry. So they're making it hard on Sentinels to try to get a proper read on how they should be rotating. They're getting a lot of map control, and now they actually have man advantage, and they're starting to lay into A Heaven. They're going to attack onto this site, and it's pretty empty.
Yep, fairly empty as the two rotating are going to be through screens. Sinatra going to be trailing right behind. No, not through vents. Is going to opt into going back through that defender-sided spawn as he makes me eat my words. And yeah, you saw the transition over towards B because a couple of kills came through. And then the about face back to A. Sentinels didn't really know where this play was going to take place. Now Flash still available. Gonna get some information that one is playing up towards Heaven, possibly two, as they are up there. Zam gonna push onto the site. Mummy gonna take him down. That's Mummy on the Jet this time around. You pointed it out. and it's starting to pay off. The Cloudburst goes through to try and stop anybody else coming through elbow, and Sinatra now needs to show up. He's got some help. Unfortunately, as I said, a Dapper was mowed down in Envy. They win the force, they tie us up 1-1, and we are back to the slobber knocker, Dust.
Indeed we are. And I mean, again, Split really does a lot of times on attacking side come down to how well you're able to control middle. And with that, how are you able to bounce off of it and threaten those heaven positions on both sides of the map? And what Ropes being such a quick transition process to get back and forth between the two, you can really make defenses scramble and have to play for retakes or just have to always be in kind of, you know, situations of uncertainty, and certainly that's what Envy were able to do there, even with just the Stingers. And now we see Crashies using the Trailblazer to clear out some of these close angles and get some B lobby control. Not going to be able to get more than that, has to just back off, but still his job is somewhat done, kind of clearing out a little bit of key intel. Wall is down at middle though, so that's certainly going to slow down that portion, but now they'll spray it down.
I think notable about those sky flashes as well, or really any flashes in Valorant, is even if it's behind you, you're looking away, you get a little bit of the effect from being flashed. So that flash going through B main tells them that nobody's pushing in. Obviously, it went all the way out towards sight, but if somebody was pushing in and that flash was behind them, it would have told them that they're blinded, blindsided. Our Food and Mummy as they look to push up towards heaven, but Sick, the bouncer at the door, not letting it happen this time around, and they're just going to get corralled. The spike is now down, and there it is, Crashies all by his lonesome. Gonna get run down. A flawless round in response from Sentinels.
Yeah, that was really big. You got to tip your hat to Sick there, just playing from the rafters, getting 2 huge kills. That really just busted Envy's attack before it could even really get started. Yes, they were able to get that mid control, but you got to be able to peel back that next layer to really get something going, and they were not able to do that. Sick holds firm. Once his wall broke down, he knew the potential for that attack, and he was able to deal with it very effectively. And so that's 2 now to Sentinel, so a little bit of a back and forth here to kick off this map. We are going to see the buyback here from Envy, though. A couple of rifles in play, a Stinger, and I believe a Sheriff is the 5th gun of choice. Camming here to try to make sure no one's getting aggressive on the orb or A ramps to start. Cage will be there so they can start the cross, looking to try to control ramps, get into A heaven. Spike has been left behind, so it's not a firm commitment, but they at least want to put a threat here, maybe get a pick, and again, just get some early map control. Give you something to work with. Give the defense something to sweat about. He's going to be able to get the stun there in the back halls.
So a bit of information, Sinatra on the rotate, does get spotted out, trying to trade back the damage. A couple of Spectres from downtown, but the Vandal comes out on top, and Crashy some way, somehow picks it up with the Stinger. Now Sentinels find themselves on the back foot, and it's been the split pressure the entire game. Envy are keeping it on all over the map. This time, a bit more heavy towards A, a bit more heavy towards mid, and it's starting to work out.
Yeah, it certainly is here. As they are now storming through A heaven with that 2-man advantage. They have full control of side. There's a defender blocked off inside elbow, isolated from support, but Dapper comes through screens and finds one, and Zom's able to sit on the site, but he is quickly dealt with. There was this small spurt of energy from Sentinels, but now it's being stamped out. Sick was trying to give it a bit more life, but never could quite get it all the way through. Envy will get the victory. They'll get the plant. They'll tie things right back up, and it's tit for tat again, Tanner. No one really gaining control of the game just yet. It's still very much up for grabs.
Both teams were on a bit of a hindered economy as well. There were a couple of rifles sprinkled in and SMGs. Now we're getting kind of the same thing. Crashy's going to be on that Stinger, who was very potent on it in that last one. But this should be the round that really starts to creep one team further ahead. The ultimates available. You have a handful of information from Envy. On the opposite side for Sentinels, you've got some damage, and worst case scenario, again, you have that res coming on through. You'll have that 6th man on your team for that round should they choose to use it here. And I don't think this round is a bad time to use it. I think this is very important as far as the economy goes.
Yeah, once again, mid-control being taken by Envy. They're going to clear out Rote's position as well, make sure they can safely take that. And again, that just opens up so many extra options on that flow chart on the attacking side of Split to have this. But we do see the Jet tucks in after the Trailblazer has faded. So It is going to be a challenge once again. Sick playing B Heaven from that Raptors position. He is pushed off, however, so Envy are getting so much ground right now, but Sick again up to the task of defending.
Finding a kill, walking away with low HP, but gladly you will trade that as a B site has been taken just about all the way across the board. Sentinel's looking to find a way in. It's Sinatra with the showstopper. Behind him is Crashies, and the showstopper gets nothing. Now the spike to be planted, but you still cannot count this Sentinel squad out. You've got a couple playing up towards Heaven, one playing back towards that defender-sided spawn. What can Shazam find here? He's got to check every single angle. And again, the tall box added the different angles that you have here playing back towards the defender side of spawn, but 2 kills come on through, and now things are looking quite a bit more doable. Caboose gonna push on in, find a kill, no longer on the raise, but the Omen, and another one to follow. Can he make it 3? Yes, he can. Envy inch that one out.
Indeed, they do. And again, it just comes down to how well they're implementing this mid control. And that time around, they were also able to even push Sick off of B Heaven and kind of limit his impact. And now the economy is starting to become a limiting factor for Sentinels, because finally, Envy has won a couple in a row. And again, no real big loss bonus has been yet built up. And so we're actually going to see Sentinels, they're going to go on the full Stingers, which they can afford to do. They will hit max loss bonus if they lose here, so they still have a full buy next round no matter what. Yeah, it probably would lack an operator or something like that. Actually, no, Shazam would be able to buy it. So yeah, they're going to put something forward here, but nothing to hamstring their economy completely. And this is Envy's chance to maybe start breaking open that score. They're going to be looking to fight for B lobby control while simultaneously also pressuring the A ramp. So no mid this time, but still applying pressure to multiple areas, making the defense a little bit stressed out on where they need to be focusing.
Blazer going up towards Heaven is going to spot out Shazam. And note the arsenal a little bit. That is hurting, as that Phantom will sit Zombs down in the neural theft to get the information of Sinatra rotating over. And the remaining 2 playing out towards B. Looking to be a quick take onto A here, but Envy, they've actually been stunted a little bit. They're playing it a bit slower, and that spike still really trailing out towards A main. They have not found a way in, and the site, obviously known to us, was free just moments ago. Sinatra gonna go 1-for-1, trade it right back. Dapper is here doing the stingers, find the damage from downtown, and Sick with the running headshots onto Caboose. And it makes you think, what was Envy waiting for? Because they run right to their doom. Now Sick, the last one standing. That Stinger, again, not a gun that you can count out here. Also has the res available should he be able to get to one of these bodies for his teammates.
Yeah, that's exactly how come they haven't left him alone yet and displayed the 2-on-1 post, but they don't want him to have a chance to res here. Food wants to stick around and prevent that, and he's going to be able to do just that and get the kill onto Sick. I think most people would expect you just back off of your teammate, play the 2v1, but it wasn't a guaranteed 2v1 if Sick was able to find the res. So good job there by him to stick around and not allow that, and that's going to put a Fortune on the board for Envy. Where it's going to be 4 alts in play for Envy as well coming into this next round, including the Seekers of Crashies, which can obviously be used for some pretty nifty little burst plays, which Envy are certainly no strangers to. We talked about it time and time again. I don't want to beat a dead horse about it, but Envy certainly one of those explosive teams, just like Sentinels are. And so early round fireworks are always a factor. And when you have a tool like Seekers to add to it, it just really, kind of emphasizes it more.
And Sinatra gonna get 2 through the smoke here. Playing aggressive, not giving any space for a play to be made with those Seekers. Not just yet, at the very least. And Caboose, some way, somehow, will find Sick. And Sentinels, no longer, as I was about to say, find themselves on the back foot. They're gonna even the odds, and they're forced to use the blades here. Crashy on low HP. The unfortunate thing about the Sky is cannot heal himself. And it's looking like another play towards B. That wall only going to cut off mid. And this time you don't have to worry about the res. You can play that 2v1 that you talked about, Dust.
Exactly. Really well done here by Envy, particularly that ult from Caboose into A Heaven. He catches a great time and gets a couple of big kills into A Heaven, and those back hauls put Shazam in a very tough 1v2. But Sky is low, so it was winnable, but Caboose holding a solid angle there beats Shazam to the jump, able to get the frag and put this one to 5-2 in favor of Envy. Caboose having a hell of a game at 9 kills. And Envy are really starting to build up nicely. This was a nice little stall out from Sentinels early on at A-Ramps, but again, Caboose's maneuvering with the ult, able to kind of break it back open. A big hat trick round from him. Massive impact from Caboose. And that is going to give them quite the lead, and Sentinels' economy absolutely in the bin this round. We'll just have to go for the Stingers.
Yeah, and what was that round? As again, through the smoke, Sinatra trying to make a play. Last time it was 2 kills spraying through the smoke. This time trying to push through with the Stinger. Close the gap. The Phantom still coming out on top for Finesse. Res is available, but that's a spooky spot to try and res now.
Yeah, Sick, I think, is just really showing you the power of Sky on a map like Split, where you don't have a Sova usually available because no one plays it for good reason. You're able to use the Trailblazer to kind of do a lot of the same things a drone would do. So it gives you that extra ability to get information, get map control, and just win the information game, which is like such an important aspect of Valorant. Like, you know, that between the normal economy system, the alt economy system, you know, map control, like all those different things, you know, that you're going to see in a tactical shooter. That information game is big with the different abilities in play. And Sick, look at a couple of big kills. Oh man, he was trying to get a res off. That could have made the round very interesting, but he's been caught, and it seems like Envy now will maybe be comfortably putting finishing touches on this.
30 seconds left.
Hey, I'm no coach, I'm no ginormous brain analyst, but Envy gotta stop lining up for these guys. It's been 3 times that they found spray downs like that, and you would think you'd be an extra man up here had that not happened. Sure, the kill did get traded, but Shazam back in the 1v2, and there's not many more people who are more clutch than this Jet right here as he swings on through. Mummy will find 3, and you gotta stop lining up for him. It does work out in Envy's favor, but we've seen it in that last map on Icebox. The clutch situations, when you line up, they usually go the way of Sentinels.
Yeah, certainly can be a factor. Definitely something to, you know, always have to be weary of. But again, Mummy, great catch there to stop the res. And then Envy able to dot the I's and cross the T's of yet another round. They're starting to build up a nice little lead here in the first half. They won 5 in a row. They're starting to really gain control of the game here. There is a buyback, though, now for Sentinels. They do have plenty of ults as well. So this is the moment where they should be able to strike back if they're ever going to do so in this half. And again, this map is very defensive-sided for both these teams. Both these teams really, you know, like to claim very high defensive win rates on Split. It's kind of their backbone of how they're able to succeed on Split. And so for Envy to have this much success on TAC already is a worrying sign if you're a Sentinels fan. So it's kind of now or no if you're Sentinels to recover. This is your moment. This is your buy. This is where you got all the ults. You got to make this one work. Oh, look at this, though. Look at how much ground Caboose has cleared at B. Oh, my God. He's fully in.
They're all the way up just about everywhere. Sentinels back off so much, but they trade 2 for 1. So favorable, although the map control not in their favor. And the res finally comes through, so it's going to be that 5v3.
Oh,
Caboose
no.
had so much space, but he fumbles it. And Sentinels are looking to get back in this one as the plant comes through. FNS not going to be able to get too much there. Mummy going to whip on the knives, and it wasn't flawless. It looks flawless, but Sentinels battle back and put another one in the win column.
Yeah, that's so wild. When Caboose got all that ground and was in back halls of B, I thought that Envy was sure to pivot back and just lay claim to an empty site, but they can never transition the bulk of their forces. Yeah, they had B under Caboose's control. The spike was transitioning over. There's still 3 players essentially locked into A ramps in a heaven position, and they couldn't really back off. And they actually wound up losing a big exchange when Fu gets caught there. I don't know why they did that. I would have thought maybe just pounce into ropes and transition back over to middle and split that B site that you've laid claim to thanks to Caboose's, you know, lurking option. But that wasn't the case at all. And they fumbled a big one there. That's going to kind of crack the door back open for Sentinels. That's a big victory to claim, Sick being a big part of it. This time he's trying to get a little bit crazy at middle. Doesn't work out for him, but gets away with his life, so no harm, no foul.
He got a bit of damage down onto Mummy, too. So
True.
Not that that matters a whole lot, because it only takes 1 shot from Mummy. But now it could be a Phantom 1-tap. You know, it could be a secondary picking up a headshot in close quarters that could sit Mummy down with the operator. We'll see how all of that pans out, as again, it's mid-control. Trailblazer and go on through into ropes. Now we've seen that not necessarily be the safest play, and through the smokes again, they will go. Sick playing right inside. Gonna dodge out on that flash, so no information there.
Yeah, I wonder if that's going to allow him to get the jump on them because they were expecting that flash to get a read if someone was going to be playing in through B Heaven, but not going to be the case. He's still going to be holding this corner, but with no way out, he is going to get sniffed out by Food. And so Envy getting the big entry. Heals coming in as well from the sky. Caboose is also still laying claim to A Heaven, still being that aggro lurk option for the team. And again, he's clearing so much space alone. This time you feel like they're primed to actually build off of it. Well,
he flips back around and Sinatra takes him down, but what a read by Sentinels to not give up this A site, although it looked like a handful were going over towards B. Now the A site's starting to get cleared out and things get a bit easier in this take as Dappers finds Crash. He takes a bit of damage on the way out, but still healthy enough to try and fight. Low HP as well. On Food, the Rays stuck on the site, and the post-plant positions aren't the worst as that op shot from downtown. Shazam now trying to trade things back in a 1v2 once more, trying to go clutch, has to clear out the angles, but Mummy will sit him down, rights his wrongs, and Envy now guarantee themselves the Lions half of this half.
Indeed. They also put the economic reset to Sentinels, so while they are able to buy this round, their money is drained, and with only a 2-round loss bonus going into the final round of the half, they would be really slim pickings for weaponry if they take the L here, and that would give a great chance for Envy to jump up to that 9-3 read from the attacking side of a map where, again, both these teams find most of their success defensively, so this is really great news for Envy fans out there following along. Envy are putting together a really nice attacking half.
Mummy just milliseconds away. Had he had that reaction time, spots out Sinatra as the smoke goes through, and it does force them back, knowing that 2 up towards Heaven with the rifles spraying on down through the smoke. And that has been a very potent strategy for Sentinels. They found too many kills through the smoke, too many lineup kills as well. But with that, it's now slowed down again, that 5-point stance across the map. Envy trying to gain control.
I like it, though. I like Sentinels, because we've seen Envy time and time again cage that cross and threaten A ramps and get into A Heaven position and make it really tough on Sentinels defensively. So they deny that, and then they kind of fall back to more of a default holding pattern. Wall is going to break down at middle. Fu going to use that boom bot now to start trying to clear out Rose's position, but Sinatra plays off of it perfectly for 2 kills. What a well-done round, and they're winning these exchanges in middle. They still have man advantage. Despite the fact that things have gotten dicey, they also have the spike in their possession.
That is arguably one of the worst spots to have it go down, and Crashies from downtown is only good for just about 120 damage
30 seconds
on
left.
Dapper. Now Mummy in the inverse, we've seen Shazam, the Jet for Sentinels, trying to clutch things out. I think Mummy might just try and hang on to this operator. There is really no safe way into that spike.
No, there's really not. There was like a gap inside that smoke over towards Ramen where Dapper maybe could have gotten caught out there by Crashies, but when he won that duel, it pretty much sealed this round's fate on where it was going to be headed, and that's going to be over to Sentinels. A big round to win it. Make sure that they're going to have full weaponry in the final round of the half, and it stops Envy from increasing that lead and creating too big of a gap to recover from here on Split again. So much on the line here, as this is our first spot for Masters up for grabs here for stage 1 of the Valorant Champion Tour. And while there is no elimination on the line here, it still would be nice to go ahead and seal the deal right now, not have to worry about Challengers 3 or worry about a lower bracket. And again, for Envy, it would be massive, I think, for their mental gain to finally beat Sentinels in a series, something they've yet to ever do in the history of Valorant. And I mean, at different points in time, they have looked in firm control, and they're, again, looking in really good shape here on Split Attack.
Another slower start here. This is what worked out before for Envy. And last round, unfortunately, didn't go their way, but the split's a little different. They've got FNS creeping up right behind Crashes to see if they can get anything done. And you really have to give props to Sinatra in that last round for just kind of blowing caution to the wind with that paint shell, or with that boombot rather. Flash actually not going to spot him out, but Crashies does. So no information, no blind to come through because of that box. And now Sinatra looking to go aggro on the inverse. Does he spot the player out in the smoke and get trapped up? Is he going to be taken down? Yes, he is. Crashies is able to secure the kill. Now the Seekers go through, and I think it's one of the first times we've seen it. So the information is there.
And then
the
they're all
neural
dead.
tech on top of it all. They're just throwing everything at the Sentinel squad to try and grab 8 rounds. And Caboose once more has postured deep into this defender-sided spawn. And all 3 are coming through a smoke, but Shazam with an easy right click to the head will pop the grape of the Omen. They've still got 4 more to worry about, and they're down to their last 2. Food gonna pop out the showstopper, try and do just that against Shazam, who's looking to go hot in this one. Paranoia goes through. Shazam finds 1, dash into the back of the site. Food will trade it back, and here we go. A 1v3, but it's not enough manpower for Sentinels, and Envy secure 8 rounds at the half. And we are going to jump away to a quick break before we close things out and see who will qualify for Masters.
Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
The last half of the series here. Envy trying to close it out, and they've got 4 rounds padded for this one, Dust.
Yes, this is getting down to the last few deciding moments as Envy find themselves in a very comfortable position, coming up with a huge attacking half. Again, they were just so good at exploiting mid control, so good at attacking into A Heaven. Caboose, time and time again, able to get into the back lines and disrupt things. And that last round of the first half, they just used their ults to perfection and just destroyed a site and had a nice little kind of feint and a double back. And now we are going to see the pistol here in the second half. Sentinels wasting no time laying claim to an empty B site as Envy are looking to play for the retake. Wall has already been broken. Crashy's making sure that there's no mid flank, and they're about to start sliding into the DMs of Sentinels here at the B site.
Yeah, and it's actually sick to deny that one, throwing the block out onto Food, making sure that
that's
that
a
account,
friend zone. Yep.
Yeah, into the friend zone of Food will go. The flank not getting too much. I thought maybe Crashies would get something done. It is 1 kill, but Sentinel is a free B site, means a free pistol round 1.
Yeah, there was no one there getting any kind of attention in the inbox there. That was straight up Sentinels bulldozing into B, trying to close that gap early on here in the beginnings of this second half. And we are going to see the Stingers out here from Envy, so they're looking to contest right away. And that seems to be the trend lately. It seems like everyone's going for these Stingers by second round. They kind of realize the way the economy system works, that they can still full buy when need be if the Stingers don't work out. So that's what they're going to be going for.
Yeah, it's a caboose this time. Gonna be the on the receiving end of the paint shells, taking a bit of damage. Is able to back away. The spike down on the ground, way over towards Sewer. So just a feint out towards B from Sentinels to see what they can get done, and it looks to be just a bit of damage. Find out some of that utility as well. Slower orb into the back. The reload comes through. Sinatra trying to run him down, but Caboose is able to sneak away. Now the wall has since been broken, and Crashies goes on the offense and picks up a kill. A good one at that, as they are on the lower end of that arsenal. But the rest of the squad here, Dust, creeping on through to A.
Yeah, indeed they are, and they're trying to get the backstab here, potentially onto Finesse, who is playing over towards Rance, but he's in a good spot. It's all going to come down to timing, and while he gets the dink on the Shazam and knocks him down to 33, Shazam does find that entry to start breaking open this A site. There is still one defender, though, left unchecked. It's Mummy with the jet, trying to bob and weave around his smoke, but is going to get traded out by Sinatra. It's going to keep things even as the spike gets planted. Food, though, slipping into elbow, but nothing coming from it. It's being shut down by Sentinels all across the board. It's only on Caboose now.
And it's Dink City here. Everybody on Sentinels getting touched in the head by these stingers, but that's not enough damage to sit him down. And through the smoke, Shazam will find a 3K. It started off dicey, but Sentinels reel it back in.
Yes, they do. 2 rounds now separate these two top squads of the North American region for that master slot that is at the end of the finish line of splits. And it seems like we are once again, like our first 2 maps that went to 13-10, in here for the long haul. No one seems to be looking to necessarily capture the game and just run away with it just yet, as we are going to see Envy fairly well ecoed here. Fu does have a Bucky. There's some pistols here and there, but it is slim pickings, and one's already been found out.
Yeah, should that had been the Bucky, maybe a bit more value. Unfortunately, it's there's no calm in that chaos as Sinatra's able to net the alt orb. Also has that showstopper now available. And with that Sage wall outside of the paint shells being used and the kills coming through, you maybe think that it could just be the Sage there. It's another feint towards B for a moment. And had those kills come through, that would have been spiked down. So Envy really missing out on that opportunity. Again, it looks like another free take over towards A. Frenzy damage going down. Shazam still nice and healthy, though, able to back his teammate up. Mummy with the classic, not able to get away this time, but somehow we find ourselves even. I say somehow, but it's the power of the Bucky. It's the power of the paint shells. And now we got to see the power of Crashies as he looks to rear up on this site. And the spike yet to be planted. There it goes, and just a frenzy in hand. Should be able to pick up that Bucky. A very, very tall order from downtown. Sinatra will find the kill, and Sentinels close the gap now down to 1.
Yeah, Sentinels, again, just like Envy, can be that fiery, explosive team on this split as they have been on every other map in the pool we've witnessed. They're very good at pivoting between, heavy mid control and just doing these, burst plays. And what that also sets up for later is you kind of condition your opponent to respect the threat that those numbers pose. And that's when you can start throwing like little fakes or little feints and kind of keeping your defensive opponent guessing on where the end goal is actually going to be for your team. And then at that point, it just comes down to the trading efficiency. And right now we're seeing Sentinel start to piece together an appropriate attacking half. Again, they are very early laying claim here to A Heaven and Ramps control with that Cage Cross and Boombot. Crashies will spot it. Gonna try to put it slowed down with the Hawk. Indeed, he will get the flash and get some intel, but still Sentinel's laying claim to the territory.
And not a whole lot there as Dapper tries to find what could be a trap wire. Unfortunately, just missing out on that one. So he's not just shooting at the wall randomly. And unfortunately for Envy, they don't have any ults here. They're very close to the Seekers, but they're going to have to find an orb or a kill, which is obviously incredibly difficult on this defending side, especially with the posture, the position that Sentinels have for themselves. And on the inverse, they've got the knives. They've got the showstopper. They can look to make a play, but over towards B, that lurk not going to get any value as Sick taken off the board. Sentinels usually do pretty good with their backs against the wall, though.
Yeah, Crashies wasn't able to get that Trailblazer up, though, and actually get full numbers on A side, so they're actually not quite sure how the attack this is going to be. And now it's coming in at just the right time before Envy could really get the rotations in, and they're getting the entries as well. But look at Crashies from the back of the site. Huge kills, changes everything.
changes everything, and a bit of a hiccup as Sinatra tried to get on the site. He was body blocked by Dapper. He still got a kill with that showstopper, but it wasn't before that player on the site picked up a kill in response. So right here, just before that, FNS had actually killed Dapper. Crashies does close things out for that push onto the site, and then Food obviously with the kill with the cherry on top. But
that was just so big from Crashies, because whenever Mummy gets that kill over towards B lobby onto Sage, they don't have any real info anywhere, and they were relying on Crashy's Trailblazer to kind of pick up on him at A, and he didn't spot anything really, except for one player, so they didn't know what was going to happen, so they couldn't really rotate, but then Crashy shut them down anyway by himself. What a play. But now Sentinel's looking to pounce once again on A site quickly. It is empty this time. It's going to be a retake play from Envy mostly, but Finesse has been caught in the process. Wall goes down on screens, and the spike will get planted.
Sinatra making sure there's no free lunch here through this Heaven entry as the Seekers go through. Fortunately, he downs his Seeker, so the one allotted to him is down and now going the other way, but Mummy answering back with knives of his own. Finds Scree, now needs to find a couple more. It's down to the last two. It's down to the last one for Zoms. All the way by his lonesome, lower HP, but they can just stick the spike. It's not planted for him, and they're going to do just that. Crashies and Mummy go huge again for Envy.
Hey, Mummy.
Yeah.
I mean, just give it up for the guy, right?
That's
what a play. Holy cow. There's no real analysis needed other than what Mummy just did. He told the whole story by himself. I don't need to do it for him. What a play. At such a big moment, too, man. Right when Sentinels were, you know, getting a streak going, closing the gap on the scoreboard, putting the pressure on Envy, they win such a big round because look what it's done. It's put them to double digits, and it's put Sentinels on Stingers only. A chance for Envy to creep closer towards map and series point. They have such a big opportunity here to do so.
As far as momentum goes, I think this is arguably one of the more momentous rounds. If you can stunt Sentinels, then you don't lose 13-10 like we saw on Icebox. So they need to continue pushing forward and stopping the plays that they're trying to make. It's just about everybody hovering over towards B this time around, so not going to be a feint, not going to be a fake or anybody trying to lurk on through. It does seem that Sentinels want to make a play here.
Yep.
And the one thing they have going for them is they have the res. So worst case scenario, they can get a man back on the board.
They can, but there's a good defense in place here from Envy. You got Food sitting at the back of B Heaven. You got two players on B side itself, and the two A defenders are back towards the back halls and can quickly rotate over to reinforce this B site. So this is a really tough spot here for Sentinels, but they are able to get both entries on the defenders. Food strikes back, but only good for one, and Sentinels somehow still find a way to overwhelm a B site that was pretty well defended.
30 seconds left.
And now running out of time, they're able to get the plant, but it's all down to the last. Mummy, no knives available, only an operator to his name here. Sick gonna try and peek on out. Sick gonna be taken down. Now tossing over by possibly a rifle there that Mummy could opt into using. Dapper gonna play back towards site. Shazam holding it down right next to this tall box, this brand new tall box, as the camera will fall. We'll see what Mummy can get done. Needs to come up huge here. It looks like he's just going to opt into saving in the 1v2. And this, again, it's given that momentum over to Sentinels, a round that they should have lost. They end up winning here, Dust.
That is very true. I mean, everything seemed to be favoring Envy there, positionally, firepower-wise. I mean, it really was just going to take a Herculean brute force maneuver from Sentinels to really find a way to break past it all, and indeed they were up to doing just that. They now put it to 8, couple of rounds away from Envy. Money situation starts to kind of even out. Both teams find themselves in very similar situations in that regard. No one has like a big loss bonus built up. Reset is potentially here for the loser. So this is a big round. This is Envy's moment to hold Sentinels off. This is Sentinels' chance to put themselves in tie position. Such a big one right here, Tanner.
need to be able to pick this one up. Again, it was Envy who reached 10 rounds first on Icebox, and Sentinels just continued to win all the way on out to take the series 13-10. That is why it is so important to win those rounds that are just going to generate so much momentum. And we'll see what Sentinels can get done with it. They hang on to the res. They have the From the Shadows available. Now, should a push like that happen again, Showstopper is available. We'll see what Food can get done. And if Finesse can find himself another kill on another flank or another lurk, you have the neural theft.
Yeah.
Is that Trapwire going to be taken down? So a bit of information towards me.
It's kind of a similar story to Envy's attacking side, right? Like, Sentinels are very effective in varying up their opening formations and varying up the speed at which they want to get mid-control and how they want to finalize. And those Sage walls that really buy you a lot of options to shut down players from being able to defend lanes correctly, as they are going to once again start hammering away. Now, Crashies does have B main control, at least for now, with the help of his Omen, but now we see the exchanges break out, and it's favoring Envy. They maintain B lobby control. They have so many angles to come back into this B site, and they're a man up, and it's only going to get better with that kill from Mummy.
And Mummy, with those tight angles, he found one trying to sneak on through back towards defender spawn, towards out of heaven, and then does it again here, peeking from the defender spawn. Shazam and Dapper trade him back, though. The odds have been even, and it's all up to Shazam. 100 HP to his name, finds the first kill on the low HP Food, and the spike is planted. So Crashies has to make a play, and he does just that. They will steal the momentum back. They will net themselves an op, and I think Envy fans can take a deep breath now.
Only for just a moment, though, Tanner. The pressure's right back on in just a few seconds, but they've done well here on the Envy side of things. I think the big difference maker there is Envy being able to maintain B lobby control for themselves. That way, if the site folds, they already have a flanking option. It's already built for them. They don't have to worry about laying claim to it slowly and having to clear out corners. No, they have a launching point right off the rip on top of their rotations coming through back halls and B heaven. And Crashies actually winds up multi-fragging out to not only ensure retake routes for Envy, but also to ensure the man advantage. And then Mummy finds a quick op pick as well. And at that point, I mean, there's almost no way for Envy to fail unless they just have a huge hiccup. So this is a big one from Envy, and now Mummy looking to wreak havoc over on the A ramps. Unfortunately, only good for an even exchange. That's going to favor Sentinels a slight bit here as Dapper continues to put that pressure solo at A side. And a nice job by Envy to once again push off B lobby.
And the neural theft getting a bit of information. You saw Sick hanging onto that stinger over towards B. Dapper Vandal in hand here, so that Arsenal kind of bouncing around. There is an operator down as well. That was the pickup there in taking down Mummy. Bruce goes towards the back inside elbow, and he gets saved. Food to keep him alive as Shazam was storming onto the site. What a heads-up play there.
That is so big. It allows him to complete the ult and stay and not have to cancel so he can be there as a reinforcement to hold this site. That is so massive that he's been able to have that happen for him. And now Sentinels are in a world of trouble. They only had 2 members left. Dapper's trying to backstab. He's been busted as well. And now it's all left to one man. It's Zoms, and he has been having a really rough game. And so to ask him to do this now would just take a crazy effort. With only Stinger in hand, he does get his first man, though.
There's just so much to worry about here. Food just gonna creep on out from underneath heaven, secure the kill, and bring Envy to map point. And Dust, what are Sentinels going to be able to do?
This
the
is
economy
so
in
huge.
shambles. Yeah.
It was so risky to finish that ult because that could have been a potential lineup spray down. And so for his teammate to bail him out and let him stick it was so big for Envy. And look at this. Envy, 1 round away from tasting victory, 1 round away from conquering Sentinels for the first time. And what a better moment to do it than for a master slot here in stage 1 of the VCT. It's right there for the taking.
And Crashies finds the first kill onto Sinatra, a huge name to have off the board. And Sick is so far away from that resurrection. That wall is going to net the orb. And I believe the knives there coming out for Shazam. So everything going to be used from Sentinels to try and secure this round.
Yeah, but already being a step behind so quickly really limits their options. They have to just kind of play together here Food still watching for the B heaven control. Still 2 defenders on the side itself. Some jiggle peeking here. Head been spotted. Food will dump the paint shells. Crashies will peek off of it. So male access is all that will be gained there. No B heaven control yet from Sentinels. They're trying to split. They're dashing in though. And Shazam lights up the kill feed. That is the big play they needed to get back in the round.
And now we are even across the board. The health bars, sure, they hurt. But Shazam continues to move forward. The momentum gained here for Sentinels as the knives are still available. A 3v2 as Envy try to close it out. A 3v1 and Sentinels will live to fight another day off the back end of a 4K from Shazam.
The absolute hero that Shazam is there for Sentinels cannot be understated. Just dashing in, catching a timing on Caboose, the quick adjustment to Crashies. It was a masterclass jet utilization there from Shazam in a round that they absolutely required to stay alive and keep that hope at pushing overtime alive. It seems like extra rounds would be fitting for this series, to be quite honest with you. These games have been so close, so up in the air at times, so exciting. I'm ready to see these two teams continue to duke it out. I'm on board.
I could not agree more, and we're seeing Sentinels come out early in this one, find the damage. It is healed up, but now no armor on this raise for Food. And again, everything matters. But even in that last round, it was the heroics for Sentinels that came out on top, and they just need to do it a few more times. Unfortunately, they don't have a whole lot, just the showstopper as they continue this slow push up to try and gain control anywhere on this map.
Yeah, this is big from Sentinels. They're starting to put that pressure on middle. They're starting to threaten that B heaven control again. They've been very successful once they've taken the space of knocking Envy back and being able to overwhelm the site. And it's going to happen again, but the flash comes in. Food builds off of it, gets his kill, puts the paint shells on Male, and continues to push Sentinels back and slow down this ability for them to try to steamroll through. This is big for Envy. Food follows up with the showstopper. It doesn't land a kill, but look at how much clock he is taking away from his opponent.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left. You hear the announcer. You know the Sentinels are hearing it as well. Sinatra looks to do some heroics of his own. Crashy still in the off angle. He's going to be taken down, but a couple of kills back and forth. Now Zombs trying to find the low HP Food. The spike is on the floor. Sentinels are running out of time. They're finding the kills, but they need to find the plant. Now in a 2v3, Dapper doing his darndest to keep Zombs alive, but it's not enough. The drop down from heaven, the tag as Dapper tries to dance away, but the kill comes through. Envy will put a stamp in it. They will find their first win over Sentinels in a series, and they will be the first of 4 to qualify for Masters.
Indeed, they will, Tanner. You've really said that story perfectly. There's not much detail I can add, but all I can do is just reinforce how big of a moment this really is for Envy as a team. This Envy squad has often been regarded as one of those top 5 teams in the region. They have always been in the conversation for the elite class of North America. They got their top 4 at First Strike. They were able to get a second place finish at Pop Flash. They were able to always at least make the playoffs. Like, they were hardly ever a team to fall out in a group stage. Really, the only real problem was Challengers 1 didn't go so well for them. That was kind of a big mark against them, but they were able, to recover, come back here into Challengers 2, and then steamroll the opposition all the way through, man. No one was stopping them from getting to this point, including just a huge victory over Xset yesterday. And then they come in here today against a Sentinels team that they've never beaten before, a team that's always been their kryptonite, and they come out and they find a way to take the series 2-1. It wasn't easy by any means. Every map went the distance. We never quite had overtime, but I mean, we still went full regulation, it seemed like, each and every time. And it is Envy that find a way to come out on top. And the key, I think, was just how good they were on attack. For considering the fact that both these teams are very defensive, top heavy on a map like Split, and Envy were able to break out with the half that they had, it really set them up nicely. And they were also able to make some good defensive adjustments. I think in particular, denying that B lobby control a couple of times kind of in the middle of that second half really helped Envy build up some rounds. And then at the end, they were just able to, I think that adjustment from Food to challenge B Heaven the way that he did with the flash and slow them down what was so pivotal. So they just kind of messed around with the time bank of Sentinels, I think, in a couple of key situations, and just were the stronger team throughout the series. You always just kind of had that feeling in the air that Envy were looking a bit fresher, a bit more on form, and again, their players lately have been absolutely on fire, and the team as a unit has been performing at optimal levels lately, and that's a big victory. Like you said, they are our first team in North America to qualify for Masters here in Stage 1 of the VCT. Of course, we still have Immortals taking on Luminosity over in the other upper bracket semifinal. If I am thinking correctly, I believe they're actually still within map 3. Or no, yeah, they're still in map 3. So that's still going on over on our second channel. But hold the phone, because we're not done yet today on the main channel. Sentinels still have to play another game. They are going to be playing 100 Thieves, and the winner of that will also get a Masters slot, while the loser gets eliminated and has to play in Challengers 3. So there's still a lot of Valorant going on today, and there's a lot on the line. These are the matches that really, really matter. So, man, you know, as much as that was a whole ton of fun, I can't wait to just jump into the next one. But I'm sure we got a little bit more to talk about and stuff before we can get there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, as a Sentinel fan, you went through the same exact thing, just a bit sooner in the last Challengers, right? They drop down to the lower bracket, they make their way all the way through, and then they end up winning the darn thing. So you can't count them out, but 100 Thieves is going to be a very, very tough opponent. They are just as hungry. But before we get there, guys, we do have to shoot over a huge shout out and thanks to one of our partners here in HyperX. You guys know what it is. You guys see the gear. You guys see it all flashy. And with HyperX, legendary comfort goes wireless with the HyperX Cloud 2 wireless, built to be an ultra comfortable gaming headset with amazing sound. It is absolutely no wonder that it's become the preferred gaming headset for millions of gamers. Guys, make sure you're checking those out. If you guys didn't see it yesterday, you guys have to go watch the end of the broadcast, because I think Bach put a nice little cherry on top of why you should go wireless by accidentally unplugging his wired headset. So, there's no better way, and there's no better time than right now. But as Dust said, we have a fantastic series going on here. That game 3 for LG IMT is shaping out to be a good one as well. It's back and forth. I think the first game was multiple overtimes. The second game was 11-13, and this one, as I took a peek, it was 5-5. So, wowee, there is a whole lot to be proven there. But right here on this channel, guys, after a short break, we are going to have Sentinels trying to redeem themselves against a very hungry, very, starved 100 Thieves, and we'll see who can get it done. We'll see who can qualify for Masters once more, as we just saw MV did. We'll catch you guys in just a sec.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Oh, baby. Contrast stitching. Curves that'll hug your body. Adjustable arms. Custom embroidery. Memory foam pillows. Changeable color inserts. Lay flat, recline. Removable logos. Soft, durable material. Yeah. Like what you see, baby? Zip chair.
I feel like I need to defend my scene's honor here, because this is just turning into a bit of a dog battle.
Like in groups always look.
I'm cutting you off here. I'm cutting you off. He said G2's
play
winning it. He said G2's winning it.
We need to wait till the next EU tournament, which could be in about 10 years now.
Take it with like a grain of salt.
No,
but
that's
that
no
being
fun.
said,
Take it super literally.
Spike defused.
think a very much needed break after that first series, guys. Welcome back to the VCT presented by Nerd Street Gamers. And we are in for another solid treat, Dust. We've got two incredibly hungry teams that have the absolute most to prove here in this losers bracket.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like these are the two teams that most people have rated number 1 and number 2 in North America, you know, for a substantial period of time for the North American region. Maybe you don't think that now, but certainly a couple of months ago, you certainly did after First Strike and several of the other events that we had kind of ending out 2020. So, yeah, these are two of the best teams that we have in our region, and now they are going toe-to-toe for another slot in the biggest tournament we've seen so far in Valorant, and that is going to be the first Masters event here in the VCT. And you have an 100 Thieves team who weren't able to put forward their full lineup in the first Challengers event, right? They had to have, you know, a stand-in for Nitro, such a key piece of that team, and they weren't even able to make it to the main event. Now, here in Challengers 2, they have something to prove that they're back in action with Nitro. Things are right back to where they need to be, and they're looking to strike. And you have a Sentinels team who just took a huge loss to Envy. They have to dust that off and focus back up and play against a team that has given them trouble in the past, right? I mean, 100 Thieves beat them twice during the first strike process, including at the main event. Though Sentinels were able to beat 100 Thieves at the JBL Quantum Cup, which is the more recent time that they faced each other. But it's still been over 2 months since these two teams have played against each other, and a lot has changed since then, I would imagine. So this is going to be spicy, man. Let's just put it how it is. Like, I'm just ready to sit back and watch it.
Yeah, 100%. And I would argue that Sentinels probably don't want to do this again. They don't want to have to run through the losers bracket like they did. Sure, they're up for the challenge. Are they going to get it done? Absolutely. That's just the Sentinel way. We're going to try to get it done. But you have such, this time, not that the losers bracket was really ever easy, but I think when you look at what we saw in the last one, I believe it was, you know, NRG and Box of teams that were kind of getting bumped down in the first challengers. This one is now 100 Thieves who have made their way this far and, again, are incredibly hungry. But with all this VCT talk, we do have to talk about other events that are going to be popping up for you guys, and that is going to be the Nerd Street Gamers Summer Champs. If you missed Winter Champs, well, guess what, guys? You get a chance to run it back and do it again. Summer Champs are coming up this August, and you can qualify by registering for the next tournament at nerdstreetgamers.com/Valorant. Guys, start your road to Summer Champs by registering for the qualifier starting this March, which we're just about to get to. Make sure you guys secure your spots, because those spots fill up fairly quickly. And again, that's Nerd Street Gamers, nerdstgamers.com/Valorant. Now, coming back to the meat and potatoes of the VCT, we do have those maps ready for you guys. And Dust, you said it, I think during the break before we hopped in, we're not going to see Split. And that's exactly what we're looking at in this. We're not seeing Split.
I mean, I would have been absolutely shocked if somehow Split came through. There's no way 100 Thieves were allowing that guy through. They have had a lot of struggles on that one. And so they will go ahead and get it off the board. So we'll kick things off on Ascent with 100 Thieves on the attack after picking the map. Then Haven will be picked by Sentinels. They'll be on attack there. And then if we need it, it'll be Icebox. And yeah, I'm really liking this map pool as a viewer. I mean, these are certainly, you know, with our first two maps here, going to be on Ascent and Haven, kind of the cream of the crop, I guess you could say, of Sentinels. I mean, that's two of their best maps as far as the amount of times they've played it, the amount of success that they've had. I'm sure they would love to play Split against 100 Thieves. Don't get me wrong, because that's really kind of their bread and butter, but they are really strong on Ascent and Haven. And with 100 Thieves, we know that they aren't great on Split. They don't have much of a sample size to speak of on Icebox yet. But, you know, Ascent and... Ascent and the other map coming in here on Haven is definitely some of their better maps, right? Like, it's some of the maps that they've put a lot of success on. So, yeah, I mean, I think this is kind of fun for us as viewers because we get to see both these teams, you know, be capable of putting their best foot forward as far as map familiarity, fluency, and just, you know, playing to their strengths.
And I mean, if you're looking as far as maps go, best case scenario for 100 Thieves is take away Split, because I feel like there's been zero effort into wanting to actually play that one when you can just ban it away, and make Icebox your very last map. Should you get there, then things look a little bit dicey. But to kick things off, the map pick coming out, it is going to be Ascent with Sentinels defending, and it's 100 Thieves map pick here. So it's a map that typically tends to slip away. We just saw it slip away earlier in the day, and that's a good spot. That's a good way for 100 Thieves to get, again, momentum going forward. And yesterday, their series against LG, I mean, that is just not something that you're expecting 100 Thieves to lose. Although the gap is closing, they really have a whole lot to prove.
Kind of tie into that, it's actually wild to think that this 100 Thieves team has still only really played like 3 events together. Think about it. They played the first strike process together, so the 2 qualifiers and then the main event, which they won. So yeah, obviously coming out hot. That was their first event, with the new lineup, after they completely rehauled the team. Then they played JBL Quantum Cup, and then they played this event, Challengers 2. As far as their full lineup, right? They had Silent X in for Challengers 1. So this is still only their 3rd tournament together as a full 5-man lineup. That's kind of wild to think. Now, granted, they've done a lot in those events to get you really feel like this team is one of the best out there. But I mean, I still think that they have a lot more to fight for here. Whereas Sentinels, they have the more extended resume, right? And a lot of that resume has been gold. So yeah, this is going to be a fun one. That's for sure.
See the compositions in front of us. Steel going to be playing that Killjoy. Asuna looking to get a little crazy on the Reyna here. Things pretty defaulted across the board. You got the jet offers for both Shazam and Dicey. And Sick playing 3 or 4 different agents on the day here. Going to be on that Phoenix. And that's something... There's 2 statistics that are kind of uncharted statistics. One of them being able to buy space and buy time. You talked about Sinatra doing it on the Reyna, where you get a nice dismiss and you start moving in ways where the opposition needs to start paying attention to you, and then your teammate picks up kills, right? That is that statistic in, buying space and buying time. And then you also have the flexibility. And I think that Sick doing what he does, playing as many agents, and that goes across the board for Dapper as well, right? Picking up the Sage when he needs to. And it's just... the versatility from the Sentinels roster is just ever impressive, and we'll see if that's going to be enough as we kick things off here. Map number 1 on Ascent, guys. The winner qualifies for Masters. The loser has to try again in Challengers 3.
I think the other big thing about this matchup, man, is that we have so many top 10 players in the server right now for the region. Like, all these guys are so incredibly good, and we're starting off with a bang, a quick exchange inside the A site here. As Asuna and company don't feel quite comfortable planting that spike just yet, and they never will. Sinatra and Sick coming, blitzing in there, slicing and dicing 100 Thieves up and taking the round. That was a quick one. And again, I expect a lot of these rounds will be, we already know how aggressive prone Sentinels are as a unit. I would say 100 Thieves are a bit more balanced. I think that they have a bit deeper of a playbook, but they also can just go out there swinging at the same time. Like, they are not afraid to be just as ferocious and feisty as the Sentinels or an Envy or some of the more aggro teams in our region. So definitely could see a lot of early round fireworks, just as you saw there.
Sentinels looking to make a statement, picking up that pistol, only losing 1. Sinatra trying to find some free damage at the start of the round again. Force up here, Stingers typically across the board for 100 Thieves. Steel usually opts in, picking up that Sheriff, and we'll see if he can get anything done with that revolver from downtown. Now, Asuna left on the lurk here as 100 Thieves continue to just play this slow style. You see how much damage was given to Steel, though, from that Ares.
Yeah, Asuna kind of just locks down this B lobby area, which allows them to set up a splitting option if they're able to get that deeper mid control and start prying open that market space. That is maybe what they're even considering doing here. That, or again, maybe he can put the solo pressure on the site while they actually double back and split A side through Catwalk. So they have a couple different options. It seems like they want to go the B split route here. Lear's coming out, market control, not taken though from others. They actually have to back off, and Asuna gets shut down in the B lobby. So 100 Thieves running out of options here, and they're running out of players as they're already down 4 on 5, and Steel is very low on health.
Very low from the start of that round as they look to make a push. Nice kill is going to secure the damage that came through onto Steel, and Shazam is there to find another. The Stinger's not paying off this time around, and it's looking like it's going to take until round number 4 before 100 Thieves hop back, or try to hop into that win column. Hiko been clutch before, but 13 seconds, 5 players to worry about.
Stop.
Only
Don't even. I don't even want to hear it. No, it's not happening. All right, calm down. Like, I know he's a great clutcher, but let's be realistic. He is going to be able to pick up a Stinger at least. Maybe try to get a frag, get something going his way. Not quite. Just carrying the Stinger over. Which honestly, I feel like dying there would have been great. I know that sounds odd, but more value there than what the Stinger's worth. But at least it gives them something to work with this round at the same time. Like, they have the Stinger, they have the Marshall now on Dicey. They can still full buy next round no matter what. And they'll have the Sheriffs in play.
I'm interested to take a peek as this round kind of progresses to see what the utility is going to look like, right? That full loss bonus puts you up to 3,900-ish credits, I think, at the very least for Asuna there and Hiko as well, who's nearing that Hunter's Fury. But, you know, the drone's expensive. That stuff gets pretty pricey as a whole, so we'll see what they can pick up. Hopefully in this one, in terms of kills, is Shazam holding it down towards mid. There's also a trap wire here, so they're not giving it up for free. And to kick things off, Sick to find the first kill, that Stinger from downtown. And when you can't match Stinger for Stinger, obviously the Stinger comes out on top. But right now, at the state of the game, so many of these early rounds does feel 50-50 because both teams, even the winning side, is picking up Stingers.
Yeah, I mean, the Stinger meta that we're seeing, which is going to be eradicated here very soon, I think, with some of the changes that have happened that aren't implemented just yet in the patch that we're on, might change some of that going forward. Same with, like, the, you know, effectiveness of Reyna, I think will also get very much reined in as a long-term thing. As Sick is just, you know, he's having a little bit of a time. He's just DMing a little bit here out in the middle. He's had a couple of kills. Still able to strike back on the Shazam, as well as take Sick out. So all of a sudden, 100 Thieves are posing a small threat here. If Asuna can find this kill at Cat, it could get even more spicy, but no, now he's getting run down by Dapper. He's even gonna maybe get knifed, but Zomz absolutely robs his teammate of that opportunity. Shame on you, sir. Shame. We all wanted it. You wanted it. I wanted it.
Yeah.
The viewers wanted it. The guy with the giant sword wanted it. We all did, and then Zomz absolutely denied us all. Zomz, never mind. You're a cool guy. Much love.
I see the diehard Zoms fans just spamming Zoms Nation, stealing that one away from Dapper. As much as we would like to have seen the knife, you know, I'm a huge fan of actually seeing the aftershock kill. So if we ever get a breach, I want to spot out a couple of those. They feel more rare nowadays than those actual knife kills. And as we are on round 4, we've got full weapons across the board, 400 Thieves. And we'll see what they can get done with it, because the last 3 rounds have been pretty underwhelming on a map that I expected them to really come out swinging and get a good advantage over Sentinels.
Sure, and again, 100 Thieves is that team that's definitely prone to sometimes like slow it down, play a more traditional default out, and just kind of play the mid control or play like some lobby control and just kind of, you know, take their time. But Sick is going to try to run it back in here and disrupt things. He's going to charge up middle, but 100 Thieves did a really good job of tucking in and not really giving Sick a look. And so he gets really no value out that all except for maybe a bit of intel, but not so much, right? I mean, there's still a lot of time on the clock, still a lot of room for 100 Thieves to pivot. And so, yeah, that was really well managed by 100 Thieves. Sick, though, still trying to put up a fight here at Cat. But again, 100 Thieves aren't really giving it to him, but he is slowing down the attack overall. And so the clock can come back and hunt 100 Thieves. That's one problem with playing the slower default style, is sometimes you can just run yourself down to the wire. You need one thing that goes wrong, ends the round, and well, that is it.
Name a better duo than Sentinels finding double kills off of lineups or finding lineups there. 100 Thieves not expecting that at all. One right behind the other. What is it?
Our commentary. Pretty good duo.
Okay, I do like that. I thought you were going to say Shazam with the op, and
that's a good one too. We'll throw that one out there.
Sick with the multi-kills, Sick with the 4Ks. It feels like there's actually so many duos that really match the
there's a lot of great duos. Yeah. Shout out to DDK and Sean Gares, another great duo in Valorant. Apparently Uber and Nothing going to be a duo tomorrow. That's been announced out on Twitter. That's going to be a hot duo as well. Veli and Memes, you know, pretty good combo. You know, there's a lot of combos in Valorant. We'll stop now, though, because, I mean, we got to commentate the game. So, get on to that.
Yeah, in this round, though, is, I mean, not a whole lot to write home about unless 100 Thieves do something incredible. And Sick back to his multi-frag.
Is he ever just going to chill? Is
Yeah,
Sick ever just going to take... he will now, because he's dead, so he'll definitely take a breather until next round, but he's been popping off.
And that's not the start to your Herculean round if you're going to have one. Another lineup. Shazam only going to get one. Hiko trades it back with the Sheriff. And they've actually they have stingers, but both kills have come from the Sheriff. Dapper looking to run him down, but Sinatra with the Phantom to lock down this A site. Sentinels up 5-0. 100 Thieves coming, they're sleeping. Look like they're off the couch here.
More like 100 Z's right now.
Yes, more like
I'm gonna
that.
pay for that one 100%. I'm gonna. But you know what? Look, if you're gonna give me some trouble on Twitter, at least throw me a follow at the same time. So you know, like, good trade. But I doubt that slumber will last for long. Is why I say that. I do feel like at any moment now, 100 Thieves will get out there and start implementing their will, because they are quite the unit. Some might say an absolute unit.
You should run.
Things get a little easier with that lockdown. No real answer coming on through as Dicey gonna find that first kill, and that is one of very few kills that 100 Thieves have found for themselves as they look to push on the back end. It's crazy to me. It's still not safe. They used the lockdown. The A site cleared for the most part as far as lockdown coverage goes, but they're still cautious to walk on through. They send Sick back to the ultimate. 100 Thieves have to figure out something here. It's their second full buy round. As the tag comes through, the shots come down. Asuna taken off the board. Steel is able to trade it back. The spike yet to be planted. Steel still holding on to that one as Dicey gets spotted out by the recon bolt. The turret will fall, and there has been zero feint. There it is. The spike now looking to get planted. It's a 4v3 for 100 Thieves. Shazam goes up top, and Dicey to sit him down. The RKO off the top ropes. And as you stated, Dust, the slumber doesn't last long. 100 Thieves in the win column.
Oh, man. Yeah, like you said, this is 100 Thieves finally rolling out of bed and throwing down some Valorant, and that was a massive round. I feel like that's what's really could get the win under their sails and really get them going. What a fantastic maneuver from 100 Thieves to get onto the scoreboard. And can they build off of this now? That's the question.
This is okay. That was looking a little spooky. We saw the last time that played out. Nacho's able to find some damage as the op shots, it goes leg for leg across the map there. Both jet ops going to be low on HP, so maybe not a round that we see the knives coming out from Dicey. And a skyless comp, a sageless comp. No heals to be coming on through. There's a bit of mid control. Asuna looking to push on through. There is a trap wire there, but should stunt it. And there's the spray coming down. Steel gonna fall this time around. It's not just damage. It's going to be the kill. 100 Thieves on the back foot.
Yeah, success short-lived as they take a big step back in this round. They are starting to get some mid-control, however. They cleared out the trap wire. They're starting to get into market as well. The defense hasn't really quite rotated yet, so they do have a timing window here to strike, but oh, Dapper! He's taking Dicey down through the window. What an absolute play from him. 100 Thieves trying to use Asuna anyway to hinge open this A site, but Dapper will just not stop. He is crushing 100 Thieves on this B site.
Just holding it down. Hiko in a 1v4 now needs to try and figure something out, but instead it's a 4K for the Cypher. 100 Thieves back in the loss column, and I mean, the losses look so dominant. Sentinels really firing on all cylinders. I would say Sick, but then Dapper closing the gap.
Dude, I want to see the shot from Dapper again. Later, Dicey.
Oh.
One tap dirt nap in midair. My goodness, sir. Take a bow. I can't. That's wild. Imagine you're Dicey and you're feeling real cheesy up in midair about to dagger someone on the site and unlock a way in, and then you just have that one done to you.
And I thought we wouldn't see the daggers because of the low HP. Shazam this time. Not going to be the leg. It's going to be the body found of Asuna with the operator. Nets a kill, and 100 Thieves on the back foot again. It's an eco round, so not a whole lot going for him.
Sure.
Steel going to go wide on the shots, and it just feels so impressive. Dicey actually able to pick one up, so not necessarily out of the woodworks. Make it even. Dicey finds two. A-site not free just yet as a paranoia comes down. Spike once more yet to be planted, and Dapper sneaks on through the neural theft to get the info, but Nitro's still alive. Nitro is Mr. Multi-Kill. just to match. Unfortunately, not enough. And Hiko, it's looking back to be the 1v5 with the Ghost. Just an uphill battle, and they can't find a way in.
I tell you what, if Sentinels were any type of funk after having a tough loss to Envy that went the distance, they certainly were able to shake it off really fast because they are coming in hot and heavy here on Ascent. Sick has been incredible throughout this game. 13 kills already. He's been absolutely on fire with his mid-aggression. Dapper just had a hell of a quad kill round a moments ago to shut down an attack from 100 Thieves on the B site. So you're seeing individuals step up at different points in time for Sentinels to get them right back on track for a master slot, which is very much up for grabs here in this series. And this is one of the biggest leads we've seen in a while for any of our teams. You know, obviously the last series was very back and forth. This has been all but that. And Sick is just, he's just no chill.
Yeah. And
how does he keep doing it?
And Sinatra too. This is arguably one of the scariest scenarios to find yourselves in. It's Sentinels team firing on all cylinders, and coming off of a loss, they start to turn on. This is exactly what we saw in Challengers 1. They're doing it again in Challengers 2. They find another kill. They just can't lose the fights, Dust.
No, Sick is literally just doing whatever in the world he wants so far here on Descent. He has taken so many engagements off that catwalk and won them. And I mean, if you're a team like 100 Thieves that, you know, is privy to kind of playing like a 1-3-1 mid control, and you keep getting disrupted like that in the first steps of the round, it just really knocks you off your game. It kind of forces you to maybe start going to some of your more aggressive burst type strategies, which 100 Thieves has plenty of. Like, make no mistake, when they've been successful during the first strike process and some of the other events they've played in with this lineup, they are no strangers to just letting players loose, like Asuna in particular, who's a very strong entry fragger, and just plowing it, you know, just running it down your throat and trying to play that more assertive style. They're very capable of switching to that gear, and I imagine it's got to come soon because they're getting crushed right now on attack trying to play this map control style.
Another huge round too. It's a full buy, and you need to try for the 8-4 something as Sick. Not necessarily going to be answered 100%. That run it back will be used, and he will be sent back from whence he came. Ultimate's available. That is going to be from the shadows. Nitro looking to clear out this side. Spots out Sinatra, so they know the Odin is here. That LMG looking to keep things nice and snug on this side, but 100 Thieves starting to battle back. 2 quick kills to come on through. Sinatra now in a bad spot as he's tagged out through the wall, though he's going to find a kill. And Dapper picks up one on top of it all, and we are dead even once more. As Dicey makes me eat my words, nothing is free here for 100 Thieves. Steel goes for the heroics. He's able to find it, and it's all up to Dapper now, a 1v3. But we've seen him pick up multi-kills just earlier in this game. 45 seconds, and 100 Thieves on the rotate.
Oh, Steel misses a chance to close out the round there, and then another one goes against him here. Dapper just holding his ground. Steel, though, buying time for the spike to transition to A site, but if he could have just cut Dapper off, it would have been a done deal without too much struggle. Now they have to work a bit harder for it, though they still are very much in the advantage with these two players still standing, but they are kind of isolated from one another. If Dapper sniffs it out correctly, he could get 2 1v1s and maybe still pry this round back open. It's not going to be an easy task, but it's certainly possible.
Didn't see if the door had been closed yet. He is not going to opt into that situation. He's going to push up towards Wine and Nitro to sit him down. Wow. 100 Thief fans had to be holding their breath. They get back in the win column, but I mean, at what cost? It took an incredible round across the board.
I can't believe this, man. Asuna only on 1 frag right now, and he's normally their initiator, right? Like, not the actual Valorant role initiator, but you get my point. Like, he's the one that's usually opening up space for his team or getting those opening kills alongside Dicey being that power entry combo, and he has not really gotten rolling, again, on an agent that requires you to do so to be effective. And so that's really kind of hamstringing the team. That early round success also swings both ways because that really doesn't set up Hiko to play his late round play, which is why he's also having a struggle individually, I imagine, in this game. But that was a good round to win. It at least gives you something to work with. Maybe that pacing change we saw last round could be something to keep going for. Again, this is a team that can shift the gears pretty well on what styles they can play. They're pretty versatile in that regard, and they did pick up the pace that round. It wound up being fruitful. So we'll see how it goes again, as once again they're able to get mid control pretty quickly here, and they're getting pretty deep over towards defending spawn. Sentinels are certainly aware of that threat. They're having players kind of keep an eye on it. Sinatra also clears out B lobby in the process with the drone.
It's very slow here. 100 Thieves realize that they have to do their due diligence, clear every single corner, and find their ways in. Sinatra looking to shut this one down. The door closes. They push on through, and it's back and forth. Now, Dapper, he's got a pretty good track record of locking this B-side down, and Zombs through the smoke finds Dicey. Again, nothing is free here. 400 Thieves, and they're now down a player here, 2 rounds away from the half. They have a couple of ultimates available.
Yeah.
The last time we saw the lockdown, it didn't... what is it? It wasn't a very fruitful reward.
Yeah, that's fair. And Sick, just leave the man alone. He owns Tree. I'm sorry. You're not getting it. You're not getting that space. You need to just figure out a new game plan. Sick is on one right now. Steel does eventually strike back with the operator, but time has run too low. He's going to grab the spike and try to hightail it over there, but Shazam will greet him with the operator, and Sick cannot be handled this game by 100 Thieves. He has got 16 frags. The only one robbing anyone is Sick of, success of 100 Thieves.
And you kind of pointed it out, Asuna not really having the best game, doing his best Sinatra cosplay here in this game. I think 1 in 11 going into the half. And more importantly, Sick, the last time on Ascent against Envy, dropped 20 kills in the entire game. He has 16 in just the first half. You see how pivotal that is. As that Dart gets no information. It's a quick push on. Hiko going to use that Hunter's Fury. Should be able to find the kill. No, Zom sneaks away just narrowly. And Sick on the flank punishes him for it. Zoms will finally fall. That's a 1-for-1 across the board. And Sentinels, again, they win these situations. The lockdown comes through. It's not in the best spot, but it is going to be hard to answer. As Sick still on the flank. Everybody looking to disperse so nobody gets detained. It's Sentinels down to the last 2 as they look to push on. Neural Theft available. I don't think Dapper's really in a position to be able to get it off. No, it's the Bucky from downtown, and Sick. Last round of the half, 9-3 is not too bad.
Yeah, a good layered attack from 100 Thieves here on the A site, and a great lockdown position that forces your opponent to commit if they're going to be able to break it by actually have to jump in this fight and clear it out underneath heaven, or have to wait and play for the retake. And 100 Thieves had the numbers from the jump. So that time they were able to just kind of limit Sick's impact, but that was a rarity as so many rounds with the way of Sentinels, and we'll see if that continues after a short break.
Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Here we go, jumping back into things. 9-3, the half. A very favorable one for Sentinels as 100 Thieves mount their defense.
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot going for 100T in that particular half. They got pounded. Smashed.
And so with the sleepy play style that we saw from 100 Thieves, I think this is the best spot for Sentinels because they like to play quick and they can catch these guys off guard. So that's exactly what I'm expecting here towards A.
Yeah, I mean, if things go right for them, they could end this game real fast, especially if they can win this pistol round. We do see Dicey and company, though, trying to challenge the street position with the hot hands, though. It's going to go ahead and push them off and allow Sentinels to start sweeping into A side through door position. Nitro is underneath the balcony, however. He's able to get a frag. That's going to help 100 Thieves out. They're starting to make their rotations over.
Illustrated back and forth, though. There's Asuna starting to come online and lock things down underneath heaven. No longer clear as a 3K comes through. Make it 400 Thieves in the win column, and a very important one at that.
Asuna just quadrupled his kills for the game. I mean, not quite, but you get my point. Like, he has definitely been kind of just in chill mode most of the game, but he's able to pop off this round and have a big quad kill. Maybe that's what he needs to kind of get his mind right. Asuna is one of the most effective entry fraggers we have in our region. Maybe he doesn't have like the flashiest statistics if you just look at its player page or something like that somewhere in comparison to some of the other big names that we have in our region, but I feel like his ability to play, you know, entry fragger roles, there's really only a couple of other people like him in creating those openings, like a drone, for instance, on TSM, or some of the operas that we have on Jet. You know, he really can be so impactful when he's on form, and hopefully that's a sign that he's, you know, starting to come alive, as 100 Thieves really need him to get back into this one, you'd have to imagine.
Deal with this tried and true there, the Bucky and a close angle. Name a better duo. Just joking as we jump deeper into
Let's not start that again.
Yeah, Dapper gonna try and answer back, but the Spectre comes out on top in the long-range battle. The classic from Shazam, from downtown to battle back. And that just tells me Sentinels, they're feeling themselves still. Although losing that pistol, they're not giving up just yet.
Now, might as well go out swinging here. That's a spike is going to transition back over through B lobby. They're looking to lay in on this site, but Nitro is still back here. Asuna makes his rotation through market, and so now is all on Shazam with the spike and just 34 HP. He's able to go and collect the Bucky inside Link. But, I mean, if closing distance, different story. Spectre now available. He'll swap over to that. And he won't really get a big chance to enjoy using it, as Asuna will come up with another multi-frag round. So hopefully for 100 Thieves stake, he is starting to heat up. Again, he was 1 in 11 at one point, now up to 8 and 12. So again, you know, he keeps in that direction. 100 Thieves could actually make this game interesting. They're still a ways off of threatening Sentinel's lead, but they're starting to put those first pieces together at the very least. You got to start somewhere, and those are, you know, some big rounds to claim.
This one, although picking up round wins, hurts a little bit. A couple more Buckies, which honestly might not be too bad. I thought there was a period of time where Steel was opting into buying the less expensive weapons to eventually try to afford the operator and just give Dicey a bit more room and then possibly trade in the future. So I don't know if that's the actual game plan, but a lot of the time we see him on the Bucky or on the Ares more than anything.
Yeah, it's also worth pointing out that this is 100 Thieves' best defensive map, near 67% win rate on the defense on Ascent. It's how they really build a lot of their success, I think. So if they can kind of keep that up, again, they could very well threaten this gap on the scoreboard. And Asuna, again, big frags, lots of couple players in market, is able to get into sight and pop the Empress. But Sentinels strike back with vengeance. They get 3 quick kills, now left to steal with the Bucky on the site. Pressure coming from multiple directions. The pellets are not landing where they need to. And now it's all on Hiko with his own Bucky well out of position. And while he did find that one, it's still going to be an uphill climb that he's not prepared for. 10 rounds now for Sentinels. The success of 100 Thieves have finally been stamped out now that Sentinels had something to invest into a round.
So being the bonus, I don't think you can really say too much, right? You had a whole bunch of Buckies. Unfortunate timing there. Steel was maybe a second too early on that first Bucky shot. Probably could have picked up the kill onto Dapper, who was a bit closer. And things obviously don't go his way there. That's tactical shooter timing. But now, what do we see? Defense, 100 Thieves, operator on Dicey. Rifles just about across the board. Nitro obviously hanging on to that stinger. I think we start to see 100 Thieves grabbing it back again, and there it is. Dicey with the op shot up mid.
Yeah, Dapper just kind of jump peeking there, trying to bait out a shot, but he got more than he bargained for with that one. A big opening kill there for 100 Thieves right off the jump. We are going to see Sick popping the ult here, trying to put some pressure over towards tree position to help kind of unlock that A site. He doesn't get very far, however, but A is still going to be taken. But 100 Thieves have mana advantage for this retake as they're starting to set up their utility to start popping in here. They're going to be able to attack from all routes, really. Door, they have a flank coming through lobby. They're obviously positioned at A heaven as well, so they're going to have everything at their disposal.
Lear traded for the paranoia. There's the flank from Steel, able to find one, still low HP on the rest, but Shazam finds two. The odds have since been evened, and Sentinels are holding it down on this A site with the spike planted. The flash just come through. Steel will fall. Dicey operator in hand needs to try and get something done. They're running out of time. 100 Thieves working against the clock. The dash onto the site. Shazam with 30 HP and Sick to close it out. That was 100 Thieves' most important round, and it goes the way of Sentinels.
Yeah, indeed it does. It started out so well for them to get that opening pick, to be so well set up for the retake, but then Shazam breaks through with two key kills to get control of the door and into tree and cut off one of the routes of the retake, as well as get advantage back for his team on the man count. Those two kills from Shazam were the X factor of the round. So pivotal. And as you said, 100 Thieves' chances of coming back here on Ascent have really shrunken. They're going to have to go into this round just to make sure they can full buy next round. And by that point, Sentinels will very likely be on that point, and they'll have to win 7 in a row to force an overtime. So this is looking quite grim if you're a fan of the 100T squad.
Put down.
So you are going to see the drone coming in here, clearing out some space.
No more Sova.
Big kill from Steel with the Sheriff onto Sinatra. It feels like we lost Tanner, so I'll just kind of keep taking over. We'll get him back here hopefully shortly, as we do have a 4-on-4 situation right now. A site being threatened by the Sentinels, and Sick will get in and shut down the door. Smoke up as well towards tree. Smoke on the main archway here, slowing down the attack a bit. Still trying to slide out with the Sheriff, but he's found out by Shazam's Phantom. And so again, Matt Point is lingering here. There's only 3 members left from 100 Thieves to contest right now, as the spike is going to get planted. Shock darts being launched in by Hiko to try to get some chip damage to potentially set up the retake. And indeed, he has actually found out 6. So all of a sudden, the door is creaking open just a bit, but there's some great positioning by Sentinels, by Tree Room. It's all to come down to timing, as Nitro actually is able to slip in behind there and take out Dapper. All of a sudden, the chances are looking pretty good, but Zombs trying his best to shut it down. Great kill, great paranoia, but now he's all alone. 2 players on the site. Health dwindling, but Zombs up to the task anyhow. 2 great kills with the Vandal. He may have been silent at times for his team, but he comes out shouting that time. That's going to put Sentinels to match point. And so this might very well be the end here for 100 Thieves on Ascent. Sentinels just need 1 more. They're going to get 7 chances to do it. And at least they can put their best foot forward this round, Tanner. At least they're going to be able to have the operator on Dicey, and they're going to be able to have full rifles elsewhere also.
I missed an entire round. But Dust, I appreciate you carrying that one. Some internet issues. Dude, they cut me offline. They didn't want me to give this one the way of Sentinels, which is exactly where it is headed. Now, if I repeat anything that you said, I apologize, because I didn't hear anything you said as we jump back. Match point right here on Ascent. And again, to kind of harp back to before the game even started, this is 100 Thieves needed to win. It's slow to start things off, but Sentinels so far in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I mean, it would take a crazy effort for 100 Thieves to steer this one back the right way. Again, they're very good defensively on Ascent on average, so this is the side they would do it from, if ever. But, I mean, just such a tall mountain to climb. You have to imagine they have to be perfect just to get to overtime. We're going to see Sick putting that pressure on Tree Room. The smoke going to be able to help him get towards that doorway, but they're also still got the spike in middle with no commitment, so they can still split either direction, and now they have an opening pick on Steel.
And that's the player that's typically anchored on that B site. So a bit of information that maybe, at the very least, only one playing over this direction. An aggressive posture over towards A, and that's nothing. Asuna is finding nothing over there just yet, playing in line. Not looking to come through with this team, but Sick breaks the glass and takes Dicey down. Asuna is able to come online for a kill, but it's 100 Thieves backs against the wall. But Asuna doing everything in his power to make sure that that spike does not go down. It was all up to Shazam, but across the board, everybody will fall and 100 Thieves stay in it.
It's so crazy how quickly the tides turned in that round. It was looking so good initially when they got that opening pick on Steel, and Sick was able to make his play up into A heaven, but Asuna was able to absorb that pressure and push into A lobby and use that as kind of an anchor point to be able to keep striking back when Sentinels decided to commit on A site. And he was able to have a big round, up to 12 and 15 when he was once 1 and 11. So again, he's had quite the recovery as a player, and that's made the world of difference for 100 Thieves to, you know, at least keep themselves in this contest. They're still well away from really threatening Sentinel's lead, but it's starting to build at least a little bit here. They're starting to take those first steps forward.
Zam, unfortunately, not going to find anything going up top there with the knives out. And as we took a peek at that scoreboard, the kill feed is almost the same across the board, minus Sick being so far ahead of everybody. You negate that player, maybe this game looks a bit differently for 100 Thieves, but that is the magic of Sick. He just comes online, and you just can't stop him. Now, a nice split to make sure nobody creeps on through A main. The spike's still down towards B, and Sentinels, again, just like the last round, using all the time they have.
Yeah, trying to get that opening pick at A off the jump with Shazam's ult, didn't find anything, and now they're just kind of creeping all around the map, but now they're starting to shift the focus back heavily towards A side. All players will be looking to push this direction. There are 3 defenders in the area. Of course, the op is on site, 2 towards Tree. Shazam going to try to lead the charge with the run it back. Great run it back. They're closing distance on this opper big time. Shazam's pushing all the way in. He misses the daggers and then gets shorted. My goodness, 100 Thieves. That's such a break when Sentinels are at least striking back.
Oh, the shorty not good for another there, but almost a huge turnaround. And now it's down to the last 2 here, IGL and co-IGL for 100 Thieves. To try and keep their life alive here on Ascent. The lockdown goes through, the turret to follow. It's not a very hardy lockdown. There's a lot of space to play with, but there is a flank. Nitro playing far off the site here out towards main. Now running out of time as they look to push through the smoke. It's all up to Nitro. Full health on the Omen. Paranoia goes through. He's able to find that first kill onto Sick. Another smoke to follow. The Shrouded step right inside where he's going to meet his maker. Dapper with the 3K and Sentinels up 1-0.
Yeah, again, if there's ever any concern that Sentinels might be mentally out of it after a grueling series against Envy, I think all those concerns can be very much shooed away as they came out swinging here on Descent. Just an absolutely dominating performance there. I think you have to, first of all, give credit where credit's due to Sick. He ruled that defensive side, bro. Whatever he wanted to do, he did it, got away with it, and then some. Whether it was getting kills in middle by aggressing Cat or flanking, whatever the case may be, the guy was absolute money. He had great support from his team, obviously. Everyone was really playing well. Just everything seemed to be on point on their defense. They didn't give anything up. Then when they needed to settle in and take care of us on the second half, they never really struggled too much. Like, yeah, sure, 100 Thieves had a couple of rounds here and there, made it interesting, but nothing really to speak of consistently, right? I mean, it was just, 25 kills from Sick. That's all it needs to be said. Most first bloods in the server by a pretty good margin. Just so much impact, man. And then Shazam was right there. Dapper was right there. I mean, they were really getting full value out of pretty much their entire lineup. So, yeah, very, very good performance from them.
It was everybody firing on all cylinders for Sentinels, and then Sick just so far ahead. And it kind of, to go back to that point of Sick doing whatever he wants, there was a round where he got a kill towards bottom of Cat, flanked all the way around, and then picked up 2 kills from top of Cat. Like, he was just doing anything that he wanted in that game, and that round really resonated with me. just to prove that point. That Sick is one of the players to watch.
And that was a 100 Thieves pick, by the way.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, don't get me wrong, they're pretty fluent on our next map, Haven, but Sentinels are like the kings of Haven. So, this is gonna be interesting.
This is probably going to be lineups galore between both of the Sentinels duking it out here. We'll see if it is going to be Sinatra on that Sova, or not Sentinel, Sovas, excuse me, and Hiko going toe-to-toe here. This could be it. Tournament life on the line here. The winner will qualify. Should Sentinels pick up a 2-0 in this one, they are in Masters, and 100 Thieves has to try again. Guys, we are going to jump away for a quick break, and when we come back, map number 2, we're headed to Haven.
I feel like I need to defend my scene's honor here, because this is just turning into a bit of a dog battle.
Like in groups always look.
I'm cutting you off here. I'm cutting you off. Cutting you off. He said G2's winning it. He said G2's winning it.
We need to wait till the next EU tournament, which could be in about 10 years now.
Take it with like a grain of salt.
No,
but
that's
that
no
being
fun.
said,
Take it super literally.
Spike defused.
Oh, baby. Contrast stitching. Curves that'll hug your body. Adjustable arms. Custom embroidery. Memory foam pillows. Changeable color inserts. Lay flat, recline. Removable logos. Soft, durable material. Yeah. You like what you see, baby? Zip chair.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Welcome back to the Valorant Champions Tour, where we find ourselves in the lower bracket still in a matchup between Sentinels and 100 Thieves. Now, the loser of this one gets sent to Challenger 3. The next site that we're going to has 3 spikes, or 3 spike sites, I guess, or bomb sites.
There's still one spike.
Not 3
Just
spikes.
to be clear.
That would be crazy. That's probably
That would be
game
wild.
mode down the future. We might have something like that. But more importantly, we're headed to Haven Dust, and 100 Thieves act against a wall here.
Yeah, Sentinels haven't lost a game of Haven in over 2 months, and they've won their last 15 Haven matches in a row. So I just want to throw that fun fact out there. They have a 78% win rate on Haven. They are nearly 60% win rate on both attack and defense. You don't mess around with Sentinels on this map. That's all I am trying to get across. Now, interestingly enough, out of the only 2 losses they've had since friggin' late August, 100 Thieves is one of them. So, in the semifinals of the Nerd Street Gamers closed qualifier, they did beat Sentinels on Haven, but then they were able to get revenge on 100 Thieves in the semifinals on that map, at least. Obviously, they lost the match. So, just want to throw that one out there that, you know, Sentinels on Haven, no slouches. Now, 100 Thieves, you know, 60% win rate on Haven, certainly not bad. You know, pretty strong on both sides of the map. They've won their last 5 in a row, but most of those wins have been against probably teams you never even heard of, if I'm honest with you. Like, no offense to those guys, but just not against the same class of opponent. So, yeah, I mean, Sentinels already coming in a map to the good. Certainly do look like the heavy favorites on their map pick of Haven to perhaps get the 2-0 and get a master spot and send 100 Thieves to Challengers 3. But, you know, again, 100 Thieves, pretty solid team if they can shake that one off. You know, they are certainly a team that can at least put up a fight on this map. They obviously had some really grueling wins against Ghost and Gen G earlier on over the last few days, and going into last week. So I would expect them to at least wake up a little bit and put up a contest here.
Wake up, I think, is kind of the takeaway that I get there. They have to be awake after that stomping on Ascent. Sentinels, I mean, we saw the replays there, and it just looked like a Sentinels highlight package. You would think that we were on their YouTube channel. More importantly, sick, just popping off like an absolute madman. If you're 100 Thieves, you have to try and find a way to mitigate that player here on Haven. Now, things I'm expecting are slower playstyles. That's exactly what I'm expecting here as we jump into Haven. You have a handful of sites to work with, not 3 spikes, but 3 spike sites to play with, and a bit slower. I'm more interested in how much free real estate you're going to find on this B site. How much or how free is that going to be? Because I think that is where we're going to see a whole lot. Steel going to be looking to get a whole lot of playtime through that. Dapper as well. These lurkers, maybe even Sinatra playing in the lurk. B is going to be a site that I'm paying attention, not necessarily for plants as a whole, but for what can come of that site or playing through that site.
Yeah, I mean, Haven is one of those maps that, you know, with it just being so large, information is so key. And it's really easy on the attacking side to deny information. Like, you can smoke top C, you can use either like jet smokes or a cipher cage or any number of pieces of utility to block off vision on long A to the defense, which means that you can always keep them guessing that maybe you're taking control of sewers and that they have to worry about that. Meanwhile, on the defending side, you can certainly try to put pressure on middle, put pressure by pushing outside of B site and like pressuring window or taking like forward angles. So there are certainly ways to try to contest against that, but it can set you up to have to play for a lot of retakes defensively, which is why attacking sides can have a lot of success on this map. But Sentinels, again, is a team that has a lot of success on the defense. And I think a lot of the reason for that is Sinatra, you know, just being such a nuisance in Garage in particular, and just being able to really use that Sova to high effect on this map and really help his team kind of make up for the fact that the map can be, you know, a hard situation to cover all spaces at once. You know, this team just seems to do well. And I think another big reason why is because Dapper is such a good C anchor with that Cypher. He's really good at stalling out attacks, buying time for rotations, and just playing smart Valorant. So, you know, again, it's not that I'm counting 100 Thieves out here on Haven. They are a quality team with some fantastic players, and they have at times really shown a knack for this map. But, I mean, if you're hedging your bets, Sentinels, after what we just witnessed on Ascent and just looking at the track record of Sentinels on Haven, again, they've won their last 15 games in a row. They haven't lost since, like, late, again, like 2 months ago. So, and even then, they only had, like, 2 losses in, like, their last 25 games. So, they are just sometimes an unstoppable force when it comes to Haven. So yeah, I think that safe money is probably on them in this situation, at least on this map.
Sentinels also seem to get that lower bracket buff where they come down here and they kind of need that nudge in well, what seems like the wrong direction, but seems to be the right direction for that team. They jump down to the lower bracket and then they just start running it all the way through their lower bracket. And in that last one, you may have thought, or in Challengers 1, I would say, is you may have thought, sure, the lower bracket was a little bit easier when you look at those teams. This one, no easy feat. Again, it's 100 Thieves down here, and it might seem like we're really harping on how great Sentinels are. And I mean, it's pretty inarguable at this point, especially going into Haven. And I think more importantly, what you kind of get out of the discussion that we've been having, or what we've been talking about for the last few minutes, Dust, is 100 Thieves, they are not impressing like we saw them in First Strike. They're just not having that same wow factor. You expect, just like you see in the videos, you expect Asuna to jump on through and find 3Ks with the Raze ultimate and really frag out, not go, I think it was 2 and 12 for the entirety of that first half on Ascent. Like, that's just not what you expect. So you can really, in this matchup, only say good things about Sentinels because they're the team that are showing us good things.
Yeah, again, I feel like the sample size for 100 Thieves, despite the fact that they've kind of been around for a while, is actually still very small. I don't think people really take the time to think about that. I mean, again, they've only played 3 tournaments or so with their full lineup. If you count First Strike as a whole as like one event, like combining the open and closed qualifiers and everything into like one process.
Yeah.
A lot of maps were played in that process, don't get me wrong. So they have some, you know, feet under them, certainly as far as, you know, official experience. But the fact that they had to play without Nitro for Challengers 1, the fact that they completely rehauled their team at the end of last year, it's one of those things where, yeah, it's kind of hard to still fully tell how good of a team they are. I mean, certainly winning First Strike was a bold initial statement from this new lineup, and they did pretty well the JBL Quantum Cup. Like, you got a you know, top placing there. But yeah, I think there still is a lot to learn about this team going forward. And then where you look at Sentinels, they've been around since the jump, and they have always been at the top or near it for as long as I can remember since Valorant kicked off last year. So, and they've always been known to be like the most skilled lineup man for man of any team, you know, right? Like, obviously Sinatra is super flashy, X Factor all over the place, but you have Shazam, who's definitely one of the best jet operators in the region. You know, Wardell obviously kind of usually takes the #1 position for a lot of people, but I think Shazam's not too far behind by any means. And then you have a guy like Sick, who just recently has finally started to get the credit he deserves, but he was always quietly like the rock of the team, like the foundation that you could rely upon, while you have your guys like Shazam and Sinatra, who can be kind of the flashy ones and doing their job. And then Dapper, honestly, is one of the best Sentinels in the region. He is incredibly intelligent, really smart decision maker, and he frags out. So, yeah, they are truly a behemoth to deal with in this region. But 100 Thieves was a team, when they rehauled everything, that looked like they had built a roster that actually had quite a bit of skill in their own right, between like Asuna on the aggressive end and Hiko on the more passive clutch end, and everyone in between. Nitro coming in as the best omen perhaps in North America, and how he plays that Agent's kit to set up other teammates and to, you know, be a foundation in his own right, similar to Sick for Sentinel. So, yeah, we're going to come into Haven now, and in Agent Select, I mean, this is just the 100 Thieves Haven lineup, right? I mean, there's really, you know, nothing changing up too much about them. Asuna obviously going to be on the Phoenix rather than Reyna. That's pretty common for him. One of the best Phoenixes in the region next to Drone. So no shocker there. And then on the Sentinel side of things, again, I mean, Six been playing Phoenix for quite a while now on Haven, so there's really nothing to look at there. And everyone's on the agents you would expect. Sinatra, of course, going to be on that Sova for Haven, as he does play Sova, obviously, on Ascent as well. So, yeah, this is, you know, standard compositions for both teams. There's really nothing to like detail too much. I think this is just kind of the expectation. No one's throwing out any curveballs here,
except for Phoenix, of course.
I'm not even going to acknowledge that further than what I just did.
Except for Phoenix.
I've had some pretty corny
I'll
jokes
say the
too. So
joke again. Guys, it's Haven. We're about to be underway. We see identical compositions locked in. When you see this, a couple of things you have to pay attention to are the jet operators and how much value they are getting. And more importantly, when that operator comes online, Shazam and Dicey, the players that I'm going to be taking a peek, because there are so many different angles here on Haven that you can use that operator. So we'll have to keep an eye out If Sentinels win this game, ladies and gentlemen, they secure their spot in the Masters tournament for the VCT, and they continue to battle through Challengers 2 to earn an extra sum of money. 100 Thieves, should they lose, they go back to Challengers 3 in the closed qualifiers. As we kick off the Pistols, it's quick out the gate. It's 3 members stacked towards B and mid control coming out from Sentinels.
Indeed. So we are going to see them maybe start putting that pressure on B side or garage, or maybe both at the same time. So we're going to see them start dashing in here. Dicey trying to stay alive and buy time for a bit of a rotation. Spike is certainly going to go down, or perhaps not. Dicey able to strike that down. Sick able to at least have the quick response. Spike will be recollected by Sentinels. They have a 4-on-4 now in the B site. Asuna and company starting to pinch in, but Zombs, great job there holding his angle. Will stop that from breaking through, but it's just tit for tat, man. Back to a 2-on-2 now.
And with the Spike rotating out towards A, I said we got to pay attention to that B site, and it was actually the first play of the game here. Sentinels trying to catch 100 Thieves off guard. Now with the Spike planted, even more so trying to catch him off guard, playing very aggressive post-plant positions. Almost catching Hiko is Sick as that recon bolt. And he gets some information taken down, so they know one by the spawn. Maybe Dapper up towards heaven, and Sick hasn't been spotted out here, and there it is. He gets the jump on Hiko, finds a kill now. Nitro in a 1v2. Has a frenzy in his hands, but the high ground goes to Dapper, and the pistol goes to Sentinels.
Yeah, big round from them. Obviously a bit of a slugfest over there at the front of that B site, as can often happen, but Sentinels were able to kind of fight their way through, get access to A site through the link area, and then play a good post plant, so they will go ahead and jump up now 1-0. Obviously everyone dipping into their wallets here to pull out the SMGs. A couple of Buckies in play as well here for 100 Thieves, and honestly, sometimes that Steel Nitro combo can be very deadly over on that C side of the map. So that's one thing to think about. Though Steel will be actually anchoring over on A side with a tripwire over towards Sewer's position as he tries to focus that Bucky up on an angle over at long A. He was able to cam at C, but it has been blown up. Meanwhile, we see some aggression as well at C side. They're actually able to get Nitro in that closet area.
Oh, push up towards A short, though. Sewers not going to be for free. Steel's here with the Bucky. Cage going to stop that push for now. A second one on top of it to continue to delay, but Dapper hanging out just to make sure nobody getting too aggressive, pushing on through. It's the force up from Sentinels, as to be expected. It is that, you know, I had a really fun name for the Stinger or something, and now I lost it, and I'm sad about it.
It's okay. Nitro, the timing, everything here. He's setting up a smoke right as they push in, but he's able to collect himself, gets the kill, and discovers the spike. As Sentinels were looking to make that pivot towards the C side of the map. In the meantime, what is going on here? Dapper sneaks into sight, Steel unaware. Big catch that's going to allow them to pivot that spike back over to the A side as Dapper holds onto the ground that he has gained with his sneaky maneuvering there. I feel like Dapper and Steel are some of the most sneaky Sentinels in NA as well, as far as how they're able to kind of get in behind people. Their timings are so good on some of these lurk plays, and Dapper is the one who comes up big this round. It looks like Sentinels will go ahead and finish the job off the back of it, as Zombs will mop up a couple of the 100 Thieves members there, and that's going to be the 2-0 lead for Sentinels, and 100 Thieves will likely now have to look to sit back and take a save, and Sentinels will be able to jump up very likely to a 3-0 lead now.
And I misspoke in that last one. It was 100 Thieves. Excuse me, not Sentinels forcing up. Obviously, Sentinels did buy, but 100 Thieves going back to the Stinger ways, and it falls flat again. This is the second map now. We see they might force up something here, but it's not going to be until that round number 4 that we see the rifles.
Done with Cypher's secrets.
Certainly. So good start here. The Sentinels are already a map to the good as well. Again, a grueling battle to Envy that they lost, as Envy are the ones to capture that master slot, but still one up for grabs here and now in the lower bracket, and Sentinels are certainly put their best foot forward here towards doing so. So we also have the B stream going on as well, covering the other lower bracket match. If you missed it, Immortals did beat Luminosity 2-0. They took the other master slot. And we have Luminosity taking on X-Set. So just add a little number 2 to the end of the link, and you'll be able to see that one as well.
The sewers control seems to be so important here for Sentinels in all of their plays as they found an early kill there. Make it another. Sick and Sinatra, Shazam, all the S's for this Sentinel squad finding the kills. Again, it wasn't Eco, so nothing really to write home about, but 100 Thieves just can't get anything going. And on top of a flawless round, everybody got on the board. A team ace for Sentinels.
Not bad. Do love to see that. I guess. I mean, I don't know for sure. If you're a 100 Thieves fan, maybe not.
Yeah, true. Sentinels
But
fans
otherwise,
do love to see that.
Team Ace is pretty good. Feels good situation as his bonus round is going to come into effect now for Sentinels, still sitting on 3 Spectres. Full buy out here from 100 Thieves, including the Operator on Dicey. See what they want to do here. It looks like Dicey's maybe going to try to take a pick over towards Garage and Middle. We see a drone being used at Long C as they're trying to maybe look to get the orb here.
What is Sick going to be good for? 1 kill comes through. Dicey going to send him back, but I mean, that's more than you can ask for from the run it back, and Sick continues to go unscathed, unstopped here with that forward momentum. Still going to bring back the camera as that spike's going to be planted all the way on the opposite side, and if he tries to creep on through, Dapper waiting for this lurk, and there's a couple of trap wires that should trip him up as well. Asuna struggling to find a way on through. Zom's gonna ult away from this site, so now an extra member to play against that lurker as the flashes come down. A beautiful post plant from Sentinels puts him in basically a pretty good spot across the board. The hot hands gonna push one away, and Dicey gonna find the kill onto Shazam, so they're trying to do everything they can. The spike is now halfway, but the mollies and the flank come back in response. Zom's gonna find 2. The spike is halfway, but 100 Thieves just have no way to make a play on it. And Steel, the flank in the worst possible position here. The rifles, everybody just about dies, and 100 Thieves down 4-0.
Is there nothing that Sick can do, man, by the way? I mean, the guy literally made a name for himself as a Sage. He pivoted to playing a lot more supportive stuff at times, you know, Sky, even picks up Sova now on Icebox, basically setting up other players. Now he's the one with the Phoenix with the run it back, doing things like Drone and Asuna are known for in our region, just being able to implement and be an entry fragger. And now Sick's doing that too, man. So the guy is just, the Swiss Army knife of the North American scene. So much value that he brings to the table. Now it's a big round for him getting that entry on the C site and just unlocking the way for Sentinels to find their 4th round. And now we see Zoms holding out for the flank here through C position. I'm pretty sure he's aware. What? Okay, I would have thought he wouldn't have allowed Asuna what he got there, but all of a sudden these have made this interesting.
Yeah, that was, I mean, the blades used here in the eco round from Dicey nets a kill out towards that spawn. And I mean, the Zoomers, somehow, some way, they find a small hiccup in the plans here. Nitro creeping on through. Shazam sniffs it out, takes him down to his low HP on the Omen. And although it's a 3v3 again, we have to take into consideration what 100 Thieves have going for him, which doesn't feel like a whole lot. Dicey does have the knives, but has to be picture perfect here. And Shazam through the smoke. Speaking of picture perfect, Sentinels continue this oppressive onslaught here on Haven.
Yeah, they really are just laying the hammer down here on 100 Thieves. They're going to keep those smokes and cages up on this back halls. No one can break through. They are getting chipped away at, and now they are being finished. 100 Thieves were trying to make a bit of a play there. They did even get the opening 2 kills on the round with some of their aggressive maneuvers, but eventually Sentinels were able to recover just fine and put that one out. I think this was the big one. I think Nitro had a chance to get the jump on Shazam that could have made things a bit tough on Sentinels, but when Shazam catches that and gets the kill on Window Room, it's pretty much a done deal. Great round from Shazam in particular there to go ahead and put it to 5-0 to the good of Sentinels. Steel is going to pick up a bit of an LMG here, so we'll see if this changes fruitfully. He's going to be playing that garage position now over with Nitro. Spokes exchange at Long C or collected for Sentinels. They now have the Hunter's Fury available for a post plant or to clear an angle for an attack, as it looks like they are maybe looking to split C again. They're getting the drone up, they're clearing closet, they're getting into C, they're starting to also position themselves to maybe also push into garage.
But with the tag usually comes the Hunter's Fury. And that's the Ares down. Steel gets 0 value outside of information, but traded for his life. Zico gonna try and send it back. Nitro Shazam go back and forth, and unfortunately that Hunter's Tree only gonna find a bit of damage, and once more 100 Thieves find themselves on the back foot. Asuna trying to do what he can. He's blinded inside the blaze wall, has nowhere to go, and is gonna be sent right back. Sinatra and Dapper on the board. They leave it all up to Hiko, but this is very familiar for Shazam. Kills inside of Garage. Sentinels to 6. 100 Thieves still yet to find a win.
Once again, it's Asuna on a cold start. Again, think about back to the first map where he started out the game 1-11. He started this game 1-6. This guy is supposed to be kind of the engine of the team, and he is really struggling here. It's obviously still early days. He can still recover, and it's not just him. Generally speaking, Sentinels are just dominating the server, just as they did early on Ascent. They just have absolutely no chill. They're trying to speed run this lower bracket match, dude. Like they are crushing right now. They're just going out swinging, and they're not missing anything.
You can typically write stuff off like Asuna having a bad game. That happens. Having a bad series. It happens to literally everybody, but this one being so incredibly important. Now Sentinel should just be able to run the show for the most part. Neural Theft is going to give out some information they already have as Asuna falls down towards sewers, and 100 Thieves down to their last 2, just looking to pick apart whatever they can find. The Stinger's not going to be enough once more. Zam finds another, starting to pad the stats. Like I said, it's so important, one of the most important, because you're going to have to run it back in Challengers 3 if you go down here.
Yeah, and again, like, Sentinels, as we've already talked about multiple times throughout this series and in the previous, they are a very aggressive team. They're very much in your face. They love to scrap, and Haven really plays to that because with the map so large, you're gambling if you're 100 Thieves defensively, if you're going to try to stack or push something. If you're spreading the map and playing standard, that really plays to Sentinels just being able to overwhelm a site and then force you to play retake, and perhaps they're already going to have mana advantage at that point. And again, it's such a large map. It's so hard to make rotations. You have to play like a perfect defense when it comes to the information game to be able to rotate effectively and really stand a chance on a map like this. And Sentinels are just not allowing it. They're just getting in. They're trading very effectively. And they're just showing up with better individual form. They're instilling their game plan perfectly.
And even in the small amount of information given right there, we saw 2 rounds where Dapper gets spotted out by that recon bolt. You can't spray through that wall. You can't get a whole lot off of it. The sewer control is not sewer control. This time around, though, Asuna going to take a different angle and catches Dapper out. Slowly starting to come online. Slowly starting to wake up. But is it too late here, Dust? 100 Thieves now have run him down to the last. Asuna trying to come online for the ace. It's Sinatra to sit him down. But the sleeping giant has awoken. He finds 4, and Hiko close it out. What a way to get on the board.
Yeah, that was an interesting round because you saw Sentinels going for some sewers control with the cages on the long A cross, but Asuna was playing aggressive on those cages, found a timing, comes in, kind of backstabs it almost felt like they were trying to get those players through A into Link after they planted the spike or something like that. And Asuna just kind of broke that thing wide open and was able to then flank through window room and collect 4 kills. And so, yeah, it seemed like Sentinels were a little bit spread thin on that round, and they just got disjointed by Asuna kind of getting in between them, I guess you could say. So that was quite the round from 100 Thieves. Really well done, but they need to build off of that. Asuna, again, looking to get aggressive. He has a run it back available as well. Both Phoenixes do, actually. Sick already using his here to try to put that pressure over towards Garage. And Dapper catches Asuna this time around. He was anchoring that side of the map, and 6 sweeps through for 2 entries with the run it back.
Hiko, sure, you can't count him out just yet. Walks away with 42 HP after finding 2. But guess what? Shazam, Garage, name a better duo, Dust. As it's all down to Dicey and the operator. And in a situation like this, I think you just save. It is a 1v2. Dicey is known to be a little flashy. But should he find this next kill? If he doesn't in the next few seconds, I think you just go for the save here.
Yeah, I think if he can find one quick, it would certainly prompt him to want to go for it, especially with them being this far behind on the scoreboard. Going for a play like this actually does make sense now because they're just leaking way too many rounds here. That's a great pick onto Sick. That's all of a sudden unlocking some options. He can swap over to the Vandal. Going to be tough on Dapper here now. He doesn't know which angle he's going to have to defend.
He's running out of time, and Dapper is in arguably the most awkward spot I've ever seen. He tries to go for the knife, and guess what? You didn't get it, but you bought enough time as Sentinels move to 8, and Dicey dies on the way out. It's all coming, it's falling down. Everything crumbling on top of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it would have been nice if he could have gotten away and got the operator back and then saved that over. Now they're not going to have the sniper coming into this round, I don't think. It's just going to be rifles across the board. Nice try, though, from Dicey. He got a couple of nice kills. He was really patient when Shazam was kind of poking and prodding at him. Was able to find that, found a second, and gave himself a chance, but just not quite. You know, it is what it is. As Sentinel's now up 8-1. Alts are pretty equal for both teams at this point as far as what's available. They're going to go for some pretty quick A pressure here. They still do have the Omen presence over on C-side, but they are really laying the pressure on. Asuna forced to run it back. He gets caught, though, with no value. In the meantime, Nitro's Lurk does find Zoms out on C-side, so defense does have a man advantage now, and they're trying to put the pressure on as well at A, and it's working out beautifully.
Asuna, again, able to find a couple of kills. Absolutely pivotal for this 100 Thieves roster. Sick is here, though. Man of the hour, last game. Top fragging, looking to do the same in this one. Dicey with that aggressive posture over towards that A lobby area is able to find a kill onto Shazam. Now it's all up to Sick. And if anybody can do it, Sick can. It's a 1v4. Nitro with the paranoia across, and Asuna will pick up the kill as he is blinded. 100 Thieves, they battle back, but they have a long way to go here. The next 2 rounds are going to be incredibly important.
Indeed they are. And they also could suffer a huge economic reset here with that victory and then a loss to follow. Like, they would basically have no credits to work with the final round of the half. They buy all that they can, sure, but it wouldn't be a whole hell of a lot. So this is really crucial. In fact, both economies are pretty fragile here, so that really could play into the final round of the hat, depending on how this plays out. Could be kind of a little bit of a combo deal. Sentinels would certainly love to be on the winning end of that, as they do have the Hunter's Fury available for post-plant and the clear angles, and they're going to drone into C. They're going to get the orb on Sick as well, and they do spot a player here towards the backside. It's going to be the Cypher of Steel that they found. They clear out the tripwire as well, and this is going to go ahead and get them in with 6. Run it back, but they don't clear this double stack of Nitro, so he's able to limit 6 impact there. And now I think Sentinels realize that C might be too enforced.
This is the first time in, we had 19 rounds in the first game. We're here, round 11 in this one. That Sick had finally been silenced, that they did something about it. They made sure he didn't get any value. He's still alive, but that run it back gets nothing, as does Shazam, going down early in this one. So maybe that duo isn't as strong as I thought. Shazam and Garage. Instead, it's Nitro and Steel, the duo, holding it down on the C site, grabbing the information. Now it's all down to Zoms. A 1v5. It's a whole lot of time as well. Hashtag Zoms Nation?
No. Come on now. Let's be reasonable. Great first. Okay, stop.
Wait a second.
30 seconds
2
left.
kills come through. Hiko is on low health, and I think Nitro might just be about out of armor on top of it all. No shields. We'll see. It's going to be a 1v1 on the A site as the plant comes through. This is the low HP Hiko. Now running out of time. That recon bolt not going to find too much. Hiko getting the information that he's possibly pushing, playing around that dart, not planting. And we have the hindsight. If you just shoot through the smoke, you get the kill. But instead, it's low HP. But it's just enough for 100 Thieves to get back on the board.
Indeed it is. I will say this, though. They had to use, some ults there. And now there's still 3 in play for Sentinels on the final round of the half. So that could come up pretty big, especially that Hunter's Fury still available for Sinatra. You get a lot of value out of that. So even though they come in with a couple of stingers and so therefore inferior firepower overall, they still have a lot, I guess, more overall utility, I guess you could say. Well, to see how it plays out. Certainly a big half so far, but at least 100 of these are starting to recover here towards the end of this first half, winning 3 of the last 4. Starting to get a little bit of steam behind them. We are going to once again see Sinatra droning up along C, spots Omen in the back, going to tag him and now use the Hunter's Sphere to try to get himself a pick. And he is going to find it onto Nitro. Still at least able to respond on Garage, though. Gets Sick out of the way. Big kill to get.
Out to get backstabbed, though. He is able... Okay, sneaks away with the timing on that cage. I thought maybe Shazam would be able to get a knife to the back of the head, but not going to be the case. Unfortunately, the duo, the dynamic duo for the C site, they're not both alive. Shazam will fall. The blade's going to go down as Asuna continues to try and stay hot here. Sinatra sneaks away narrowly, has that stinger in hand, is actually able to upgrade, but gets spotted out. And in a 3v2, make it a 3v1. Dapper needs to do something crazy. Finds the kill onto one, and here comes the crazy. Trying to grab a 9-3 half as the Neural Theft gives the info that he needs. Dapper gonna look to push on. Shock Dart gonna find some damage. 67, excuse me. HP. One kill comes through. Almost alive. Oh! Dapper gets it done. 9-3 at the half. What a way to close it out from the Sentinels here. As we have to jump away for a quick break, guys. We'll see you on the other side. We're jumping back into it, but first we've got a replay of that last round. Just too much hype to let go by the wayside, Dust.
Yeah, dude. I mean, this clutch from Dapper that we're going to see was just, yeah, I mean, come on. It just feels like the life is being squeezed out of 100 Thieves at this point. They need this pistol.
Let me get a bit of info. Not too bad of a way to start your pistol round. Paranoia gonna slow things down for a moment, and the aggression doesn't stop here, even on the defending side. Shazam still playing incredibly aggressive. The hot hands get 0 value. Somehow Shazam sneaks away, but the spike sneaking on over towards that seaside, Dust.
That's absolutely the case here. 100 Thieves getting stalled out, though, by the cage as well as the dart. So Sentinels now know what they're up against. They also have a push out into defending spawn. There is a tripwire on their way, though.
I thought Sinatra was about to do something wild, just as his teammates have been able to do. Instead, he will be sat down, and 100 Thieves look to find themselves a plant. It's planted for long. Now, mind you, these aren't the most long-range weapons as we go back and forth on that kill feed, but Sentinels find themselves starting to get mowed down. Although the flank comes through, now we're in a 2v2, and that long plant doesn't mean a whole lot as they're on the site. Zoms, the last one standing. Can we get some heroics? Can we get some Zoms Nation here in this as the smokes traded out? A nice little Venn diagram of the dark cover. Unfortunately, at this point, it would need to be right here, right now. It's Nitro to close it out. Zoms is running out of time. And as you said, Dust, an incredibly important round there for 100 Thieves. They pick it up, and what can they do moving forward?
Yeah, that was the first box I needed to check, and a very long list of things required to be able to get back in the mix here in a series that Sentinels have been absolutely dominating from start and to this point. And it could be all the way to the finish, but 100 Thieves able to get a big pistol victory there. They're going to have economic advantage going forward. And so it's a great chance to start closing that gap. And Sentinels are actually taking a step back here. They're not going to fully invest in the Stingers or anything aggressive here on this loss. They're going to look to just get a couple of upgraded pistols and take things a bit more conservatively as far as economics go. So 100 Thieves shouldn't have too much trouble finding a fifth, as there's not much to resist them coming into this one. So they're going to slide out for a bit of mid control while also pushing into long A.
You have to silence Sick. You cannot let him get too much here with a ghost in hand. And again, on the defensive end or on the losing end of those pistols, you still have to be wary if you're 100 Thieves of what they might have. Those Stingers are absolutely no joke. Stapper hanging out inside the cam. The hot hand's going to be queued up once more to try and stop a push. But it seems like 100 Thieves, not that they're not sure where to go, there just hasn't been an opening.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinels are doing a pretty good job keeping tabs on 100 Thieves' movements across the map with that cam tucked in the, back C spot. They're also now shifting their full defense towards A side, which is where 100 Thieves are headed. So even though they have low firepower, their numbers are going to be exactly where they need to be to have a chance. This could be very interesting.
Dash onto sight. Again, it's going to be the Spectre to the back, but Sentinels pick up 2 to kick things off, make it 3 and 6 with the Ghost. Nitro tries to push on through, and Hiko has to be the hero here. He's going to get flanked from behind. He pushes, takes the fight right to Zombs, the 1v2, and Sinatra with the classic, a thrifty round win, pushes Sentinels to double digits.
That is absurd, man. That is a round you can't afford to lose if you're 100 Thieves trying to make a crazy comeback in a game that you're getting pummeled on. But Sentinels, to their credit, just, I don't know what exactly gave them the read. I know they had a cam at the back of C that was spotting, nothing going on over there. So they had a pretty good idea that, okay, they're not really trying to take long C control. They're not really trying to set up a C split. They obviously knew that no one was really coming garage. So they just kind of went ahead and gambled the rotation over to A, knowing that they had kind of left that open. And they had 4 players on site as 100 Thieves were attacking, and 100 Thieves got really punished for it, despite the fact there was low firepower. Now Sentinels looking to try to put this thing to a close. They get aggressive out in the middle. They find their initial kill, but that smoke sets up Nitro perfectly for a bit of a one-way onto Sick. Zons to equalize, though, inside the sewers.
But yeah, it's back and forth, not in rounds, but for kills in this round. And again, nothing is going 100 Thieves' way. Nothing working in their favor. And again, Nitro picks one up, but Shazam there to answer. And they've got the better weapon. So if you continue to take these long-range fights, there is that, dice roll chance that the Stinger picks up a double dink or something. But again, there's just not a whole lot working. Now Shazam does get spotted out, but spots one out towards heaven. Now the spike to be planted. Dapper quite far away, so I think it would behoove of Shazam to try and play this slow, but instead he tries to grab the fight, and it's dicey with the upgraded Phantom from this round. A bit of escalation will end a round win, and Nitro tried to fake there the shrouded step, but right into vision, and Dapper is looking to clutch up again. He's incredibly healthy. He's got the shots on target, and Dapper does it once more.
Oh no, I think what happened was Nitro was trying to teleport out of the corner. And there's something weird right now about the hitbox of that shrouded step where it can sometimes get caught on stuff. And I think it got caught on like a corner. And so instead of teleporting all the way over to the other side as intended, he got stuck. And then he was just exposed. I hate that for Nitro. That's such a, I don't even want to call it a mistake. It's just so unlucky. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I don't know for 100%, but I can't imagine that if he was truly trying to fake a shrouded step, he would have done it way safer in the corner.
Yeah.
Like, that's, oh my God, that's gut-wrenching. I feel for him. I mean, obviously great clutch from Sentinels, don't get me wrong. They earned the victory, but I had to imagine Nitro, if that would have gone the way he planned, they would have had still a pretty solid 2-on-1 and a chance to win the round.
It makes a whole lot of sense that he would be trying to get out of there after Shazam just spotted him.
Yeah, certainly. That had to have been it, man. And that's gut-wrenching for that to happen to him. especially the way the score is right now.
That's just very unfortunate. As the knives come through, it's going to send Asuna right back from where he started. And Shazam, with a nice little reset there, going to go right back to the drawing board. Icy going to match blades for blades, but on the opposite side of Haven. And it's exactly where the spike is. So that was the recipe. Buy enough space, buy enough time, or Asuna is going to be taken down. Now they're running back in response, and they just might find Steel 2, who's only sitting on the Sheriff. Sick going to run him down. And again, Sick comes out on top. It's going to make it a favorable matchup here for Sentinels in the retake. A very, very difficult post plan for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough indeed, but Hiko with the Hunter's Fury able to take down one and lighten the load a bit here, but Sick is just plowing on through with Psalms. There is no hesitation from the Sentinel squad. They are feeling it big time. They will get this defused, and they will now be one round away from joining the likes of Envy and Immortals for those guaranteed master slots here from the Challengers 2 event. It is right there for the taking, and they have so many chances to get it. I'm going to be real. I just feel like 100 Thieves never really showed up in the series, man. They have looked so cold in comparison to what I'm used to. I don't know what's happened, but they have just not really shown up the way that you would have expected. Even if you thought Sentinels were the favorite to win, the fact that it hasn't even been close is just kind of shocking. And I'm not sure why that's the case. But what I can say is Sentinels are absolutely banging it out. They are playing so well. And even when they lost to Envy, they still played pretty well overall.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
And the best way to battle back is right here, right now. Need 8 in a row here for 100 Thieves. And unfortunately for this squad, it didn't even pick up 8 in the last. So gonna take heroics. Entire effort for 100 Thieves. Nitro finds a kill. Sick gonna trade it right back. In a 3v3 we go. They're starting to get mowed down. And it's all up to Hiko, but he can't clutch it out. Sentinels take down 100 Thieves in 2-0 fashion and secure their spot inside of Masters.
Man, Sentinels were not messing around this series, dude. They came to play. They shook off that loss to Envy like it was nothing. And they come out here, dude, and I can't believe how badly they beat 100 Thieves there.
Yeah.
I was really thinking we would have a pretty solid series. Bro, they only got 10 rounds total between the two maps.
Yeah.
That's how dominated they got there. Sentinels absolutely lit the scoreboard. Shout out to Sick, first off. Man gets 40 kills across the two maps, and he didn't even get that many rounds to play to do it. So, I mean, he absolutely teed off for the entire series. Just a unit of a player. Shazam also teed off both maps. So, I mean, those two are definitely the MVPs of the series, that's for sure. But everyone did their job on Sentinel side, and again, they show you why they are the absolute masters of Haven. If you come for the king, you best not miss. And 100 Thieves certainly did on Haven time and time again. Sure, there was a couple of things that were like unfortunate that they couldn't control, like that whole Shrouded Step situation for Nitro and Heaven. I mean, I can't fault the guy for that. That was BS. But I mean, that's one thing, right? Generally speaking, you know, Sentinels were just absolutely wrecking them. So, man, congrats to Sentinels. They join Envy and Immortals on the Masters tournament. Now, we're now still waiting to see who will win between Luminosity and Xset. That's actually going on the other channel, so I'm sure we're going to host here soon once we close out the show here. So, yeah, lots of Valorant still to go. But I think we got a little bit more to talk about from the series, don't we, Tanner?
Yeah, we do. I mean, there's a whole lot to kind of wrap up, and I think we are going to jump over to our Mike and Ike Sweet Play of the Day, and there are just so many. There's so many that we could see coming out on the day. And yeah, I don't know. We'll wait for a second after this to talk, because there's a whole lot to be said. But here it is. Envy Sentinels, and who better than Shazam to come online in this, in a very, very dire moment. Picking up a 4K there.
Yeah, that's what really kept them in that game, for sure.
Yeah.
Obviously, Envy did still go on to win it, but I mean, that's what made that game a contest and kept Envy from just plowing through. But yeah, certainly deserving. Shazam had a hell of a series, just like Sick. And man, I'm glad that it's gone this way. I mean, it's one of those things where 100 Thieves will certainly still be a very powerful threat in Challengers 3 to come through. There's still 4 more spots available in that event for Masters. But certainly Sentinels has been tried and true for so long, and to see them in Masters, I feel is fitting. Same could be said for Envy, and same could be said for Immortals, who consistently, even through roster change after roster change, find a way to be one of the best teams in the region. So I think we've gotten some really good teams through Masters already, with only more to come.
100%. Only more to come, as we do have that bracket and how things kind of shook out on the day here. This is the lower bracket where Sentinels are going to be waiting. So continuing to play throughout, you're playing for more money. And I think more importantly, the seeding going into Masters, that is going to be so incredibly huge here. And I mean, you got to follow that Sentinels run once more. Back in the lower bracket, like we saw in Challengers 1, they end up winning the darn thing. Now they're just waiting to see who is that winner over Luminosity and XSET. At that point in that lower round 3, we're going to have all 4 teams secured for Masters. They are then going to be duking it out to see, where they stand in Masters. And tomorrow that matchup is going to be Envy and IMT to kick off the day. And that Immortals roster, they send LG back down yet again in the semifinals. It feels bad for LG, but they are really coming online. That is a roster that has impressed me so incredibly at the start of 2021. Probably one that not a whole lot of people, I guess I would say a whole lot of people were actually probably sleeping on.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a fantastic VCT so far. And again, we still have a lot more to go with more Challengers 2 action coming at you the next couple of days. We got Challengers 3 in a couple of weeks. We got Masters coming up after that. We already have some fantastic teams qualified for Masters between Immortals, Sentinels, and Envy. One more team will get decided a little bit later on between XSET and LG. That's going on the second channel, Nurse Street Gamers 2, which I'm sure we're going to host once we wrap things up here. I'm not sure what actually is next. I think you got that, Tanner. So I'm going to pass it to the professional here. Let him, whatever we got else we got to get through. I'm sure there's some more things. Maybe talk about why this box is beside me, as people for some reason thought that I wasn't aware that it was there. I only look at the same feed that you're looking at. So yeah, I guess I just missed it. So why don't you tell the people why the box is there, Tanner?
Yeah, of course. Absolutely. I've got a matching box behind me as well, guys. That is because HyperX
No one noticed that for some reason, by the way. Nobody
tweeted at me about that one. But we've obviously got one of our partners here in HyperX doing their darndest to keep this thing powered, just as Nerd Street Gamers is as well. And you guys know what it is. We've been so deep into this one. We've talked about the HyperX Cloud 2 wireless. Now we talk about what HyperX does as a whole. It's not just headsets, but it's every single day, guys. Billions of people wake up, eat, and fire up a game as a part of their daily routine. I did that same thing today, this morning, before hopping on the desk with you, Dustin. Console or PC, casual or pro, no matter what your creed, color, or culture, we're all gamers, and HyperX is always ready to game. I think the 2 most important things, console or PC, casual or pro, it doesn't matter. We're all gamers, guys, and you need that top-notch gear. So make sure you are checking that out from HyperX. And I mean, on the day as a whole, you kind of already said your piece, but I want to tie it, or I want to give you one last second to tie a nice little bow on it, because that's going to do it for us. So before I close out the show, moving forward on the day today, on the day yesterday, is there anything you got to kind of just, like I said, tie up a nice little bow on it?
No, I just thank everyone for obviously tuning in. We had a lot of viewership today, and we really appreciate the support over here at Nerd Street Gamers, and I'm sure Ryan appreciates it as well, as we're growing this esport, and it's going in a great direction, and definitely appreciate all of you for tuning in. We hope that you'll follow up the channels, this one and Nerd Street Gamers 2, as we still have more VCT action to bring you over the next couple of days, and of course going in Challengers 3 and Masters over the coming weeks. Also, if you enjoyed us, you can give us a follow. It's at Followed Us on Twitter for me, at Tanner_Metro for Tanner over there. And we got some great casting coming up for you. I think we got Uber and Nothing coming in. They already announced that publicly today. I don't want to steal anybody else's thunder, but we got some other cool faces coming through the next couple of days as well. And again, we still got some matches going on the other channel, so make sure you go check that out. That's all I got.
We do still have Luminosity taking on XSET up 1-0 in that series. The loser is going to join FaZe Clan, Gen G, and 100 Thieves in Challengers 3. So they've got some time to hang out. The winner will look to play Sentinels, obviously, tomorrow, as we saw that schedule breakdown earlier. But more importantly, will lock their spot into Masters as one of the 4 remaining. Now, with that being said, unfortunately, it does things for us here today, but the Valorant action isn't done. You guys can head on over to Nerd Street Gamers too. And as Dust was saying, we'll probably give them a nice little host, but you guys can see who is going to be that last team qualifying, who Sentinels will play tomorrow. But if you are not going to stick around for that, guys, more Valorant action this weekend. Tomorrow, same time, same place, 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You can find us here at Nerd Street Gamers. We're going to be kicking things off in the upper finals. On behalf of myself, Dust, the entire production crew, Nerd Street Gamers, Riot Games, all that good stuff, I want to thank you guys for tuning in, and we will see you guys right back here tomorrow.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
was wondering if they're going to try to go for like some sort of a hit eventually, and if they're able to lurk back into the B side, well, at least you have that from the shadows available to teleport back into B for a plant. But as you have a stalemate, because nobody's going for map control towards LG side, losing a player early, they have to play the sites more passively right now and turtle it up. So which is why now for Xset, they're regrouping together and they're just looking for another explosion into the A side execution.
There's the ult as well from Weedid, getting him into position. You can see the kills piling up for both teams as the recon dart starts to give away positions. Moose has managed to sneak out, and BCJ just wasn't ready for that. So Moose, Thunderfoot's out of heaven. They'll get the spike planted, but it's down to just the last few seconds on the round, and that's what allows them to get out here so quickly. Got a little scary there. They lined up, but a Proto dodges the bullets for the meantime. 7 rounds now for LG, trying to keep themselves in this game, trying to prevent it from getting to round number 12 for Xset.
It's not over yet here, LG fans. It's still very doable for this team to try to come back in this matchup. We've seen it earlier on today when they actually had to play against Immortals on the first best out of 3. On Icebox, they were already in a position where they could have potentially lost, where they actually had a surmountable comeback once they switched sides. And this time playing on their map, on Ascent, playing on the defender side where they're usually more comfortable, it's still very doable here. But now Thief is going to try to hold off here with your boy Dre, looking to be towards that tree side crossfire. And as they hear the alarm, the boom bot, towards that E main, he decides to fall back and support Stellar towards that A side, but it's so passive still. Look at that ping towards that right side too. They're trying to see if anybody's going to be on the right side, but the Owl drone is going to give that information away.
Awesome damage coming through from Stellar. That's big though. Both players on the site fall. Thought for sure we'd see something work out for Thief. But a player disadvantage here. The only ult they currently have for LG is Neural Theft. Spike goes down. As they start moving into better positions, your boy Dre does have the boom bot to go out and has the shotgun as well, so wants to go back towards Heaven where you can potentially dive bomb Hell. But what can they do to try to get him into that position? You've got to deal with these players long. You got no smokes, nothing to cord off that area. So you've got a Proto coming through, and it's all falling on to Moose, the last remaining player, and Moose just realizes that it's over. The round has been lost. Xset will get round number 12. And again, it was off of an A-site hit. Something we talked about in that first half that was really strong for Xset was the AWP presence. But we thought maybe here on this defensive side, that would be something LG wouldn't have to worry about so much, because an attack side AWP feels awkward, especially on a map like Ascent. It's clunky, it's uncomfortable. They've kept Xset's money in check, so they've eliminated that from even being a possibility. But then they're struggling against these rounds that should be a little bit easier for them. You saw that opener from Stellar, from Heaven. Thief then just goes for a peek with a rifle and gets nothing. Thief struggling currently at the bottom of the scoreboard alongside Stellar, 10 and 17 for the Reyna for LG.
And even the continuous hits that you have now towards the A side for Xset shows the respect that they have for A Proto playing towards that B side. And especially when you have A Proto and Moose playing together, then it's a site that you might not want to touch. This time it's been slowly switched out because they have the Hunter's Fury that is trying to go back towards the A side. But this could be it. Aaron's already made his way towards spawn. Your boy Dre is the first to fall. A Proto in the back of the site from the shadows back towards the shed side. The spray does not come out. That is already 2 down. Down to a 5-on-2. This could be it now for Xset. Moose now towards that spawn side. Is that going to be the last man standing? And that is it. Ladies and gentlemen, Xset gets the second map and rep the set. They are going to the Masters.
Unfortunate end for LG. Despite everything this team has done in more recent history, they just can't quite muster up enough to best Xset. That attacking side was very flat, and then they switched to the defense, and they just couldn't seem to stop the bleeding that started. Coming into that first